Imagine getting stabbed through the chest in the middle of a cold, dramatic rainstorm by a silver-haired girl who looks like she'd happily run over your cat for fun. She pulls the sword out, leaving you to cough up a bucket of blood, and as you reach out with a bloody hand, you don't even beg for your life. No, you just stare at her and smile like an absolute creep while she casually walks away. And your absolute final words to her? You damned bitch. But to understand how we ended up inside a doomed character who is basically a walking target list, we need to go back to the beginning. The guy who created this disaster is Kim Woojin. He's not a magical swordsman. He is a game developer who is currently working overtime at a company called REW, subsisting entirely on energy drinks and raw corporate dread. The game he is building is a massive single-player title that has consumed every single cent of the studio's budget. If this game fails, the entire company is going to slide directly into unemployment, which is why Woojin is losing his mind. The game features highly advanced AI with a massive variety of classes, allowing players to run around as knights, mages, or demons. In other words, if it works, they are going to make a mountain of cash. But to make it work, Woojin has to fix the bugs on this specific arrogant noble. This is Dekulane von Grahan Ukline, an intermediate boss fated to die in almost every single route by getting run through by his fiancée Julie. It's a completely valid death for a guy who is a massive scumbag, but debugging him is a literal nightmare. Just as Woojin is about to shut down his PC, his team leader creeps up behind him. This is Yu Ara. She's gorgeous, ambitious, and unfortunately she's also his ex-girlfriend of 7 years. They broke up because Woojin is naturally lazy, while Ara is a hyper-focused workaholic who tried to treat him like a bad line of code. Naturally, that ended about as well as a wet firework. Now, they just share awkward office small talk. Ara mentions she heard he was struggling with the bugs, so Woojin decides to casually bring up the rumor that she has a new boyfriend. She smiles and says things are going great, which is always fantastic for the ego. He tells her to go get married then, trying to speedrun the conversation, but she stops him and says they changed Dekulane's story again. Woojin complains, asking if this boss is even killable anymore, considering the character is designed to get ridiculously strong as the game progresses. And that's when Ara drops the absolute bombshell. Dekulane was modeled after Woojin. She admits she loves killing him in-game because his toxic personality is identical to his real-life counterpart. Woojin points out Dekulane's last words were literally "you damned bitch," which is a bit harsh even for a bad breakup. But Ara just laughs and points toward the window. She tells him her boyfriend is waiting downstairs. Woojin looks out to see a luxury sedan in the parking lot, with a guy who looks like a discount K-drama protagonist who definitely uses 3-in-1 shampoo. He tells her to go and not keep him waiting. She smiles, waves goodbye, and leaves Woojin alone in the dark office. The moon is high, the clock is past midnight, and Woojin decides to boot up the character settings one more time. He stares at Dekulane's character sheet, complaining about how petty his ex is. Dekulane has a mix of a child genius attribute and a completely garbage personality. His sheet is loaded with elitism, severe OCD, and competitive toxicity. He's surrounded by people who actively want to slit his throat. Woojin decides, since he's the creator, he might as well add some secret attributes to help this pathetic guy out. He clicks the menu selecting the rare trait comprehension, hoping it'll give the villain some actual empathy. Then he goes full Gary Stu mode and adds wealthy, Midas touch, sharp eyesight, and Iron Man. But looking at the final build, he realizes he made a complete monster and feels a bit ashamed. He starts typing rapidly to revert the settings before saving. Suddenly, a loud ding echoes through the quiet room. It's an email from developer_Rain, the game's mysterious story writer. The writer asks if he's still working, and Woojin replies, asking if they need a model change. The writer says they just wanted to take a look, and then types, "Pooh, no take a look outside the window." Woojin slowly turns his head, wondering what kind of weird prank this is. But what he sees is a massive, swirling black vortex tearing open the sky. His brain completely short-circuits. A giant blue rift is pulsing with electrical energy, and a massive bolt of lightning strikes the office building directly. He hears screaming, ghostly faces howling inside his head as his body is violently pulled into a dark red abyss. When he opens his eyes, he is kneeling in front of a giant red skull. Memories that don't belong to him start flooding his brain. He hears a man's voice warning a child to stay away from Dekulane, warnings of a ruthless, cold-blooded monster. A villain fated to cause tragedy and die in every single timeline. A vile, unforgivable villain. Suddenly, a voice screams, "Get UP right now, Deculane!" His eyes snap open, cold and blue. Standing over him is a girl screaming her lungs out while a terrified maid cringes in the background. He lies there, staring at a ceiling that looks like it belongs in a French palace. He realizes he's been in this body for a few days, but it still feels like a dream. The girl, Yariel, yells at him for locking himself up because his fiancée dumped him. She throws a stack of magic documents on the floor and tells him to get moving if he doesn't want to get fired. And that's when the truth finally settles. He is sitting on a luxurious bed surrounded by expensive Renaissance gold trim, looking out the window at a medieval fantasy city. He unbuttons his shirt, throws on a high society noble coat, and slides on pitch black leather gloves. He has become the doomed villain, Deculane. It's been a week since he arrived at the Ukline Manor. He spent the first few days hoping this was just a really long, work-induced coma, but the realistic texture of the expensive sheets proved otherwise. He wonders if he died from that lightning strike and landed in some weird afterlife. But one thing is certain, he is now Deculane, the root of all evil in the game's lore who is hated by literally everyone. To make things worse, he has no idea where in the timeline they currently are. Out of 1,000 tests during development, Deculane only survived once. He is a character created solely to die as a stepping stone. He picks up the document Yariel left behind, Basic Understanding of Magic. Yariel is Deculane's half-sister, and she's currently running the entire household. Their relationship is basically on par with two cats locked in a small box. Yariel was screaming about a woman earlier, which means Julie, his fiancée, has already broken off the engagement. Yariel told him his university lecture is today, and he realizes he actually has to go. He's never given a lecture in his life, but he needs to gather information to survive. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. Primary survival goal. Become necessary to the game, and his side quest is to complete the lecture to earn store currency. He has no idea what to teach, but he has a secret weapon. The unique attribute he added before the lightning strike, comprehension. He originally gave him this trait to build some empathy, but as a unique grade skill, it definitely has some hidden cheat effects. He takes a quick bath in a pool that is literally bigger than his old apartment and heads to a wardrobe packed with expensive suits. The noble clothes feel elegant and bring him a strange sense of comfort. This is because of Deculane's original attributes, intimidation and dignity and aesthetic sense. It's a bizarre feeling, like the original Deculane's consciousness is actively trying to strangle his soul. The rigid noble posture that Woojin used to hate now feels completely natural. Maids bow in terror as he walks past, and he moves with absolute grace and confidence. But inside his head, he's just screaming "my ass" at the sheer absurdity of it. He is Kim Woojin, a regular guy from Korea, a lazy, pathetic bastard who got dumped. He steps outside and walks toward a luxury carriage that looks like a high-end limousine. He gets in, marveling at the high-class interior. But thinking about expensive cars just reminds him of Ara's new boyfriend, which annoys him. As he sits down, he notices a boy sitting opposite him. The kid looks like he is about to vomit from pure terror. He trembles, handing over some papers. "Professor! Good afternoon! Here it is." Deculane takes them with a cold glare. "Hey, are you a wizard?" The assistant stammers that he's been in his service for 3 years, and Deculane just dryly replies, "I'm joking." He looks at the document and realizes it's just a script for him to read. Because the original Deculane was a proud, talentless hack who never prepared his own lectures. This poor assistant must have pulled 3 all-nighters to write this. Deculane looks at him and says, "Good work." The driver in the front seat nearly swerves off the road in absolute shock. A compliment from him? Deculane rests his chin on his gloved hand, but suddenly his stomach twists. He literally feels physically sick just from being nice to someone. The original body's personality is trying to reject basic human kindness. The carriage pulls up to the university. He steps out and is greeted by the massive, breathtaking Imperial University. He looks up, admiring the incredible detail of the architecture. He enters Rodeo Hall, where the lecture is taking place. Students are whispering about how he was a legendary child prodigy. He walks past them, steps up to the blackboard, and elegantly writes his name. He turns around looking intensely at the class. The female students are already whispering about how incredibly handsome and cool he is. But in the back of the class, a girl clenches her fist so hard she tears the paper on her desk. She stares at him with eyes full of pure, murderous hatred. At last, we meet. The enemy of my father. Deculane stands there looking completely untouchable, completely unaware that his new life is already on hard mode. Welcome to the game, bro. Try not to get murdered in class. We open on a funeral under a gray sky, where a broken, silver-haired girl stares blankly at her father's casket. For years, her father poured his entire soul into researching spell interpretation, only to have his work brutally stolen by a powerful noble. That legendary thief is none other than our guy Deculane, who built his entire career as a genius on a dead man's grave. The sheer irony of being trapped in the body of the exact guy who ruined this girl's life is not lost on Woojin. After her father passed, the girl was left with absolutely nothing but a name and a pile of debts. She lost her home, her family's territory, and her status, turning her into an orphan sleeping in empty rooms. Looking at the wreckage of her life, she made a silent, burning pledge. She would drag that prestigious noble down to hell, working herself to the bone just to get into his elite university. She clenches her fists so hard the paper tears because she knows his entire genius persona is a complete lie. Seeing Deculane stand at that podium looking so elegant and untouchable makes her blood boil. That position should have belonged to her father, not some fraudulent thief who bought his way to the top. Her eyes glow with a murderous intensity that could light up a dark room as she plans to expose him. But she has to hold back because a direct attack on a high noble would just get her executed on the spot. And then, Deculane commands the entire room to fall silent, officially beginning the lecture. He introduces himself with flawless noble poise as the head professor and a monarch mage of the magic tower. He starts laying down the fundamental laws of magic to the crowded hall. The system divides everything into 3 core attributes and 9 distinct types of magical manipulation. And while he speaks, our guy is internally breathing a massive sigh of relief, because this is actually shockingly simple. It is his first time ever delivering a lecture, and he had no idea what magic theory even looked like 5 minutes ago. But thanks to the broken comprehension cheat trait, he is perfectly absorbing the script his assistant wrote just by looking at it. The passive traits of Deculane's body are doing all the heavy lifting, projecting an aura of absolute majesty that keeps every student glued to their seats. He drops his head slightly, realizing his elite background actually makes him look like a legendary educator. He explains that mages store mana in their head, while knights emit it directly from their blood vessels. And then you have the inner core, which acts as the universal storage center for mixing internal and external mana. He tells them that if they lack raw talent, they need to specialize and focus, which sounds incredibly deep coming from him. The joke is that Deculane is actually describing his own pathetic situation here. His own mana capacity is barely over 3,000, while the actual heavy-hitting geniuses of this world start at 30,000. He finishes the official lecture but notices a highly unusual sentence written at the very bottom of his assistant's notes. He frowns, wondering if he should even bother reading this strange addition out loud. The original arrogant Deculane would have ignored it, but our guy decides to read it anyway just to be safe. He closes the book and asks the silent room if anyone has any questions. The students look at each other, far too intimidated by his presence to even raise a hand. He thinks he is completely in the clear, but then a voice cuts through the silence of the hall. Ephraim stands up in her dark hood, loudly bringing up a mysterious spell that appeared in the dorms last night. She openly challenges him, asking if the great genius spell interpreter can prove his title right here. Deculane just stares back at her with a look of pure aristocratic boredom. He tells her he has no intention of answering questions from a child who does not even know basic noble etiquette. He turns his back on her to leave, but he has a very practical reason for running away. His comprehension cheat trait consumes mana like a gaming laptop running a AAA title on battery, and he is already running low. The classroom immediately bursts into whispers, laughing at Ephraim for making an absolute fool of herself. She is trembling from the humiliation, but her hatred for him is way too strong to let this go. She calls out to his retreating back, claiming the magic tower is uselessly ignoring the spell because they cannot solve it. She unleashes a swirling mass of green magic, casting the mysterious spell right there in the classroom. The glowing magic circle floats in the air, casting a bright green light over Deculane's face. His comprehension trait triggers automatically, and his mana instantly plummets down to a critical 360 points. But before she can even finish her dramatic speech, Deculane calmly tells her it is just a simple barrier magic. She freezes mid-sentence, her eyes wide with complete shock. He tells her it is a bewitchment barrier designed to trap students, turns around, and walks out the door. The doors slam shut, leaving the entire room in absolute stunned silence. The system pops up to confirm the side quest is complete, and we cut to the university magic tower cafeteria, where Ephraim is currently rage-eating her rice, looking like she wants to murder her spoon. She is still burning with anger that her perfect trap to expose his lack of talent completely backfired. She is absolutely dying of embarrassment, realizing she just made herself look like an uncultured idiot in front of everyone. But she tries to reassure herself that he must have just been bluffing to save his reputation. Identifying a complex bewitching spell without running any parameters should be physically impossible. She had simply copied the strange magic circle painted on the dormitory doors to catch him off guard. Suddenly, her red-haired classmate runs into the cafeteria, shouting her name in pure excitement. Her friend yells that they analyzed the dormitory spell assuming it was a barrier, and the formula worked perfectly. Ephraim freezes, her spoon stopping inches from her mouth as her brain completely stalls. Her classmate keeps gushing about how insanely brave Ephraim was to ask that terrifying professor for help. Ephraim's face goes pale as she realizes Deculine did not guess. He actually solved a complex formula in a single glance. Her friend waves goodbye, saying they are writing a research report and will make sure to credit her for the tip. Ephraim is left staring at her plate, realizing she just accidentally boosted her worst enemy's reputation. She opens her bag and pulls out the syllabus for Deculane's upcoming class, Understanding Elemental Magic. She remembers the old saying about knowing your enemy if you want to survive the battle. She clenches her fist, hardening her resolve to face him again without losing her composure. She vows that no matter how genius he seems, she will eventually find the crack in his armor and tear him down. Chapter 4 starts with Deculane walking down the quiet hallway, collecting his first hard-earned store currency. He looks like the definition of cool and collected, but internally he is sweating through his expensive coat. That little magic demonstration from Ephraim was a massive disaster for his limited mana pool. Just looking at the tangled lines of that green spell circle forced his comprehension cheat to go into overdrive. It sucked out almost all of his energy, and he did not even actually understand the underlying principles of the spell. He is glad nothing went wrong, but his relief is cut short by a cold voice welcoming him back. He turns his head to see the literal final boss of his death flag standing at the end of the hall. White hair and light eyes, he has watched this legendary knight execute him on his computer monitor 100 times. Julie von Dea Freyden, his ex-fiancée, stands before him in full battle armor. He did not expect to run into the peak of knighthood this early in his survival campaign. She stares at him with an icy glare that could freeze a volcano. She asks him how he has been, pointing out that he broke a massive promise they made just a week ago. Our guy is staring back blankly, having absolutely no idea what promise she is talking about. Deciding that avoiding the conversation is his safest bet, he claims he does not recall and tries to slide past her, but Julie instantly steps in front of him, asking if he is planning to run away from his responsibilities again. Realizing she is not letting him go, he blames his memory loss on a severe fever he suffered recently. We get a flashback of their agreement. She promised to stay by his side if he confessed his fraudulence and arrogance to the world. But looking at him now, she realizes she was a fool to ever believe he would actually humble himself. She dismisses him with a cold glare, telling him he is free to walk away. Deculane looks back at her one last time with a completely unreadable expression. He walks away in silence, leaving Julie to grip her sword with a trembling hand as her frustration boils over. We see a flashback to their past dinner. Their engagement was a pure business arrangement between two high noble houses. The heads of the families laughed merrily, thrilled to merge their powerful bloodlines for political gain. It was a perfect high society match, and no one in the empire dared to object to the union. Julie had accepted the loveless marriage, believing it was simply her duty to her family. But then, both families slowly realized that Deculane's legendary magical talent was a complete illusion. He had lied to the entire empire to secure his prestigious professor title, producing 0 academic achievements for 3 years. The two noble houses tried to sweep the embarrassing truth under the rug to protect their reputations. They did not want their perfect family legacy to become the laughingstock of the high society gossip circles. But Julie's pride as a righteous knight could not tolerate a life built on a massive web of lies. She was perfectly fine with a cold political marriage, but she refused to marry a fraud. When she confronted him back then, Deculane had actually agreed to confess his lies to the public, but now, he has clearly backed out of the deal and is pretending the conversation never even happened. she tightly grips her sheathed sword, realizing his promise was nothing more than another lazy lie. We cut back to the majestic exterior of the Imperial University's magic tower, shining in the daylight. Our narrator notes that the magic department here is the absolute peak of academic prestige in this entire world. Deculane walks through the campus grounds, quietly admiring the view. The sprawling pathways and towering Gothic architecture are incredibly impressive. The beautifully kept gardens make the entire place feel like an elite university campus. He recalls how many sleepless nights his development team spent modeling these exact buildings on their computers. He thinks it would have been much nicer to experience this world in literally any other body but this doomed villain's. Suddenly, he hears rapid footsteps and spots someone running straight toward him. A student slams directly into his chest with a ridiculous squeal, sending papers flying everywhere. The student tumbles onto the stone path, surrounded by scattered magic scrolls. Deculane looks down at the boy and dryly asks if his name was Zoro, trying to recall his modern references. The boy looks up in terror, quickly correcting him that his name is actually Alan. Deculane casually mutters that he must have been mistaken, leaving Alan completely baffled about who Zoro is. We cut to Deculane's massive, gold-adorned office where Alan is waiting nervously. Alan explains that the university professors are expected to sponsor promising new mages to fund their research. Deculane opens the file, preparing to review the list of potential candidates. Thanks to his wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight traits, a specific student's profile starts glowing in brilliant gold. He flips through the stacks of average student documents and stops on the card that is shining brighter than all the others combined. It is the profile of Heroine Luna, looking incredibly grumpy in her identification photo. The system notes that she is a main character who is fated to hunt him down for what he did to her father, but he notices that her sponsorship amount is currently sitting at a flat 0. He asks Alan why an elite talent like Heroine does not have a single noble sponsor yet. Alan nervously scratches his head, explaining that everyone was far too terrified of Deculane's wrath. Knowing their bad family history, the other nobles assumed sponsoring her would offend the powerful Eucline family. Deculane stares at her photo, realizing how deeply his survival is tied to this girl's future. If he lets the original story play out, her path to murder him will inevitably activate. He remembers the brutal montages of his character's deaths, starting with a cold sword through his chest, a wand blasting his head, poison secretly slipped into his wineglass at a high society banquet, or even being caught in a massive magical bomb explosion. The universe has 100 ways to end him. If he wants to survive this nightmare, he has to make a radically different choice right now. A choice that the original, arrogant, and petty Deculane would have rather died than consider. He grabs his fountain pen and signs the paper, officially sponsoring Heroine Luna with a massive sum. He hands the signed document to a stunned Alan, telling him to submit it immediately. Alan leaves the room, shutting the heavy wooden doors and leaving Deculane alone in the shadows. He knows he needs a massive amount of wealth to survive, and sponsoring her is the best long-term investment he can make. Investing in future legendary mages is the fastest way to build a financial empire to protect himself. But money is just a shield. There are still countless powerful enemies waiting in the dark to take his life. To truly secure his survival, he needs to break past his limits and become the strongest mage in the empire. Our guy is back in his massive office, staring out the window and realizing that if he wants to survive, he needs to get strong. His immediate problem is that Deculane's raw magical talent is actually painfully mediocre. At this rate, he is basically a walking loot drop for any mid-tier boss that decides to show up in the next story arc. The only actual cheat code he has in his corner is the massive stack of custom attributes he edited into his character file. While Deculane cannot easily throw around grand elemental spells, he has some decent baseline affinity for manipulating earth and fire, and when you combine fire, earth, and metal, you unlock a highly broken unique trait called the Midas Touch. He can literally manipulate metal properties, turning simple levitating daggers into a personal telekinetic weapon system. It sounds incredibly cool on paper, but right now it is basically just low-tier gravity magic. To turn this theory into actual combat power, he has to start from the absolute basics. He opens a heavy magic tome, ready to see if his custom build actually works in practice. He channels his mana directly into the pages, the blue light flaring around his fingers. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts around his desk, throwing a brilliant blue light across the entire room. The sheer volume of raw energy being processed splits the quiet air. The system interface goes wild as the entire database of basic telekinesis is literally downloaded into his brain. He pulls his hand back, gasping for air and sweating from the sudden mental load. He holds out his gloved hand, focusing on a fancy fountain pen resting on his desk. The pen floats cleanly into the air, proving that his automatic spell memorize trait is working flawlessly. But he quickly realizes that mastering the basics is not going to save his life when the actual story bosses start hunting him. If his mana capacity is this small, he is going to run out of juice 5 seconds into any real fight. He stares at his reflection, coming up with a highly insane workaround that no sane mage in this world would ever try. Magic circles are naturally more powerful the larger they are, so he decides to engrave them directly onto his own skin and heart. Normally, this would instantly blow a human body into pieces, but his unique Iron Man trait acts like a cheat code for physical durability. With only 800 mana left in his tank, he decides to start carving the first pattern onto his shoulder. He activates the spell, the blue magical energy drilling directly into his muscle tissue. The light burns hot as the mana binds directly to his physical body. An absolutely horrific, gut-wrenching pain hits him instantly. It feels like every bone in his shoulder is being crushed into powder while his muscles are torn apart. But because Deculane's passive noble traits are still active, he cannot even let out a single grunt. He just sits there looking incredibly elegant while his soul is practically screaming in agony. The process finishes, leaving him with exactly 1 point of mana and a severe case of physical exhaustion. But the gamble paid off, leaving a permanent glowing magic circle carved onto his shoulder. It is going to take him weeks to cover his whole body, but before he can finish, the first official day of class arrives. Our guy decides to skip the traditional classroom entirely, leaving a heavy wooden sign in the middle of the elemental forest. The students are wandering around the woods, completely baffled about why their legendary professor is a no-show. Heroine is looking absolutely miserable, immediately complaining about how irresponsible their new teacher is. She walks down the dirt path loudly muttering about what kind of elite noble asshole would pull a stunt like this. She steps backward and slams directly into someone behind her, her head bouncing off their shoulder. She spins around, ready to yell at whoever just ruined her stride. But she freezes instantly, her heart dropping into her stomach as she looks at the girl's face. The golden light filters through the trees, illuminating a girl who looks like she steps straight out of a royal portrait. Sylvia von Josephine Iliad, the absolute peak of noble privilege and magical talent. Sylvia just tilts her head slightly, looking at Heroine like she is a highly uninteresting bug. Without saying a single word, Sylvia turns around and walks away, leaving Heroine standing there in complete disbelief. Heroine is sweating, wondering if the girl is seriously pretending to not even recognize her. We transition deep into the forest where the students are supposed to be practicing elemental manipulation. Heroine focuses her energy, successfully building a miniature ice tower on the grassy ground. She looks at her creation, her mind wandering back to the dark history of the Iliad family. 10 years ago, her father's incredible magic potential terrified the high nobles. The Iliads brought their private troops to surround their family manor, threatening to ruin them if they did not step down. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound echoes, and Heroine's beautiful ice tower completely crumbles into dust. She gasps as she feels the raw mana being violently sucked away from her body. She looks up to see Sylvia standing nearby, effortlessly absorbing all the elemental mana in the forest. Heroine stomps over, loudly demanding to know what Sylvia thinks she is doing, but Sylvia completely ignores her, keeping her hands focused on the glowing mana stream as if Heroine does not exist. Heroine's temper flares, her face turning red as she fumes over the blatant disrespect. She clenches her fist, her dark eyes locking onto the golden-haired girl. She steps in close, calling Sylvia out by name to drop the fake innocent act. She asks if Sylvia is just terrified of being outshined by a Luna. Sylvia finally stops her magic, looking at her and coldly stating that she does not know who she is. She adds that she does not know Heroine, but she certainly remembers her father. She calls him an arrogant fallen noble who did not know his place, and casually drops that she heard he died, showing absolutely zero emotion. The surrounding students turn their heads as a massive spike of raw magical energy starts vibrating through the trees. Heroine completely snaps, leaping into the air as a massive green magic storm erupts around her. Sylvia's eyes widen slightly, realizing she just pushed the wrong girl way too far. Ephraim screams at her to say that again, launching a devastating wave of wind and ice magic straight at her face. Ephraim is looking like an absolute demon of vengeance, her eyes glowing with pure rage. Sylvia barely manages to raise a magic barrier, but the sheer force of the collision pushes her back. The impact of their colliding mana triggers a massive, fiery explosion that tears through the forest canopy. The shockwave blasts the surrounding students off their feet, throwing dirt and smoke everywhere. The smoke slowly clears as the panicked students cough and scramble to see if anyone was killed. Ephraim has Sylvia pinned to the ground, her hand gripping her hair as she demands an apology for her father. But Sylvia is staring past her shoulder, her face turning pale with absolute terror. A swirling dark purple singularity tears open in the air right where their spells clashed. The students scream in horror, realizing the unstable collision has created a literal void. The black hole is pulling in light, debris, and elemental mana, growing larger by the second. Ephraim realizes too late that when the void collapses, the metal particles will explode like a fragmentation bomb. If that thing goes off, every single student in this forest is going to be shredded to pieces. She drops to the ground and covers her head, bracing for the inevitable blast. But the forest suddenly goes dead silent, and she slowly opens her eyes in confusion. She looks up to see Deculine calmly walking past her, completely unfazed by the threat. He holds his gloved hand out, and the entire explosion is frozen in midair, turning into a beautiful swirl of sparkling ice crystals. The students are staring with their mouths wide open, completely awed by the sheer elegance of his magic. The frozen fragments glitter like diamonds in the sunlight, casting a beautiful glow over the forest floor. The crystals gently fall to the grass, proving that our guy's telekinesis training paid off. Deculine dusts off his shoulder, coldly announcing that today's class is officially over. He tells everyone to pack up and leave, except for the two troublemakers who started the fight. Ephraim is sweating bullets, realizing that her academic career is likely over before it even started. We cut to the heavy wooden doors of the Magic Tower's interrogation room. Inside, Deculine is sitting comfortably beside the young-looking Magic Tower chairwoman, Adeline Sigelian. Professors Relin and Retlin burst into the room, immediately trying to kiss up to Deculine. Adeline welcomes them warmly, while Deculine looks like he would rather be literally anywhere else. The professors immediately start shouting, demanding to know what commoner dared to lay a hand on a lady of House Illade. They keep praising Deculine for his quick thinking, completely ignoring Ephraim sitting in the corner. Our guy is internally rolling his eyes, realizing these elite mages are nothing but corrupt bootlickers. The outcome of this meeting is already written. They are going to expel Ephraim to stay on House Illade's good side. But Deculine knows he has to change this result if he wants to avoid his fated death flags. Using his sharp eyesight trait, he can see a massive cloud of red death energy swirling around Ephraim. The system screen pops up, warning him that his villain's fate attribute has activated. If he lets her get expelled, her path to becoming his fated assassin will be locked in permanently. Professor Relin slams his hand down, screaming at Ephraim for causing a disaster within the school halls. Ephraim looks down, quietly stating that she cannot explain why they fought. She glances up at Deculine, her eyes full of quiet resentment. She thinks that because Deculine is her sworn enemy, anything she says will just be used to ruin her family name even further. She remembers Sylvia insulting her father and how Deculine built his career on her family's ruin. Relin mocks her, asking if her violent outburst was just a severe case of a commoner's inferiority complex. Ephraim clenches her skirt, her body trembling from the sheer weight of the humiliation. Sylvia suddenly speaks up, calmly explaining that she accidentally destroyed Ephraim's work during class. Relin instantly twists the story, claiming Sylvia made an honest mistake while the low-born commoner reacted with senseless violence. He demands that Ephraim be expelled immediately, while the silver-haired girl sits in the cold, feeling completely abandoned. She looks at the imaginary fingers pointing at her, realizing there is not a single person in this room who will protect her. She stares at Deculine, her eyes filling with tears as she blames him for the misery of her entire life. Adeline turns to Deculine, asking the head professor for his final thoughts before they make the decision. Deculine remains silent for a moment, the shadow falling across his aristocratic face. He slowly opens his mouth, his deep voice carrying a cold, heavy authority. He asks if the person who initiated the magic collision truly believes they carry zero responsibility for the incident. But instead of looking at Ephraim, his cold blue eyes lock directly onto Sylvia. Ephraim's head snaps up, her eyes wide with absolute stunning shock. The entire room goes completely still as the other professors freeze in their seats. Deculane points out that Sylvia has legendary talent, meaning she was fully capable of blocking the spell instead of letting it explode. Sylvia looks completely stunned, her proud expression cracking for the first time in her life. She bows her head, quietly admitting that she did not block the magic because she wanted Ephraim to get in deeper trouble. Ephraim is staring at him, her brain completely stalling as she tries to make sense of what is happening. When Relin tries to object, Deculane cold shoulders him, stating that if they want to blame someone, they should blame him for setting up the outdoor class. The professors back down instantly, while Ephraim is left wondering why on earth her worst enemy is going this far to defend her. She looks at his tall silhouette, feeling a strange, confusing shift in her hatred for him. Chairwoman Adeline claps her hands together, a playful smile returning to her face as she calls an end to the debate. She laughs, pointing out that mages are supposed to be passionate, and dismisses the disciplinary action entirely. Ephraim clenches her fist, her body shaking as she realizes she was just saved from expulsion by the man she swore to kill. Deculane walks out of the courtroom, the professors continuing to babble behind him. He stops in his tracks as a quiet voice calls out to him from the hallway. Ephraim stands behind him, her silver hair casting a shadow over her face as she clenches her fist. She asks him if he remembers the name Luna and if he knows that her father took his own life because of his lies. Ephraim stands trembling in the quiet, reflective hallway of the magic tower, calling out to Deculane's back. Our guy stops and slowly turns his head, looking down at her with that signature look of pure, aristocratic ice. She clenches her fists, her voice cracking as she demands to know if he remembers her father and the stolen legacy of the Lunas. Internally, her brain is running 100 miles an hour, terrified that he might rescind his help just to protect his own skin. But part of her is even more terrified of a much simpler, more painful reality. What if this powerful noble did not even remember her father's face, treating their family tragedy as a completely insignificant event? Deculane stares at her for a long, heavy second before telling her to stop wasting her potential on things of the past. He turns back around and his footsteps slowly fade down the corridor, leaving her alone in the massive hall. She drops her head, a quiet whisper escaping her lips as the realization hits her. She realizes he does remember. If he did not, there would be absolutely no reason for him to risk his own reputation to save her. She clenches her fists so hard her knuckles turn white, her body shaking from the sudden rush of emotion. She remembers crying her eyes out over her father's casket, feeling completely alone and helpless in a world run by corrupt nobles. A single quiet tear falls from her eyes as she feels a massive sense of relief wash over her. Knowing he still remembers her father is enough to keep her moving forward, at least for now. The system screen pops up to confirm she has backed off, awarding him 2 shiny store points for overcoming a major death variable. We cut to a luxury vintage automobile speeding down a dirt road, kickstarting a major plot shift. The driver is Giltheon von Ludwig Illade, the powerful head of the family, telling Sylvia she no longer needs to worry about that commoner. Sylvia looks out the window, completely silent as her father explains that Ephraim simply missed her window to succeed. We get a flashback to 10 years ago, on the day of the prestigious academy entrance exam. The head proctor had stared at the glowing testing orb in pure, unadulterated shock. He announced that both of the young girls possessed the legendary talent required to become archmages. The crowd immediately began whispering in disbelief, wondering how 2 potential god-tier mages could come from the same minor fief. In the lore of this game, the absolute peak of the magic world is a tier called the Eternal. But the unchanging rule of this world is that only 3 people are allowed to hold the Archmage seat in any given era. At that time, 1 seat was already basically reserved for the tower's playful chairwoman, Adeline. This meant Sylvia and Ephraim were fated to compete for the single remaining seat at the top of the world. Giltheon immediately realized the threat and visited Ephraim's father, Kagan Luna, ordering him to withdraw his daughter from the academy. When the Lunas refused, the Illades used their immense political and military power to systematically crush their house. Sylvia knew her father had ruined Ephraim's entire life solely to clear her own path to the Archmage throne. And despite the cruelty of it, becoming the peak mage of this era was also her own burning ambition. She recalls Ephraim asking her if she was simply terrified of being overtaken by a Luna. She huffs to herself, trying to convince her pride that Ephraim's survival in the forest was just a stroke of bad luck. Giltheon cuts through her thoughts, warning her that the real person she needs to be wary of is Deculine. He tells her Deculine was hailed as an absolute genius in his youth, and he might be preparing to reclaim his old glory. Sylvia's eyes darken as she remembers the forest clash, knowing Deculine saw straight through her entire plan. The massive void explosion she triggered was not an accident at all. She had intentionally used her mana absorption to trigger a catastrophic elemental reaction. She wanted to create a massive, dangerous incident to ensure Ephraim would be expelled from the academy forever. But Deculine had analyzed her trap in a single glance, despite her checking the room for any active surveillance magic, and instead of exposing her crime to the tower, he used his authority to force a silent compromise. He basically stood over her like a massive, terrifying shadow, silently warning her to play along if she wanted to survive. Sylvia clenches her fists, sweat dripping down her face as she wonders what kind of monster her professor actually is. We cut to a few days later at Deculane's sprawling, white-columned Renaissance manor under a golden sunset. A servant knocks on the door announcing that his driver, Roy, is ready and waiting downstairs. Deculane steps into his luxury black limousine carriage looking like a complete boss. As the carriage smooths down the road, he reflects on his successful gamble with Ephraim. He never expected the vengeful debutant from his lecture to be her, but changing her fated path was his best survival move. If he had left her to rot, her burning hatred would have eventually driven a sword through his chest. Sylvia might hold a serious grudge now, but he had no choice but to deal with the immediate fire on his shoe. The system pings with a new side quest: attend the High Society Flower of the New Year social event for half a point of currency. He hates networking, but he needs exactly 5 store points to unlock the system shop, making this event his golden ticket. The limousine pulls up to a grand castle-like estate shining in the afternoon sun. The elite guards and servants bow low, welcoming the legendary head professor Deculane to the party. The massive banquet hall is packed with the wealthiest and most influential nobles in the empire. Our guy scans the crowd, recognizing several high-ranking NPCs from his development days. He slides through the room with flawless noble elegance, keeping his eyes peeled for main characters. He spots Ehelm, the arrogant rival whom he modeled after his own sarcastic personality. He thinks he is in for a productive evening, but then he hears a loud, annoying voice behind him. An old noble spots him, loudly calling out his name and drawing the attention of the entire room. Suddenly, every minor noble in the area turns around, their eyes lighting up like they just spotted a cheat code. They swarm him instantly, trying to pitch their children or invite him to dinner, making him immediately regret ever leaving his house. But just as he is about to lose his mind, a specific name cuts through the chatter of the crowd. He hears someone talking about Ganesha, one of the most legendary adventurers on the continent. He immediately turns his back on the annoying noble, ignoring his dinner invitation entirely. Networking with an S-tier physical powerhouse like Ganesha is the absolute best survival insurance he could buy today. He looks up toward the grand balcony overlooking the crowded ballroom, and there she is, looking down at the soft nobles with an expression of pure, unadulterated boredom. Our guy is staring up at the balcony, completely focused on Ganesha's location. He turns his shoulder, trying to navigate through the crowded ballroom without drawing any more unwanted attention. He locks his gaze onto her, planning his path up the grand staircase. She looks incredibly cool in her red pigtails, crossing her arms in her rugged adventurer gear. He steps forward, eager to secure this S-tier connection before she disappears into the crowd. But his path is instantly blocked by a highly punchable face calling out his name with a fake sweet tone. It is Ehelm von Garion Rewind, the exclusive monarch mage, who holds a massive, burning jealousy grudge against him. Ehelm struts up with his arms crossed, mockingly asking how Deculane's stagnant research is going lately. He loudly points out that Deculane has not made a single academic breakthrough in 3 years, and people are calling him a fraud. We get some crucial context. They were close peers in university, but Ehelm turned into a toxic hater after losing the head professor's seat. The old Deculine would have lost his mind, but our guy is just standing there thinking Ehelm is actually 100% correct. He ignores the bait entirely, his eyes darting back up to the grand balcony. He realizes the red-haired adventurer has completely vanished from her spot. Ehelm keeps rambling, telling him that acting so high and mighty will eventually leave him with absolutely no friends. Realizing this jealous hater just cost him his golden opportunity, Deculine steps in close, his face dropping all pleasantries. He tells him to shut his mouth and beat it, calling him an absolute moldy cheese-brain poser in his cold, noble tone. Ihelm is left standing there completely stunned as Deculine turns on his heel and storms out to the balcony. He steps out into the cool night air under a massive moon, frustrated that his perfect networking plan was ruined. He sighs to himself, remembering why he absolutely hates attending these high society lobbies. Suddenly, a calm, playful voice cuts through the quiet night, calling him by his title. He turns around to see Ganesha leaning casually against the stone railing. She smiles, asking if he was actually searching for her in the middle of this boring party. Deculane's brain instantly starts running simulations, wondering if Ganesha and the original villain already knew each other. He calmly lies that he simply got lost, but Ganesha just laughs, telling him she knows he wanted to speak with her. She apologizes for her failed mission, explaining that she already returned his deposit and cancellation fee. She adds that she is sorry for not delivering the highly talented magical child he had ordered. She looks at him with a soft, genuine smile, admitting she got too attached to the kid to hand them over to him. Deculine realizes the original fraudulent Deculine was trying to buy talented kids to plagiarize their work and save his title. Ganesha's smile fades slightly as she asks him a very serious, direct question. She asks him how much longer he plans on living his life like a pathetic, talentless fraud. The words hit him hard, the cool moonlight reflecting off his quiet, aristocratic face. He thinks about the legacy of the old Deculine, a man who surrounded himself with fake flatterers and corrupt yes-men, a man who destroyed every ounce of trust around him, driving Ephraim's father to suicide for his own selfish fame. A man who broke his promises and earned the cold, burning hatred of his righteous, silver-haired fiancée, Julie. He looks out over the dark forest, calmly stating that he has decided to live differently from now on. Ganesha's eyes widen in genuine surprise, admitting she fully expected him to try and assassinate her for running away. Deculine just scoffs, telling her that is an excessive concern that he does not have time for. Ganesha internally sweats, thinking this man is either insanely brave or has a literal death wish. The joke is that Deculine actually had zero choice. Ganesha is a literal raid boss tier character who could slaughter him with a single strand of hair. She has invincible body and master of all martial arts active, meaning trying to fight her would just be a very fast speedrun to the cemetery. Our guy is just glad he did not try anything stupid, knowing he would have been instantly flattened. Ganesha wonders if he ate something weird today, but Deculine is internally celebrating his successful connection. He bids her a polite farewell, turning around to head back inside the warm mansion. Ganesha calls after him, asking if he is seriously letting her go with absolutely no consequences. Deculine doesn't even stop, coldly throwing back that such low-tier revenge tactics are completely beneath him. Ganesha is left standing alone on the dark balcony, looking at his retreating back with a newfound sense of respect. The system pings immediately to reward him for avoiding another massive hidden death variable. Our guy's face goes completely pale as the realization hits his brain like a truck. He realizes that simple, quiet conversation on the balcony was actually a high-stakes life-or-death encounter. He shivers, realizing he cannot let his guard down for a single second in this terrifying world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Grand Hall, a loud voice complains about how boring the party is. It is Rayleigh, Julie's younger relative, trying to drag her away from her solemn isolation. Julie sits completely alone at a massive dining table, looking cold and detached from the festivities. Rayleigh leans in close, quietly asking how things have been going with that person lately. Julie asks what she means, and Rayleigh clarifies that she is worried about all the nasty rumors surrounding Deculine. Julie clenches her teeth, her mind flashing back to Deculine's arrogant face walking away from her earlier. She coldly states that things are not good between them, her voice full of quiet bitterness. Suddenly, she looks up, her eyes widening as she spots a familiar figure on the grand staircase. Deculine is slowly descending the stairs, looking immaculate and completely untouchable. He walks straight past her table, leaving the grand ballroom without giving his fated fiancée a single glance. The surrounding nobles immediately start whispering, gossiping about how the head professor is leaving early without even speaking to his future wife. Julie clenches her jaw, her knuckles turning white as she feels the cold, public humiliation of his departure. The high society gossip mill is already running wild, claiming the fated couple's relationship has completely fallen apart. But our guy Woojin does not care about high society drama, he just struts out into the cool night like an absolute king. The system screen pops up to reward him another half point of currency, bringing his total balance to a sweet 4.5. 1 week has officially passed since our guy successfully survived the elite high society party under the guise of an arrogant noble. And while most mages spend their free time reading dusty books, Deculine is currently sweating through a brutal gym session. He is hitting pull-ups like his life depends on it, and honestly, that is because his physical survival literally does. A few days ago, he decided to perform a highly dangerous magic experiment right in his bedroom. He pushed his core past its absolute limit, collapsing onto his knees and violently coughing up blood. If he did not have the unique Iron Man trait active, that sudden magical backlash would have put him in a coffin on the spot. He had tried to combine basic telekinesis with advanced fire control to quickly level up his metal manipulation. It was a genius shortcut to skip years of academy training, but the physical strain on his body was absolute hell. Realizing his physical stats are too low to handle his own cheat build, he immediately added a brutal workout to his morning routine. He wipes his brow, showing off a highly athletic, shredded physique that the game's original lazy villain definitely did not possess. But before he can even enjoy his physical gains, he walks into his office to find a suspicious blue document waiting on his desk. His nervous assistant Alan explains that an official statement has just arrived directly from the Magic Tower. The sender is the qualification committee, and our guy's face immediately goes stiff. They are informing him of a mandatory academic audit scheduled in exactly 6 months to review his non-existent research. The original Deculine was a lazy, arrogant fraud who had not produced a single page of real research in 3 years. If he gets stripped of his prestigious professor title, his primary survival quest fails, and he will never find a way back home. Realizing he is on a strict 6-month countdown, he immediately sets off down the quiet corridors. He needs to find something, literally anything, hidden inside Deculine's private research laboratory. He pushes open the heavy, gold-trimmed double doors to the private vault, and stops in his tracks, staring at a massive mountain of shattered glass, broken desks, and scattered papers. The entire room has been completely trashed, looking like nobody has stepped foot inside for years. But as he scans the chaotic mess, his eyes narrow on a highly specific corner. A strange, massive heap of dark debris is sitting in the middle of the room, looking incredibly unnatural. He realizes the old Deculine must have intentionally buried something here to keep his dirty secrets hidden from the world. He raises his gloved hand, effortlessly using his basic telekinesis to lift the heavy wooden debris off the floor. A dusty, old leather-bound research notebook floats cleanly into his hand. He opens the pages, discovering that the old Deculine had encrypted the entire text to prevent anyone from stealing his stolen work. But against his unique comprehension cheat trait, any form of code is completely useless. The book suddenly erupts in a brilliant, blinding flash of golden magical light. His wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight traits go wild, indicating that this unfinished research is absolute scientific gold. But as he reads further, he realizes the formulas are torn, full of logical errors, and completely incomplete toward the end. He flips to the front cover, his heart dropping as his eyes lock onto a hidden compartment. Inside rests a cracked silver pocket watch containing a picture of a happily smiling little Ephraim Luna. The pieces finally click. Ephraim's father Kagan had desperately tried to hide his masterpiece research before Deculine drove him to ruin. Our guy stands in the silence of the dusty room, reflecting on how brutally Ephraim's life was ruined by this body's past crimes. He snaps the silver locket shut, his expression turning cold and determined. He decides to use his comprehension trait to complete the brilliant, unfinished magic formulas himself. And when he presents this masterpiece paper to the Magic Tower Audit Committee to save his job, he will officially publish Kagan Luna's name on the cover as the lead co-author, solving both his audit crisis and his moral debt. We cut to the Academy Campus Cafe, where red-haired Julia is currently rallying the few commoner students in their class. She slams her hand on the table while Ephraim sits next to her, casually munching on chocolate. Ephraim sighs, muttering that she does not even own a single acre of land, so calling her a noble is basically a joke. Julia completely ignores her self-pity, loudly demanding that Ephraim join their new student alliance. She calls Ephraim the proud representative of the commoners, pointing out that she was the ultimate victim of Sylvia's past arrogance. A blue-haired classmate nervously points out that they need a formal signature from a supervising professor to even register their club. Julia crosses her arms, sighing that this is going to be their absolute biggest hurdle. They start listing potential teachers. Professor Relin only sucks up to rich nobles, while Professor Carmel turns his back on commoners. Another classmate dryly adds that Professor Deculine would rather drop dead than help a group of low-born students. Meanwhile, Ephraim is completely zoning out of the conversation, her eyes locked onto a delicious leftover strawberry parfait on the next table. Suddenly, Julia slams her hand down, shouting that they should just walk up and ask Professor Deculine. Ephraim drops her spoon, her face turning completely pale as Julia tells her she has to be the one to ask. The blue-haired boy tries to reassure her, pointing out that Deculine is actually pretty fair because he looks down on everyone equally. Julia adds that since Deculine saved her from expulsion, Ephraim must have caught his eye. Ephraim is sweating profusely, internally screaming that she wants absolutely nothing to do with that terrifying man. She bolts out of the cafe, but Julia chases her down the path, waving the application paper in the air. But Ephraim suddenly stops dead in her tracks, her jaw dropping. Julia skids to a halt behind her, looking up in confusion. Ephraim is completely frozen, her eyes wide with absolute panic. Deculine is standing right in front of them on the stone path, looking down at them like a literal god of cold, noble judgment. Chapter 10 opens with Ephraim standing in a defensive stance, looking like she just ran into a final boss in the wild. Meanwhile, red-haired Julia has already bolted back inside the cafe, waving through the glass and leaving Ephraim to die. Deculine doesn't even say a word, calmly preparing to walk straight past her without breaking his stride. Realizing this is her only shot, Ephraim swallows her panic and calls out his name. She bows 90 degrees, thrusting the wrinkled club application paper directly into his chest. She stammers that she won't be a bother, quickly adding that she knows he despises dealing with low-class peasants. She recalls Julia's words about how none of the other corrupt professors would ever agree to sign their paper. Deculine looks down at the paper, reaching out his gloved hand to take it from her trembling fingers. He pulls out his pen, signs his name on the line, and calmly tells her to send the club details to his office later. He hands the signed paper back to a completely stunned Ephraim, who looks like her brain just short-circuited. She stares at the elegant gold ink signature on the parchment, unable to believe her own eyes. As Deculine walks away in silence, Julia runs back outside, both of them staring at his back in absolute disbelief. Julia is cheering in excitement, while Ephraim is left wondering why on earth her father's enemy is suddenly being so kind to her. We transition to his next lecture, where Deculine is drawing elegant elemental magic formulas on the giant blackboard. Ephraim sits in the front row, staring at his face and wondering if his sudden kindness is built on a foundation of guilt. She tries to convince herself that even if he is acting nice now, it is nothing more than a fake calculated show. She clenches her fists so hard her nails dig into her palms, her eyes filling with a dark, vengeful energy. Julia leans over, asking her if she is all right because she looks like she is about to murder someone. Ephraim snaps out of it, trying to calm her breathing as she turns her attention back to the lecture. But behind them, a group of wealthy noble girls are whispering and throwing condescending glares in their direction. They call her a disgusting commoner parasite, while Sylvia sits next to them looking completely detached. Ephraim's sweat drops, realizing her past forest stunt has made her public enemy #1 for the high noble faction. Deculine commands the room to fall silent, explaining that every single stroke in a magic circle holds a mathematical reason. He channels his mana, summoning a beautiful glowing fire circle directly above his palm. He raises his finger, and a heavy blue leather-bound spellbook floats cleanly into the air beside him. He opens the book, his eyes serious as he prepares to demonstrate a highly advanced technique called flowing fire. Unlike the old Deculine's useless boasting, Woojin's lectures are beautiful, highly creative reenactments of pure mana control. Sylvia stares at the podium, her heart beating fast as she experiences the pure, thrilling joy of learning for the first time in her life. Deculine summons a bright blue water magic circle in his other hand, showing off flawless dual casting. He slowly moves his hands together, combining the active water and fire magic circles into a single point. A massive, swirling column of purple and orange elemental flames erupts, casting a brilliant light over the stunned students. The class gasps in awe as the fire literally flows through the air like a liquid stream of water. Sylvia is looking at the demonstration with her mouth wide open, her mind completely blown by the theoretical perfection of it. She had no idea a mage could achieve such insane liquid-like control using pure, rigid mathematical theories. Most genius mages in this world rely purely on raw, unexplainable intuition to cast their high-tier spells. But because they cannot explain the underlying logic, their magic is locked into a rigid, repetitive mold. But trying to understand all magic through complex mathematical theory is an incredibly slow and inefficient process. Most mages who try to study the math simply end up frying their own brains from the sheer cognitive load. This is the ultimate paradox of the magic world. To be an elite, you need intuition, but you cannot explain it logically. Sylvia looks at the complex equations written on the board, realizing Deculine has achieved what should be logically impossible. We cut to the grand exterior of the university as class ends, the bright sun shining over the campus. Efren walks back to the Magic Tower dormitory, clutching her notebook and admitting she has never focused this hard in her life. She walks up the stone stairs, her expression turning sour as she reaches her room. Her heavy wooden door has been completely covered in hateful noble graffiti telling her to get out of the academy. She sighs at the petty prank, but as she looks down, she spots a thick envelope slipped under her door. She picks it up, her eyes widening as she reads the gold embossed letters reading sponsorship certificate. She scoffs to herself, assuming this is just another cruel joke designed to humiliate her. She smiles mischievously, thinking she can report this fake document to the administration office and get a cash reward. She stomps down the hallway, heading straight for the magical administration office to turn it in. She pushes open the heavy office doors, presenting the paper to the desk clerk. But her smug expression completely vanishes, her face turning pale as she looks at the clerk's computer screen. The clerk calmly explains that the document is 100% real and the official imperial seal belongs to a top-tier noble house. Efren's brain completely stalls, her face instantly surrounded by imaginary roses as a delusional smile spreads across her face. She starts aggressively pinching and pulling her own cheeks, screaming at herself to wake up from this ridiculous dream. She suddenly stops her weird behavior, looking around the quiet office to make sure nobody saw her embarrassing display. She runs back to her room, frantically packing a suitcase because she is terrified that people will try to rob her of her massive fortune. She starts muttering in pure, hilarious paranoia, convinced that the office clerk is already planning to steal her scholarship. She turns around, shouting about how she should have been more careful, and slams her forehead directly into the edge of her desk. She collapses onto the floor, rolling around in absolute physical agony as she grips her bruised head. She slowly stops rolling, staring blankly at the ceiling as the physical pain starts to fade. A single, warm tear slips down her cheek, wetting her silver hair. She realizes she hasn't woken up. This incredible, life-changing reality is actually happening to her. She covers her crying face with her hands, sobbing tears of pure, overwhelming gratitude because someone finally noticed her talent. The warm sunlight streams through her dusty bedroom window as our narrator notes that this is the beautiful moment she decided to try a little harder. Meanwhile, back at the Eucline family estate in Hadicane, Yariel is currently having a complete corporate meltdown. The butler has just delivered the worst news possible. Her deadbeat half-brother has officially left for the luxury Schatzenjewel auction. Yariel is literally ripping her hair out because this man blew 10 million Elni last year on useless vanity. She is swearing to dismantle him if he causes another financial disaster. But down in the city of Luton, Deculane's Rolls-Royce carriage pulls up to the auction house. He steps out completely unbothered, focused on one goal. He needs to buy something he has been hunting for months. See, when he first customized his survival build with telekinesis, he realized his raw magical talent was garbage. He needed a highly dense responsive metal to act as his physical weapons. Right now, he is using a temporary patch made of basic wood steel. It works, but it is not going to cut it against high-level threats. He needs the real thing. And the perfect material is supposedly on the bidding block today. He heads straight to the VVIP waiting room. He opens the door and immediately stops. Sitting on the luxury sofa is the last person he wanted to see. Icy silver hair, high ponytail, plate armor. Julie Freyden, his ex-fiancée and the literal boss character designed to execute him in the main game route. She is not happy to see him either. The tension in the room instantly drops to sub-zero. They just stare at each other like two players loading into a ranked match they did not want to play. Deculane maintains his passive noble mask and delivers a cold, polite greeting. He is internally sweating, wondering why the universe keeps matching him with his worst matchups. Julie does not waste time with small talk. She stands up and immediately confronts him about Ephraim and Sylvia's disciplinary hearing. Deculane just turns his head and tells her that is old news. He asks if she is going to find a way to blame him for that too. Julie is furious. She accuses him of trying to crush the dreams of talented rookies out of pure spite, warning him that his past sins will eventually catch up to him. She tells him this is the absolute last piece of advice she will ever give him. Our guy just stands there, watching her dark aura flare up. He realizes these are her final words to him. She is officially cutting all ties. Every remaining thread of their past relationship is done. And honestly, Deculane is completely fine with that. He does not want to marry a legendary knight who has 1,000 built-in death flags waiting to trigger on their wedding day. Staying away from her is the smartest survival move he can make. He turns his back, ready to walk away. But then his developer brain kicks in. Julie is a dedicated, chivalrous knight. She hates luxury, hates high society, and hates wasting time. Why on earth is she at a luxury auction? He stops and asks her directly, "Did you come all the way here just to look for me?" Julie's entire defense system completely collapses. She goes full cartoon tsundere, blushing red and screaming that he is incredibly full of himself. She is waving her arms, yelling that she is just here to buy something she actually needs. Deculane just deadpans, telling her he understands and she needs to calm down. She huffs and turns away, pouting. He watches her leave and has a brief moment where he thinks her reaction was actually kind of cute. Then he immediately freezes. He is horrified by his own thoughts. He wonders if the original Deculane's toxic emotions are starting to bleed into his actual soul. He has been so careful to keep his personality clean, but his heart just skipped a beat. He shakes it off, convincing himself he is just overthinking as the auction announcement finally plays. It is time to get to work. He takes his seat in the main hall, looking like an absolute boss. The auctioneer pulls off the silk sheet, presenting the first item, an elegant vase from the Far East. And suddenly, Deculane's entire vision is blinded by an absolute flashbang of pure golden light. His cheat attribute, Wealthy Magnate, is going completely wild. This is the exact same golden aura he saw in Ephorine's research papers. It means the item is worth way more than its face value. The bidding starts, and the numbers are climbing fast. People are tossing out bids of over 1,000,000 elm. Deculane just casually raises his hand. He drops a massive bid of 2.5 million elm, instantly securing the vase. The crowd is stunned by the sudden flex. But our guy has over 200 million elms sitting in his bank account. He has the money, and with his cheat system highlighting the targets, every purchase is a guaranteed profit. So he just starts buying everything. Rufurin's ring for 3 million, Lucho's scissors for 2.1 million, an ancient rune necklace for 4.3 million. The entire room is whispering. The mysterious guest 777 is literally sweeping the entire catalog. Someone finally points out that the guy dominating the room is none other than Professor Deculane. A few rows back, Julie is watching this display with absolute disgust. She sighs, thinking he is just a pathetic, attention-starved noble wasting his fortune on useless toys to feed his massive ego. She decides to ignore him. She just needs to stay focused on her actual target, the legendary ore known as Winter's Fire. The auctioneer finally steps up to present the grand finale of the day. He pulls back the curtain on a massive, glowing blue crystal, the snowflake stone. Both Deculane and Julie's eyes go completely wide. This is one of the 10 rarest metals in the entire world. It is the holy grail for weapons forging, second only to actual dragon bones. It carries a highly volatile, paradoxical mix of absolute heat and absolute cold energy. Deculane realizes this is the ultimate material he needs for his floating telekinetic blades. Julie grips her seat, determined to win it at any cost to forge her new sword. The bidding starts, and it instantly turns into a bloodbath. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million elm. Julie drops a massive bid, and the auctioneer starts the final countdown. She smiles, thinking she has finally won. And then, the speaker calls out, "Guest 777, 31 million elm." Julie's face goes completely pale. She slowly turns her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she hears that cursed number again. She is shaking with rage, wondering why this man is actively trying to ruin her life. Deculane just sits there, completely calm, raising his bid to 32 million elm without even looking at her. The crowd starts whispering again. Since the snowflake stone is a weapon-forging metal, and Deculane is a mage who has no use for swords, they assume there is only one logical explanation. He must be buying this priceless, incredibly romantic ore to gift it to his beautiful knight fiancée, Julie. The guy sitting next to Deculane even sighs, praising his deep love. Deculane's eyes widen slightly. He finally realizes what is happening. He looks over at Julie's back, realizing he is actively outbidding his terrifying ex-fiancée. If he takes this stone, she is going to hate him for the rest of her days. But this is the first time the ore has been on the market in 3 years. If he passes this up, he might not survive the upcoming game events. He sweat drops, realizing he is choosing between his immediate survival and her massive wrath. But his survival build comes first. He is going to buy this stone, even if it kills him. Hashtag Chapter 12. The auctioneer delivers the final call. 42 million elm. Sold to guest 777. The crowd erupts into polite applause, looking at Deculain like he is some kind of legendary romantic hero. The guests are whispering about how this was the most competitive and exciting auction of the season. They are all convinced Deculain is working himself to the bone, spending his family's entire fortune just to buy a beautiful gift for his beloved fiancée. But Julie is just sitting there in the dark, her head bowed in absolute silence. Inside her mind, a flood of painful memories starts rushing back. She feels like she is trapped in a repeat of last year's nightmare. She remembers the day of their formal engagement. It was the worst day of her entire life. The original Deculain had set up a massive display of sparkling gems, gold, and designer dresses, looking down on her with an arrogant, smug smile. He told her he could give her all the riches in the world, treating her like some kind of trophy he could easily buy with his family's wealth. Standing in front of all that treasure, Julie did not feel happy. She felt completely humiliated. She wanted a partner who respected her honor as a knight, not a spoiled noble who treated her like a purchase. She walked out of that room, ruining her own engagement. But Deculain did not let it go. Shortly after, nasty rumors started spreading through high society, claiming Julie only begged for the engagement to secure a captain position in the Eucline Knight Order. She grinded her teeth, knowing exactly who spread those toxic lies to ruin her reputation. She grips her fists until her knuckles turn white, remembering why she can never, ever love this man, no matter how hard she tries. Back in the present, she stands up to leave, refusing to sit in the same room with him for another second. But as she steps into the aisle, Deculain is already standing there, blocking her path. He looks down at her and asks, very calmly, "Did you also want the snowflake stone?" Julie snaps. She glares at him, asking how much longer he plans to humiliate and mock her. And then, Deculain does something that completely breaks the entire game script. He looks her straight in the eyes and says, "I'm sorry." Julie freezes. Her brain completely stops working. Deculain just delivers his apology with a calm, respectful nod, turns on his heel, and walks away. Julie is left standing in the middle of the empty aisle, staring after him with her mouth wide open. She is completely baffled. The Deculain she knows is a proud, arrogant noble who would rather die than apologize to anyone, let alone her. What is he playing at? She walks out of the auction house, still completely lost in her thoughts, when a voice calls her name. It is her eldest sister, Josephine Freyden. She is leaning against a luxury carriage with a smug, knowing smile, telling Julie to get in. They drive off into the night. Meanwhile, inside his own carriage, Deculain is looking out the window, processing the encounter. He is surprised his system did not trigger a sudden death flag after outbidding her. He arrives back at Eucline Manor. The staff bows to welcome him home, but the air in the estate feels incredibly heavy. He notices the maids are trembling. They are all keeping their heads bowed, looking like they are waiting for an explosion. He asks if something happened. The head maid nervously whispers that Miss Yariel has just returned home. Deculain walks up the grand staircase and sees his half-sister standing in the hallway, her bags packed. She turns to him, her face dark. She reveals that the money he just spent at the auction was the critical funding meant to pay the workers at their family mines. Deculain realizes he did not pay enough attention to the estate's finances. He tries to explain that the snowflake stone is a highly profitable investment. But Yariel completely snaps. She screams at him, dropping her noble act entirely. She is crying, telling him he treats her like a garbage can, expecting her to clean up all his absolute disasters. Tears stream down her face as she unloads years of built-up trauma. She explains that the family is already struggling financially, and the staff has been working themselves to the bone just to keep the estate afloat while he gambles their fortune away. And suddenly, a terrifying dark red aura erupts around her. Deculain's system interface flashes red. Villain's fate is being activated. He is staring directly at an active death flag. If he does not handle this perfectly, his sister is literally going to murder him right here. But through her dark red murderous aura, Deculain's sharp eyesight spots a brilliant, glowing golden light. He realizes the system logic. If he fails this conversation, he dies. But if he survives, it will unlock a massive financial jackpot for the family. He looks her straight in the eye and tells her not to worry. Uriel screams at him to shut up, yelling about how she had to give up her university education and her entire youth just to manage his messes. She calls him a useless piece of trash for spending 150 million eln in a single day. But before she can finish her curse, Deculang calmly interrupts her. I will give you the household head position. Uriel's entire body goes completely stiff. Her face goes into a state of absolute cartoonish shock. She stammers, telling him to cut the garbage, but Deculang's innate dignity prevents him from lying. He flatly tells her he does not lie. He even offers to swear a formal contract if she does not trust him. Uriel is dumbfounded, asking if he is seriously talking about a magus' oath, the literal magic contract that will kill him if he breaks his word. She asks if he hit his head somewhere. Deculang just shrugs, telling her she does not have to believe him if she does not want to. Uriel crosses her arms, still blushing with shock, warning him that she will personally end him if he goes back on his word. But she immediately grabs her suitcase and storms out, grumbling that she has to go back to work to save their finances because some idiot wasted all their money. She slams the heavy doors shut. And the system interface flashes, overcame death variable. Store currency +2. Deculang lets out a sigh of relief. Honestly, this is a massive win-win. By dumping the administrative paperwork onto his workaholic sister, he can finally focus 100% of his time on studying magic and surviving the game. He looks up at the night sky, feeling like he is slowly rewriting his doom step by step. He thinks he might actually escape his villain's fate. And suddenly, a playful voice behind him calls out, noting how much he has changed. Deculang turns around and sees Ganesha hanging upside down from his window, smiling. She drops into the room, admitting she was just dropping by to spy on him, but what she just witnessed was completely shocking. Deculang just crosses his arms, telling her Uriel is far better suited to run the family estate anyway. But Ganesha's face goes completely serious. She looks him dead in the eye and drops a massive, game-breaking bombshell. Uriel von Grahan Uklein doesn't have a single drop of Uklein blood in her body. Deculang's eyes widen in absolute horror. He is searching his developer memory banks, but he is coming up completely blank. This major twist was never in the original game. So, Ganesha just dropped a massive lore bomb on our guy. Deculang already knew from his developer notes that Uriel was technically a half-sister, but zero blood relation? That was never in the game script. The author is officially cooking with ingredients we did not know existed. Ganesha points out that Deculang was the one who hired her to run this blood test in the first place. He looks at her, processes the truth, and says something that completely breaks her brain. Even so, Uriel is Uriel. Ganesha is stunned. She did not expect a cold, elitist noble to show actual human warmth. He flatly tells her they are going to bury this secret forever. Ganesha smiles, agreeing to keep her mouth shut. She steps onto the windowsill, ready to make her exit, but stops. She warns him that the 6 snakeheads are currently on the move. These are the most notorious syndicate leaders on the continent, each carrying a bounty of several million elm, and they are currently targeting the priceless snowflake stone he just bought at the auction. Ganesha warns him to upgrade his estate's magical barriers immediately, teasing him that his defenses are currently so lazy that even she can walk right in. She vanishes, leaving a single magical slip of paper on his desk. Deculang sighs, rubbing his temples. He is officially running out of stamina. He realizes this was a piece of lore his survival build really did not need to deal with right now. But he makes a decision. He is not the real Deculang anyway. Uriel's bloodline does not change how he treats her. She has worked her hands to the bone to save this family, so she will always be his sister. End of discussion. Meanwhile, out in the dark forest, Ganesha is sitting around a campfire with her Red Garnet adventure squad. The crew is discussing how Professor Deculang has suddenly changed, acting like a completely different person is wearing his skin. Her relative, Rayleigh, is picking a fight with one of the burly members while they discuss his sudden human side. Ganesha notes that she wanted to ask him if he was still looking for a magic slave to steal talent from, but his eyes told her he is done with that dark lifestyle. She stands up, telling the team it is time to pack up and head back. She warns them that everything they heard tonight is a top-secret file, and they better keep quiet. They hold hands, activating a massive swirling teleportation circle, and vanish into a beam of blue light. The next day, back at the University Magic Tower, Deculang is sitting at his desk, analyzing his Level 1 System Store interface. This is his ultimate cheat engine, allowing him to use store points to permanently upgrade his stats. But there is a catch. He can only buy one upgrade per level, and the point cost doubles with each tier. He only has 6 total chances to use it before the game's second half. He cannot afford to rush and waste this valuable opportunity. He has been consistently grinding his routine, memorization, physical training, and mastering his levitating wood steel blades. But compared to the named villains in this world, his combat power is still lacking. He needs to farm 4 more store points to unlock his mana quality upgrade. Suddenly, a knock on the door. His assistant Alan sticks his head in, looking absolutely terrified as usual. He walks up to the desk holding a fresh newspaper. He tells Deculine to be extremely careful, presenting the latest issue of the Wizard Journal. The headline has a massive bounty poster, Wanted, Wizard Killer Lockhart. Deculine's eyes narrow. He recognizes that name. Lockhart is the single most dangerous early game threat to mages, but instead of panicking, our guy cracks a cold, confident smile. If a high-level boss is wandering around, that means there is a massive bounty of system store points waiting to be claimed. He tells Alan there is nothing to worry about and heads toward the library. But just as he reaches the door, he stops. He turns to Alan and asks, "Do you have any intentions to become an assistant professor?" Alan's brain completely short-circuits. He lets out a high-pitched squeal that probably shook the entire tower. He asks if Deculine is actually recommending him, since the original Deculine always told him he had 0 talent. Deculine just tells him he has noticed his earnest work ethic. He reaches out and hands Alan a heavy silver bangle engraved with the prestigious Uclane family emblem. Alan is completely overwhelmed, bowing so low his head almost hits the desk. Deculine watches him, internally calculating. Alan's administrative skills are absolute gold. All the other assistants couldn't bear Deculine's past cruelty and ran away, leaving Alan to do the work of 5 people. Deculine needs to lock this guy down before he decides to resign too. He pulls out a thick stack of cash, hands it to Alan, and tells him to pack up early and buy himself a nice dinner. Alan stammers, saying this is way too much money, but Deculine just walks out, completely ignoring his panic. He walks down the grand, gold-lined hallway with absolute elegance. Alan is left standing in the doorway, clutching the stack of cash like he just won the lottery, staring after his boss with pure, tearful devotion. Deculine arrives at the staff-only library. The real reason he is here is to work on Kagan Luna's unfinished paper. The research is focused on the invention of pure elements, but the draft is riddled with massive errors and missing formulas. He needs to use the library's ancient archives to fill in the blanks. He also hopes to find some high-level manipulation grimoires to upgrade his telekinesis. But as he walks past the dark mahogany bookshelves, he hears a rustle. He stops, turns his head, and delivers a cold, sharp question. "Why are you inside the staff-only library, debutant Sylvia?" Sylvia von Josephine Illade turns around, caught completely red-handed, gasping in pure shock. Hashtag Chapter 14. Sylvia is standing on a footstool, stretching her arm to reach a book on the highest shelf. She is the golden prodigy of the Illade family, accustomed to having access to whatever she wants, but she did not expect to run into the head professor in a restricted archive. Deculine looks down at her, asking what she is doing in the executive reading room. He asks her flatly if she wants to face another disciplinary committee. Sylvia is internally panicking, remembering that this man never even goes near the library. She clutches the book to her chest, claiming she has official permission from Professor Relin. Deculine's voice goes ice cold. He tells her that means Relin ignored school regulations and the librarian condoned it. He notes that both of them deserve to be disciplined alongside her. Sylvia is speechless. Deculine reaches out, his eyes landing on the book she has clutched to her chest. He snatches the book from her hand in a single, swift motion. He looks at the cover and deadpans. "An ethanol novel, He asks her if she really violated university regulations just to find a romance novel written in the ancient fairy language. Sylvia is blushing, claiming she is just deeply interested in ancient languages. Deculine hands the book back, telling her he will let it slide this once, but he warns her that if she ever comes back without proper credentials, he will personally expel her, advising her to send an assistant next time instead of flexing her family's political status. He walks away, leaving her standing in the dusty aisle. Sylvia clutches the book, her body trembling with absolute humiliation. She just wanted to study fairy lore through ancient novels. She huffs, staring after him with pure frustration. But as the anger settles, she realizes something terrifying. The ancient ethanol language is incredibly inconsistent and notoriously difficult to translate. How did Deculine read the title instantly? Meanwhile, deep in the mountain of darkness, the Academy is running its first practical training session. Deculane is supervising, looking over the students. This mountain is a highly secured training ground, but it is also a dangerous repository of raw magical materials. The area is crawling with dangerous beasts and venomous creatures, requiring constant patrols by an on-duty professor. The administrative professor walks up to Deculane, noting that the patrol schedule for this week is still empty, asking who they should appoint. Deculane looks at him and says, "I'll do it." The professor is ecstatic, praising his noble leadership, but Deculane is not doing this to be a hero. The system interface just pinged. Side quest: The Darkness of the Magic Tower unlocked. It rewards 1 store point. He can feel a strange, dark presence pulling him toward the mountain depths. He looks up at the dark canopy, wondering what kind of horror genre event is about to go down tonight. He tells the students to pack up and head back to safety. 9 hours later, at a cozy cafe near the Magic Tower, Heroine is sitting at a table covered in massive, glittering fruit parfaits, looking like she just entered heaven. She is treating her entire commoner squad, proudly announcing that the feast is on her, because she is officially loaded with 100,000 elm. Her classmate, commoner Julia, is happily digging in, discussing their new student club. Julia mentions that 50 students volunteered for the Mountain of Darkness training earlier, despite the rumors of weird accidents happening up there at night. And, right on cue, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark street outside. Heroine and her friends instantly drop their spoons and bolt out of the cafe. They run down the dark cobblestone alleyway, trying to locate the source of the scream. Heroine hears a desperate voice crying for help from the dark forest line. Julia reaches out, her eyes wide with panic, shouting for her to wait. She senses something is horribly wrong, but Heroine is already running full speed, stepping directly into a shimmering, dark, magical distortion. Heroine's vision blurs, and she suddenly finds herself standing in a dark, silent clearing. She looks around, realizes she was just on the cafe street a second ago. She hears the voice calling for help again, echoing through the twisted trees. She pushes through the dense, thorny brambles, shouting that she is coming. She spots a young woman stumbling through the dark, reaching her hand out. Heroine runs to grab her, but as the light hits the woman's face, her skin tears away, revealing a terrifying, bloody, demonic grin. The monster screeches, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Heroine gasps, quickly channeling her wind magic to defend herself. But before she can cast, heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the clearing. A pristine, polished leather boot steps into the light. Heroine looks up, gasping in pure disbelief. Deculane? He is standing there, his sharp wood steel blades levitating around his shoulders. Heroine immediately screams, asking how he can attack a civilian. Deculane does not even look at her. He coldly tells her to open her eyes and look again. The illusion dissolves, revealing a massive, red-skinned demon with curved horns and razor-sharp claws. Deculane explains she was caught in a high-level demonic illusion. Before she can respond, he uses his telekinesis to wrap a solid bubble of wind around her, lifting her off the ground. He tells her not to interfere and flings her out of the clearing. Heroine screams as she is tossed back toward the safety of the academy barrier. Deculane turns back to face the demon. He slides his hands into his pockets and says, "Now, then, it is time to hunt." The demon screeches, furious that its prey was stolen. It lunges forward, claws slashing. Deculane moves. His wood steel blades split the air, clashing directly against the demon's claws with a shower of purple sparks. The demon leaps into the air, coming down with a heavy, crushing strike. Deculane sidesteps, his blades forming a spinning defensive shield that deflects the blow into the dirt. He slides backward, keeping his distance, analyzing the demon's movement patterns. The demon's forehead core begins to glow, preparing another massive mental illusion attack, but Deculane's passive resolute trait triggers, completely nullifying the mental assault, and suddenly, Deculane's vision turns deep red. His blood begins to boil with absolute uncontrollable fury. His system interface flashes, displaying his dormant ancestral trait, attribute Eucline. It is a lineage with exceptional power in subjugating demons, purifying demonic energy into high-grade mana, but driving the user into a state of intense, aggressive rage. The ancient demon-hunting legacy of the Eucline family is officially waking up. He stares at the beast, his aristocratic calm completely replaced by a desire to destroy. His eyes glow with a cold, murderous red light. He launches his levitating blades forward, infused with purified high-grade mana. The blades move so fast they become a solid blur of purple energy, completely tearing through the demon's defenses and splitting its chest open. The beast collapses into the dirt. Dead. The system interface flashes. Side quest complete +1 store currency. Achievement defeat the first demon +1 store currency. Attribute unlocked. Eucline. Deculine looks down at the corpse, coldly calling it a filthy creature. He stands alone under the full moon, realizing this demon's appearance is the official signal. The game's main campaign has officially started, the brutal story of a game running without its player. So, Heroine has been out cold for 36 hours. Her eyes slowly flutter open, the bright morning sun blinding her as she tries to process where she is. She sits up with a sudden gasp, realizing she is tucked into a clean white bed in the academy infirmary. She asks the nurse what happened, her head spinning because her last memory was standing in the dark forest. The nurse explains that a high-level demon invaded the Mountain of Darkness, trapping her in a psychic illusion that caused her to faint. Fortunately, she was rescued before the demon could turn her into a light snack, and the magic tower has temporarily sealed the mountain for an investigation. And then, she drops the bomb. It was Senior Professor Deculine who personally carried her back. Heroine grinds her teeth, absolutely furious that she owes her life to her worst enemy once again. She frantically asks what day it is. The nurse checks her clipboard and deadpans that since she has been asleep for a day and a half, it is officially Wednesday morning. Heroine lets out a scream that probably echoed through the entire campus. It is Wednesday, which means class has already started. Cut to the lecture hall where the students are sitting in quiet anticipation. The heavy doors slide open, and Heroine stumbles in, panting heavily like she just finished a marathon. Julia waves her hand from the front row, calling her over. She asks if Heroine is actually okay, mentioning she visited her in the hospital but couldn't wake her up. Heroine sits down, claiming she feels completely fine, but then she looks down at her desk. There is a wooden bowl filled with sand, dry grass, and twigs. It is another unannounced practical class. The back doors open, and Deculine steps up to the podium, followed by Alan, who is carrying a heavy wooden box. Heroine glares at the assistant, wondering why he is standing next to the head professor. Deculine clears his throat and makes a sudden announcement. Alan has officially been appointed as an assistant professor. The entire room instantly erupts into quiet murmurs. The students are whispering because the original Deculine has never used assistant professors in his entire career. In this world, getting promoted to assistant professor is the only way a researcher can build their academic record to advance. Heroine's eyes widen, her heart sinking. She remembers her father, Kagan Luna, who was kept as a plain, low-ranking researcher until he was 30 because Deculine refused to promote him. She stares at Alan, a wave of deep, bitter resentment washing over her. Why did Deculine destroy her father's career, but suddenly promote this random wizard? Deculine ignores the whispers, announcing that today is a mastery evaluation. The students have exactly 3 hours to reform the raw materials in their bowls into structured living plants. Heroine looks down at her jade bracelet, her father's last keepsake. Her mind is completely flooded with dark, chaotic thoughts. She is questioning why her father had to die in misery while Deculine is suddenly acting so fair and generous toward her. She grips her head, trying to focus on the assignment, but her thoughts are a complete mess. The green mana around her hands begins to flicker and spark. She can't concentrate. Suddenly, a clear voice cuts through her panic. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. The task is complete. The room gasps. Sylvia is sitting there calmly, a cluster of flawless, glowing white lilies blooming from her wooden bowl. Deculine walks over, inspecting the lilies with a neutral expression. Sylvia looks up, waiting for his validation. Perfect. You may go, he says. Sylvia packs her books, looking incredibly smug as she slides off her seat. As she walks past Heroine's desk, she delivers a subtle, quietly mocking smirk. Heroine's temper completely flares, her teeth grinding in pure desperation. She tells herself she needs to hurry, but the pressure is only making her mana more unstable. The clock ticks down. Deculine begins calling out names, dismissing students one by one as they complete their tasks. And then, the heavy grandfather clock chimes. The 3 hours are officially up. Heroine is left sitting in the middle of the empty room, her hands empty. She is staring at her wooden bowl, completely frozen. She slumps onto her desk, her face pressed against the wood, begging her brain to think of something, anything. She realized she couldn't even perform a basic mastery task while her rival Sylvia walked out in 25 minutes. Tears of absolute frustration build in her eyes. She is questioning if she is actually just an idiot who doesn't belong here. She thinks she didn't know her place, dreaming of revenge and trying to compete with real geniuses. She slowly raises her head. The grandfather clock reads 5 hours and 47 minutes. It is pitch black outside. And sitting at the podium in the dim light, Deculine is still waiting, staring at her coldly. Ephorine's heart skips a beat. She did not expect him to still be here. Deculine stands up, telling her she has completely lost her composure over a simple task, failing to finish on time. She bows her head, whispering a tearful apology. Deculine steps down, his leather boots clicking against the floorboards. He stands in front of her desk and delivers a lesson that cuts deeper than any blade. He tells her that even if someone mocks her and moves ahead, and even if her worst enemy is standing right in front of her, she must always remain absolutely cold and analytical. He looks down at her and deadpans that if she remains this pathetic, she will never even reach his feet. "I'm disappointed, Ephorine. I thought you were a gem," he says, turning his back on her. He walks out of the room, the heavy double doors slamming shut behind him. Ephorine is left standing in the pitch-black classroom, his words echoing in her ears. The small desk clock continues to tick in the absolute silence. She drops to her knees on the cold floor, her body trembling. She grips her father's jade bracelet, her fist clenching until her nails dig into her palms. A wave of pure white-hot defiance erupts from her chest. She stands up, her eyes wide, slamming her hands onto the desk. She tells herself that even if he is disappointed, she is going to prove him wrong. A thick drop of blood drips from her nose as she forces her mana to its absolute limit. The green light around her hands flares, crackling with pure, raw elemental energy. She lets out a scream of pure determination, forcing her magic to bloom. ## Chapter 16 Scenes. Outside the glass doors, Deculine is standing in the dark hallway, watching the green glow illuminate the room. He has been waiting out there for 6 hours, but he knows this was a necessary investment of his time. With the demon active, the main campaign is about to start. And when the world enters the era of overflowing evil, he is going to need a fully developed Ephorine to survive the upcoming main quest. He is playing the villain to force her to find her own path, even if her growth eventually becomes a threat to him. He tells himself that fate is nothing more than faith for those who do not strive, and his elitist pride will never allow him to get caught by a simple rookie. He hears the classroom doors click open. Ephorine stumbles out into the hallway, looking completely drained, her head bowed as she walks past him. Her slow, dragging footsteps fade down the long corridor. Deculine waits until she is gone, then quietly slides back into the empty classroom. He walks up to her desk, and his eyes widen slightly. Under the soft moonlight, a beautiful, glowing cluster of magical flowers has bloomed from her bowl. It took her 6 hours and 25 minutes, but she completed the mastery task perfectly. He pulls her evaluation paper out, dipping his quill in ink. He writes that her work displayed the chronic weaknesses of a non-academy background. He pauses for a brief second, his quill hovering over the paper. And then he signs his name, writing, "However, the quality of the result is worthy of competing for first place." The system interface flashes, side quest complete +1 store currency. Deculine leaves the tower, stepping out into the cool night air to return to his manor, but as he crosses the courtyard, a shadow falls over him. A towering figure steps out of the darkness, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha! It's been a while, Professor!" Deculine's jaw tightens, a cold sweat dripping down his neck. He recognizes this giant instantly, Zeit von Brugang Freyden, the current head of the powerful Freyden family and Julie's massive older brother. He is the one who originally engineered and pushed for the political engagement between Julie and Deculine, and more importantly, he ranks third in early game combat power. He is an absolute combat beast. Deculine realizes the gravity of the situation. Zeit is likely here because of the snowflake stone. He swallows hard, wondering if this is a massive, high-level death flag. He has no way to counter a monster like Zeit in a physical fight right now. Zeit slaps his shoulder, booming that he heard rumors that things weren't going well between Deculine and his sister, so he was a bit concerned. He casually suggests that they should all have a family dinner meeting this week to clear the air. Deculine notices he is still friendly. For now. Deculine starts to say a dinner meeting is fine, but before he can finish, Zeit claps his hand down on his shoulder with bone-crushing force, laughing that he always likes bold decisions. His eyes glow with a sharp, calculating blue light under his silver bangs, telling Deculine he will see him that day. Zeit turns around and walks away, his heavy footsteps echoing through the courtyard. Dekulin watches him leave, his forehead covered in sweat. He knows Zeet prioritizes his family above all else. If Dekulin tries to cancel or back out of this dinner, the consequences will be fatal. He realizes he has no choice but to show up and face the music. The next day, inside the grand training yard of the Freyden estate, Julie is shouting at the top of her lungs, "I refuse!" She is wilding out, her high ponytail swinging as she screams that she is too busy training her knights to see Dekulin. Zeit sighs, asking if she is really just sulking because Dekulin outbid her for the snowflake stone. Julie's face goes red with rage, shouting that if he truly intended to give her a sword as a gift, he wouldn't have humiliated her at the auction. She glares at her brother, announcing that she plans to use this dinner meeting to make their annulment official to the public. The air in the training yard instantly freezes. Zeet's playful demeanor completely vanishes. A dark, terrifying crimson aura erupts around him, his eyes glowing with an oppressive, demonic red light. He tells her, "Julie, think carefully." He tells her that annulment is a foolish, emotional act, and personal feelings are completely unnecessary in a political marriage. He claims that no one in high society loves her as much as Dekulin does, demanding to know if she has feelings for someone else. Julie looked down, whispering that there is no such person. He asks if she is bothered by Dekulin's bad reputation, but Julie remains silent, her head bowed. Zeet's aura settles and he walks away, commanding her to show up at the restaurant and settle the problem there. Julie is left standing in the middle of the empty training yard, the wind blowing dust around her boots. She clenches her fist, her body shaking with absolute frustration. She draws her heavy broadsword, her white-blue mana flaring along the steel. She lets out a scream of pure frustration, leaping into the air. She slams her blade into the ground, a massive shockwave of ice and wind tearing through the dirt. She stands in the center of the cracked earth, trying to catch her breath. A calm voice calls out behind her, noting that her swings are exceptionally rough today. Julie turns and sees Baran, her loyal subordinate knight. He is standing there with his long, dark hair hanging over his eyes, looking as grim as ever. Julie sheathes her sword, apologizing for showing him such a shameful display of emotion. Baran's eyes glow with a sharp, intense red light under his dark bangs. He steps forward, telling her that Dekulin was never worthy of standing by her side, and forcing this marriage upon her is completely unacceptable. Julie sharply interrupts him, telling him that talking behind others' backs is unfitting for a true knight of House Freyden. She turns to him, her expression softening. She cracks a gentle, reassuring smile, telling him not to let himself be tainted because of her troubles, because she is completely fine. Baran stares at her beautiful, gentle smile, his face remaining completely expressionless. She tells him she is returning to her quarters, ordering him to prepare for their upcoming deployment. She walks away, leaving him alone in the courtyard. Baran watches her silver ponytail fade into the distance, and inside his mind, a dark, volatile shift occurs. He tells himself that today he has finally found the answer to his endless doubts. He slowly draws his sword, the polished steel reflecting his cold red eyes. He realizes there is a way to prove his absolute loyalty to his lady. He grips the hilt, swearing to himself that he will be the one to personally bring her happiness. Our guy Dekulin is currently preparing for a family dinner, completely unaware that Julie's obsessive yandere knight has just marked him for a permanent assassination. So, the demon on the Mountain of Darkness has officially shaken up the entire continent. Deep inside the Birched Elder Hall, the highest magical authority on the map is convening an emergency meeting. The Grand Archmage sits at the head of the stone table, looking like an absolute raid boss. He notes that magic was created to eradicate demons, and they cannot sit idly by. He orders a summons letter to be sent to the 12 great mage houses, demanding their immediate response. The gears of the main quest are officially turning. Meanwhile, back at Euclid Manor, Dekulin is wrapping up some logistics. He has sorted his newly acquired auction items. He is wearing Luperin's ring for mana recovery and the ancient rune necklace to store extra mana, while the rest of the treasure is safely locked in the family vault. But he has one massive problem. The crown jewel of his auction sweep, the legendary snowflake stone, is absolutely refusing to cooperate. No matter how much psychokinesis he pumps into it, the massive blue ore won't budge a single millimeter. The stone's mana is actively resisting his magic. In the game, this item was way too expensive for a mid-boss to ever buy, so he has no notes on how to actually refine it. He stops, a memory from his library grind clicking in his brain. He remembers an ancient passage. A legendary sword requires a process of taming. That process is called resonance. To control a high-grade material, he cannot just force it with raw power. He has to align his own mana to understand the stone itself. He reaches out his hand, placing his black leather glove directly against the glowing blue crystal. He closes his eyes and begins pouring his purified mana into the core. The energy flares violently, a massive shockwave of blue light vibrating through his bones. He is gritting his teeth, his entire body shaking as his mana clashes with the stone's volatile frequency. The light settles, and a system interface pings, understanding 0.1%, mana 1357-3357. He just burned through 2000 mana to get a 0.1% progress bar. He deadpans that at this rate it is going to take a year, but there is no time to grind. He stands up, realizing he needs to start preparing for his appointment. He walks over to his wall calendar, looking at his scheduled tasks. Today is the mandatory family matchmaking dinner Zeet arranged, but he notices another date circled 3 days from now, a scheduled Memorial Day. It is an event set up by the original Deculine before Woojin possessed his body. He files that mystery away for later. Cut to the grand facade of Restaurant Von Meschel. Zeit leads Deculine through the luxury lobby, booming that Julie arrived early and is waiting inside. Zeit pushes the heavy mahogany doors open, teasing Deculine that his fiancée dressed up nicely today. Deculine steps into the dining room and completely freezes. Julie is sitting there, wearing an exquisite, off-the-shoulder white silk ball gown, her silver hair decorated with delicate floral clips. Our guy's inner developer completely crashes. He has only ever seen her in heavy silver armor, and her sudden beauty is a direct critical hit to his composure. Zeit laughs, noting that she looks beautiful when she actually dresses up, saying it is no wonder Deculine fell for her. Deculine maintains his cool, noble mask, claiming he put a lot of effort into preparing for tonight as well. But then he turns his head and notices another guest sitting at the table. He was so distracted by Julie's outfit that he did not notice her instantly. Josephine Freyden is sitting on the sofa, sipping wine with a knowing, elegant smile. Deculine's inner developer brain goes into absolute red alert. Josephine might look like a supportive older sister attending a matchmaking dinner, but she is actually a true sociopath who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. She is the shadow ruler of the continent's most powerful underground intelligence syndicate, Shadow, and holds raw combat power on par with Zeet, and the only person on Earth she actually cherishes is her little sister Julie. Touching Julie is like touching a sleeping dragon's reverse scale. Deculine looks at her, and a shiver runs down his spine. The moment he stepped into the room, he felt a suffocating, dark wave of crimson, killing intent radiating from her. His system warning flashes, manifestation of a villain's fate. Sensing the killing intent of a high-level sociopath like Josephine means this death flag is incredibly dangerous. To survive this dinner, he has to prove his absolute sincerity to Julie. Zeit sits down and gets straight to the point, asking when the wedding will take place, noting it has already been 3 years since their engagement. Julie slams her hands on the table, her face red, shouting, "My lord!" Zeet calmly tells her to stay out of it, claiming this is a conversation between the elders of the family. Julie bows her head, her eyes dark with frustration. Zeit turns to Deculine, telling him to speak freely. Deculine glances at Josephine, who is resting her chin on her hand, her amber eyes glowing with a dark, expectant violet aura. One wrong word, and she will execute him. Deculine folds his hands and says, "I will leave this decision entirely to Julie. If she is not certain about this marriage, I am prepared for an annulment." Zeet's eyes widen in surprise, asking how he can speak of annulment so lightly after 3 years. He tells them that their relationship has simply grown distant lately, and they should think about mending it because the elders of both families would never allow a cancellation. Julie clenches her fists, her body shaking as she stands up. She looks at her brother and begs, "My lord, please, allow us to be alone for a moment. I ask this of you." Zeet sighs, nodding, and tells Josephine they should leave them to talk. Josephine stands up, giving them a playful, teasing wave as she slides behind the heavy double doors. The heavy doors click shut, leaving Deculine and Julie alone in the grand room. Deculine sits in absolute, elegant silence, waiting. Julie glares at him across the table, her face twisted with a mixture of absolute rage and confusion. Outside the room, Josephine is leaning against the wall, swirling her glass of wine. Her golden eyes glow in the dark hallway, wondering what game the head of the Eucline family is trying to play this time. Back inside the dining room, Julie demands to know what exactly he wants from her. Deculine shifts his blue eyes, his sharp eyesight scanning the room. He notices a faint, shimmering magical distortion lingering near the keyhole. Josephine is actively eavesdropping from beyond the door. She pretended to leave, but she definitely set up a high-level magical bug to monitor his response. But instead of panicking, Deculine realizes this is a massive opportunity. Josephine does not know that he is aware of her surveillance. If he can convince the shadow leader of the continent that his feelings for Julie are completely genuine, he can dismantle this massive death flag once and for all. He folds his gloved hands, looks Julie straight in the eyes, and says, "Julie, I only spoke my true feelings." Outside the door, Josephine's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Julie's face goes red with anger, asking what he means by true feelings. She claims he is just using her family's political pressure to trap her, stating neither of them can back out because they have come too far. She slams her white-gloved fist onto the tablecloth, asking if he plans to torment her with his petty, underhanded tricks again. She brings up his past, reminding him how he forced the engagement by promising financial benefits to her family's elders to pressure her. Deculine just sits there, listening to her rant with a calm, neutral gaze. She screams, recalling how he tried to force her to leave the Imperial Knights under the excuse that battle was too dangerous. She lists his sins, how he shamelessly offered her a captain position in his family's Knight Order, and when she refused, spread nasty rumors to ruin her reputation. She asks if he is about to start the exact same toxic cycle all over again. Deculine looks at her, his expression remaining completely calm. He knows she is entirely right. The original Deculine was a toxic, obsessed monster who mistook madness and control for love, systematically trying to destroy everything around Julie so she would have no choice but to stay with him. Because he has Deculine's memories, he understands her deep, justified hatred better than anyone else. He looks at her gently and says, "I won't do that anymore." Julie gasps, telling herself she won't fall for his lies. He tells her he knows he has been binding her all this time. Julie freezes, whispering, "What?" He bows his head slightly, his voice soft. "I'm saying that I have done wrong." Julie's jaw completely drops, a cold sweat running down her cheek. She has never heard Deculine admit to a mistake in her entire life. Deculine continues, noting that while he was wrong, her sister and brother are also being quite extreme. He asks if they are truly acting in her best interest, or if they are stopping the annulment simply to protect the honor of the Freyden family. Julie is silent, unable to find a counter-argument. Deculine looks at her and asks, "To achieve your dream of becoming a guardian knight, don't you have to leave your family's grasp?" Julie is completely shocked, asking how he could possibly know about her secret dream. Deculine looks down, admitting, "Julie, I am neither honest nor faithful." Julie stammers, asking what he is suddenly talking about. He tells her he is completely different from the kind of honorable knight she wishes for, and he does not suit her. But he notes there is one thing he can do for her. He says, "We will keep our engagement, but we will not marry. I truly want to set you free, but due to our family's political ties, I cannot cancel it." He leans forward, his voice steady. "Use my name as a shield for as long as you need. Until you are fully prepared to pursue your dream, I will maintain our engagement and wait." Julie's entire face turns bright crimson. She is shaking, asking what kind of crazy plot he is cooking up now. Deculine tells her he doesn't expect anything in return for acting as her shield. He pauses, looking at her gently. "But if I were to ask for something, show me your smile once a month. That is all I ask for." Julie is completely stunned, her mouth open as a massive blush spreads across her cheeks. She lets out a high-pitched squeal of pure, absolute embarrassment. Outside the door, Josephine is listening, her hand trembling as she clutches her wineglass, her face completely flushed. Deculine's inner monologue notes that he just delivered a line he knew would sound good to dismantle the death flag. But as he looks at Julie's reactions, seeing her so flustered and embarrassed by his words, he finds her endlessly adorable. He pauses, looking at her wide gray eyes. He realizes that Deculine's deep, buried love for Julie has officially become his own. Julie covers her face, coughing loudly to hide her panic, shouting that she won't fall for his embarrassing words. She goes full cartoon panic, screaming that she will never fall for it, while Deculine just lets out a soft, genuine laugh, which only makes her more flustered. Beyond the door, Josephine touches her cheek, smiling. She thinks that while his words were incredibly cringy, his feelings actually seemed completely real. She decides she is going to watch over them a little longer before deciding whether to eliminate him. The system interface flashes. Villain's fate, death flag overcome. Shop currency +2. 3 days later. Deculin is sitting in the back of his Rolls-Royce carriage, looking out the window as the sun begins to set. Today is the scheduled Memorial Day. The carriage pulls up to a quiet, beautifully landscaped cemetery on the outskirts of the city. He steps out, walking down the stone path under the golden autumn leaves. The warm sunset light is soaking into the cracks of the stone monuments. He walks past the rows of graves, his footsteps light. He stops in front of a clean, well-maintained headstone. His eyes go soft. He realizes his heart was pulled here not because of Deculin's past memories, but because of Kim Woojin's memories. He is standing before the grave of Yu Ara, his ex-girlfriend and the primary model designer who modeled Deculin's face after his out of pure pettiness, ending on a beautiful, emotional peak under the golden sunset. Remember the modern world. Back when our guy Woojin was just a stressed-out game developer pulling regular all-nighters, his co-worker and team leader Yu Ara casually brings up a fun little detail she wants to add to the game. She wants to give the arrogant mid-boss Deculin a deceased ex-fiancé. Woojin, being the pragmatic developer he is, immediately tells her to stop wasting precious memory space on useless flavor text. He is tired, he is cranky, and he just wants to finish the build and go home. But Ara just smiles and says it is about putting a little bit of the creator's heart into the game. Woojin tells her to do whatever she wants, knowing she was going to ignore his feedback anyway. She laughs, calling it a pretty clever idea that will absolutely be worth the effort, and that was how Deculin got his tragic backstory. Ara was so excited about it back then, and Woojin never really understood why she was so happy to write a dead fiancé into the lore. But standing here in the actual fantasy world, as Deculin himself, Woojin finally looks at the tombstone to find her traces. And when he reads the name carved into the stone, his breath completely hitches. Uwara von Fergus Mahinicht. The inscription at the bottom reads, "The one who was always grateful to you." He is completely frozen. Why would she do this? Why would she write her own real name onto the tombstone of the fiancé of the character she modeled directly after him? Of all the names she could have chosen, she chose her own. He slowly reaches out, placing his gloved hand against the cold stone, his mind spinning. The sheer weight of that single name sends a massive wave of raw emotion crashing through his body. Standing there, it feels like he can actually hear her whispering voice calling out to him under the quiet graveyard trees. And then, the floodgates open. The memories of their 7 long years together back in Korea come rushing back in vivid detail. He remembers her shyly smiling at his drawings, throwing her coat over his shoulders on cold winter nights, holding his hand when he was struggling. 7 years of shared warmth, late-night convenience store runs, and quiet support. She was the only person who was always by his side, the only one who truly knew him. And now he is standing before her virtual grave, completely alone in a foreign world. But the universe does not let our guy have a quiet, emotional moment for long. Right as a tear rolls down his cheek, someone steps out from the shadows behind him, a wild, dangerous-looking man with long silver hair grins whispering that he finally found him. He spits out the words "filthy mage" with pure, unfiltered disgust. Fortunately for our guy, Deculin's passive aristocratic trait is basically a physical cheat code for emotional repression. In about 2 seconds flat, he completely wipes his face, regains his perfect noble posture, and acts like he was just admiring the sunset. He turns his head, sensing the massive wave of hostility rolling through the trees. He spots the intruder and immediately matches the face to his game files. Rokok, the notorious wizard killer. Rokok is genuinely surprised that a pampered noble mage actually recognizes him, but his grin only grows wider and more bloodthirsty. Our guy's mind is running the numbers. Rokok is a legendary mage slayer, a mid-boss specifically designed to terrorize magic-focused players. And the reason mages fear him like the plague is because of one specific utterly broken attribute, magic nullification. Before Deculin can even raise a finger, Rokok moves, the air pressure dropping as he closes the distance. In this world, nullification is basically a portable lag switch for magic. It requires absolutely 0 special conditions or activation times. The moment you enter his personal radius, the ambient mana completely dies. You cannot cast a single spell. Rokok laughs like a maniac, calling him a stupid mage as he leaps through the air with his blades drawn. He swings downward, fully expecting Deculane to panic and try to cast a barrier that will immediately fail. But Deculane does not panic. He simply tilts his upper body to the side, letting the blade miss him by a fraction of an inch. Rokok's eyes go wide as Deculane smoothly steps inside his guard, his face completely unbothered. Sure, normal mages are completely helpless when their magic is shut down. But Rokok forgot one tiny detail. Deculane did not spend the last month just studying books. He gets absolutely decked in the face with a physical left hook that sends him bouncing off the dirt. Our guy looks down at him, his expression cold and clinical. He notes that the nullification trait means absolutely nothing to him. Rokok is coughing up blood, completely bewildered. He has never met a mage who could throw a punch like a heavyweight boxer. Here is the back-end breakdown. A few days ago, Deculane finally saved up enough shop currency to buy mana quality enhancement. He bought it expecting a simple upgrade to his spell efficiency, but when he tried to lift a simple wooden chair in his training room, he accidentally threw it straight through the solid wooden ceiling. The system notified him that his mana quality had been successfully refined to stage 1. But because of how deeply mana is integrated into a mage's physical biology in this game, the enhancement had a massive, unexpected side effect on his entire body. To put it simply, his physical biology itself had been completely upgraded. He was now running on premium high-spec hardware. So when he stands over a professional assassin who is currently flat on his back, the system pings, letting him know he has officially overcome another death flag and earned 2 more shop points. His passive iron body trait, combined with his refined mana, means his physical durability is currently higher than most active knights. Rokok is clutching his broken nose, cursing the mages under his breath. He screams, calling them cursed scum and heretics who have betrayed God, spitting blood onto the grass. Deculane just stands there, quietly listening to the specific words the assassin is using. Heretics. Betrayed God. And then, our guy connects the dots. Rokok, Deculane says, his voice quiet. You are a member of the fallen clan. Rokok's entire body goes stiff. The feral anger on his face is instantly replaced by pure, paralyzing shock. He trembles, looking up at Deculane, and asks how a noble imperial mage could possibly know a secret that should have been buried centuries ago. Let's talk about the lore. The Fallen Clan, also known as the Red Caskets. They get that lovely name because they are literally born encased in a thick, bloody red membrane. They carry the ancient blood of dark magic, hiding their identities and living in the shadows of the continent because they are the natural-born enemies of all mages. Since the very origin of magic in this world was to wipe out demons, the historical conflict between mages and the Fallen Clan is one of the main structural pillars of the game's story. Deculane stands over him, looking like a grand executioner under the sunset sky. Because of their ancient bloodline, members of the Fallen Clan are hunted down and executed on sight like stray beasts. Even as they speak, silent purges are likely happening in the dark corners of the Empire. But instead of drawing a blade to finish him, Deculane looks at Rokok and says, I understand you. He tells him that while he sympathizes with the centuries of persecution his people have endured, murdering innocent mages who had nothing to do with it makes him no different from the monsters he hates. Rokok screams at him to shut up, telling him to stop talking down to him and just get the execution over with. But Deculane calmly responds, I know the Fallen Clan is also innocent. Rokok's jaw drops. He cannot believe a high-ranking noble of the Mage Tower is actually saying these words. Deculane introduces himself formally. He is Deculane of House Eucline, a lineage that never, under any circumstances, loses its dignity. Rokok sneers, asking if he is just trying to flex his noble pride before he deals the final blow. But Deculane explains that the only time a Eucline truly loses their composure and turns into a feral beast is when they are standing directly in front of a literal demon. It is a biological, uncontrollable instinct carved into their blood. Rokok, Deculane asks, his voice perfectly steady, did I lose my composure while fighting you? Was I shaken by your words? Did I show even a flicker of hesitation? Rokok stares up at him, unable to find a single counter-argument. You are human, Deculane says simply, the word hanging heavily in the quiet forest air. And treating you as such is the true dignity of a noble. Before Rokok can even process this massive psychological checkmate, the sound of heavy boots comes rushing through the trees. The local security forces are finally arriving, and just to make sure Rokok does not say anything stupid, Deculine delivers a perfectly elegant, solid kick straight to his jaw, knocking him out cold. "Now," Deculine tells the empty air, "surrender quietly." Inspector Lofa steps out of the bushes, saluting with high energy, looking like a discount Sherlock Holmes. He praises Deculine's spectacular kick and asks if they should rough up the suspect a bit more for good measure. Deculine calmly tells him to leave the man alone. Lofa eagerly nods while Deculine raises a hand, his refined mana swirling in a beautiful glowing blue ring around his fingers. The sheer quality of the mana is so dense that even the local police are completely spellbound. Lofa is practically crying tears of admiration, muttering about how elegant high society magic is. Deculine ignores the flattery and instructs him to use heavy steel chains instead of standard magic sealing cuffs, casually dropping the tip that the prisoner has a nullification ability. Lofa's mind is blown as he finally realizes why this guy has been dodging their magic radars for years. Lofa asks if Deculine was just out here on a casual evening patrol, wondering how he arrived so early. Deculine tells him it wasn't him who reported it, assuming some nearby traveler must have heard the noise and called it in. He bids them farewell, walking away in absolute silence as the officers salute him like a savior. As he steps into the quiet evening mist, our guy lets out a small, silent sigh of relief. He is genuinely glad he was able to resolve the encounter without unnecessary bloodshed, especially in a place where Yuara's memory remains. He stands under the full moon, looking up at the sky, his silhouette perfectly still and solitary. The very next morning, the peaceful atmosphere is completely shattered. News spreads that the High Council of Berkt has officially convened a meeting for the first time in 15 long years. Back in Deculine's private training room, he is currently working out shirtless, covered in sweat, when Uriel door slams her way in, holding an official summon parchment. Deculine calmly looks at her, reminding her that managing the household's administrative duties is part of her job now. Uriel's face goes slightly red, and she aggressively asks him how long he plans on staying half-dressed while she is trying to deliver life-or-death news. She explains that because of the sudden demon appearance on the Mountain of Darkness last week, the Grand Mages of Berkt want to summon him for a formal inquiry. The travel conditions are strict, he is only allowed to bring 2 companions, including a single guard. Deculine asks if he even needs a guard, and Uriel suggests their driver, Jeff, who used to be a mercenary. Deculine flatly rejects the idea, noting that Jeff is currently more used to holding a luxury steering wheel than a sword. Uriel sighs, pinching her nose, but admits that traveling across the Empire to the snowy peaks of Berkt without a guard is basically a suicide run. Deculine's face goes cold. He knows the journey is going to be incredibly dangerous, especially with several factions currently plotting his demise. He looks at Uriel and asks if she is genuinely worried about his safety. Uriel immediately explodes in a flustered panic, screaming that she just doesn't want him dying before he officially signs over the entire family inheritance to her. She clears her throat, coughing into her fist, her face turning a bright, embarrassing shade of pink. She tells him to leave the guard selection to her, promising to source someone highly reliable. We cut straight to the Freeheim Knights garrison. The training yard is filled with the sounds of clashing steel and shouting recruits. Julie is standing at the front, commanding her knights to keep their momentum and stay focused. She looks as sharp and professional as ever. In the shadows of the hallway, a senior knight is quietly watching her, looking deeply troubled. The vice commander sighs, looking down at his clipboard, muttering about what they should do. Suddenly, a dark, long-haired figure steps out of the darkness right behind him. It's Baran, his red eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. The senior knight nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming at Baran to give him a warning before sneaking up on him like a ghost. The vice commander explains that they just received a massive, highly lucrative escort request for their knight order, but the target makes things incredibly complicated. He is debating whether to discuss it with Julie. Baran asks who the target is, and the senior knight whispers the name, Deculine. Technically, the contract is to guard the entire high-speed Imperial train heading to Bercht, but everyone knows the main objective is keeping Deculine alive. Baran's hand tightly grips the wall, his knuckles turning white, but his face remains completely unreadable as he tells the vice commander to accept the request immediately. He argues that a high-profile Imperial train escort is a massive opportunity, and succeeding will skyrocket their order's reputation and fix their current financial troubles. The senior knight is hesitant, pointing out the highly complicated, messy romantic history between their commander Julie and Deculine. But Baran smoothly cuts him off, stating with a cold, hollow smile that their commander is a true professional who would never let personal feelings interfere with an official mission. The vice commander is convinced, rushing off to inform Julie of the new contract. But as Baran stands alone in the dark corridor, his hair casting a shadow over his face, his eyes glow with a terrifying blood-red light. He whispers Deculane's name to the dark, a silent promise of absolute violence waiting to unfold on the tracks. Welcome to Birched, a frozen mountain range sitting at 3,500 meters above sea level, housing the absolute highest authority in the magic world. Every single sorcery school across the continent has to submit to their decisions, making this assembly the literal pillar of the magical community. Getting summoned here is the highest honor a prestigious mage family can ever receive. It is the ultimate recognition of power, status, and historical legacy. But there is a catch. The summons is also historically known by a much more terrifying title, the Mage's Grave. And right now, our guy is standing on the platform waiting to board the express train heading straight into the meat grinder. The Freyheim Knights are handling the security detail for the first half of the journey, and Julie's second-in-command is double-checking their final preparations. He spots Deculane walking up and immediately alerts his commander. Our guy steps onto the platform looking like $1,000,000, completely unbothered by the heavy northern snow, while his assistant Alan is practically shivering to death beside him. Julie steps forward, trying to act like a professional captain greeting an esteemed noble guest. She formally announces that her order will ensure he has a safe, comfortable journey. But the second she meets his eyes, her brain completely short-circuits and she turns bright red. She is instantly reminded of their dinner date, specifically the moment Deculane smoothly told her he would be happy if she just smiled for him once a month. Now she is standing here having a full-blown tsundere panic attack, trying to calculate the exact structural geometry of a polite smile. Her vice captain looks at her trembling posture and is practically moved to tears, thinking she is exerting absolute heroic willpower just to face her mortal enemy. He decides to step in and relieve his captain from this painful duty. And that is when the quiet knight we saw plotting in the shadows steps forward. His name is Varan, or Baran, and he has been personally assigned to guard Deculane's private cabin. The vice captain happily vouches for him, calling him one of the most talented young mages in the entire order. Deculane looks down at him, his clinical gaze narrowing. Just to be safe, our guy triggers his sharp eyesight to run a quick background check. But he doesn't detect any hostile energy or weird attributes emanating from the kid. He shrugs it off, assuming he is just overthinking things. Baran politely guides them to their cabin, and Deculane tells him he will be in his care. With the handoff complete, the vice captain wishes them a safe trip. As the knights turn to walk away, Julie is still leading the pack, her back completely rigid. Deculane glances back, noticing something weird about her posture, and we see her actual face. She is pulling a hilarious, hyper-stressed, twitching grin that looks like she is trying to chew through a block of solid concrete. The vice captain looks at her terrifying expression and quietly asks if she is all right. Deculane just watches her walk away, a faint, rare smile breaking his cold aristocratic mask. He notes that, in her own weird way, she actually kept her promise. And with that, the train whistle blows, and they finally set off. Several hours pass. The rhythmic clanking of the tracks fills the cozy, high society cabin. Deculane tells Alan he can take a nap if he is tired, since they still have a long journey ahead. The train barrels through the frozen mountain landscape, and Alan immediately passes out, completely exhausted from the stress of the departure. Our guy leans back, staring out the window, his mind reviewing the hidden game files for this specific route. Birched isn't called the Mage's Grave just because the weather is bad. It is because of a fated script event that triggers every single summoning assembly: the train attack. In the original game, this was a massive death variable for Deculane, and players had to play a literal game of wits to survive. Usually, the easiest way to bypass it was to spend a fortune buying dark underworld intelligence to figure out which train was marked for death. If this were the original, arrogant Deculane, he would have just paid the bribe without a second thought. But our guy cut off all of those corrupt connections the second he took over the body to avoid future corruption flags. So instead of buying info, he had to prepare physically, which is why he spent his precious shop points memorizing the advanced martial arts of a legendary master named Estron. He looks down at the sleeping Alan, remembering their conversation from a few days ago. When he asked Alan to come with him, the poor kid burst into dramatic tears of gratitude, triggering Deculane's biological germaphobe reflex. He is honestly surprised the kid actually showed up, knowing how cowardly he usually is. He wonders if Alan is secretly more ambitious than he looks. The train wheels spark as they barrel over a massive suspension bridge high above a deep canyon. Our guy looks out the window, noting that nothing has happened so far. Baran is standing quietly by the door, Alan is snoring on the couch, and Deculane is left wondering if he somehow picked the safe train after all, but he is not the type to leave things to chance. Before leaving, he spent a massive chunk of his raw mana using Midas Touch to permanently buff his entire outfit. His jacket, pants, and shoes are currently running on maximum defensive stats. He even snuck around the cabin, placing high-grade wood steel shurikens in the ceiling panels. Each one has been refined to absolute perfection, ready to fly at a moment's notice. He even went out of his way to upgrade Alan's traveling clothes with protective runes. He looks down at his empty mana bar, feeling a little ridiculous. He used so much mana on preparations that he has almost nothing left in the tank for actual spellcasting, but he quickly corrects himself. Preparing for the worst is always the right play, even if he ends up not needing it. He lets out a soft sigh, hoping the rest of the journey continues peacefully. The train speeds across the narrow bridge, surrounded by jagged snow-covered cliffs. And right on cue, a massive, deafening explosion tears through the bridge, splitting the steel tracks in half as a fireball erupts into the sky. To understand why the tracks just exploded, we need to flash back to a few days before Deculane's departure. In a luxurious manner, Sylvia is sitting across from her father Giltheon, working on her magic theory books. Her father proudly notes that even though she is destined to become a legendary archmage, she still works harder than anyone else. Sylvia calmly responds that hard work is the bare minimum required to reach the peak. She admits she is not worried about her academic rival Heroine, but she is highly annoyed that she is missing Deculane's practical lectures due to this trip. She asks her father why they had to leave for the Berkt Assembly so early, since the actual summit doesn't start for days. Giltheon's expression goes solemn. He asks her if she has ever heard the old rumors about the road to Berkt being a graveyard for mages. Sylvia says she thought that was just a classic ghost story told to frighten academy mages. Her father tells her it is a cold, historical fact. Every single time the assembly is called, a significant number of prestigious mages are murdered on the road. He explains the brutal high society rules. Getting summoned means your family is recognized as one of the 20 elite pillars of the empire, but if a summoned family fails to show up to the meeting, they are permanently expelled from the high register, and a new up-and-coming family gets to take their place. So, the entire journey is basically an open-season hunting ground. Ambitious families who want to climb the ladder will ruthlessly target the existing ones to steal their seats. Sylvia looks at him, her eyes widening as she realizes the sheer cruelty of the world she is entering. Giltheon explains that is exactly why they rushed. He received early intelligence that a highly organized syndicate was planning to bomb the later train. He wanted to bypass the trap entirely to keep Sylvia safe, but he also wanted her to understand the bloody reality of their society. He notes that of the 12 traditional families, not a single one reached their position through clean, peaceful means. In this world, a violent death on the road to Berkt is politely treated as a magical natural death. Nobody investigates and nobody cares. Cut back to the present. The later train is currently in mid-air, the tracks beneath it completely gone. The dynamite was placed perfectly, aiming to send the entire Imperial Express plunging into the rocky valley. A second massive explosion rips through the passenger cars. Baran grinds his teeth looking back while Deculane's eyes snap open, glowing with cold blue mana. Before gravity can pull the train down, a colossal wave of bright blue telekinetic energy erupts from Deculane's cabin, wrapping around the entire falling train. Alan wakes up, completely disoriented, blinking through the smoke. He screams, looking out the shattered window to find that the entire train is literally floating in midair above the burning bridge. Deculane quietly catches his breath, incredibly relieved that he decided to memorize advanced telekinesis before boarding. Combining his martial arts training with physical telekinesis was the only reason they didn't just turn into a permanent stain on the valley floor. The heavy boots of masked assassins land on the roof of the floating train. They look down at the blue magical aura, completely dumbfounded that the target managed to catch a literal train in midair. The leader tells them to stay focused, reminding them of the massive reward waiting for them if they finish the job. A masked assassin smashes through the ceiling glass, descending on a rope. He swings his blade downward, aiming directly for Deculine's head. But the second his feet touch the floor, Deculine doesn't even stand up. Our guy just looks at him and whispers one word: morons. He snaps his fingers, and the wood steel shurikens he pre-placed in the ceiling panels slide out, glowing with deadly kinetic energy. The blades launch through the air like a storm of bullets, completely shredding the first wave of assassins before they can even scream. The remaining attacker looks at his fallen comrades, his eyes wide with absolute, paralyzing terror. Alan is having a full-blown mental breakdown, screaming about the ambush. Deculine calmly tells him to take a quiet nap, and with a lightning-fast, perfectly elegant karate chop to the neck, he knocks his own assistant unconscious. He turns to the quiet guard standing by the door, calling him by his name, Varan. He instructs him to carry the kid to safety and evacuate any other passengers. Varan nods silently, grabbing the unconscious Alan and jumping out of the shattered window down to the stable rocky ledge below. Deculine stands alone inside the wrecked floating cabin, the wind howling through the broken steel frame. But as he stands there, his developer instincts trigger. He looks at his gloved hand, realizing the karate chop he just delivered felt weirdly, excessively soft. He files that detail away for later. He raises his hand, the floating wood steel shurikens hovering around him like a protective crown. He looks at the remaining assassins crowding the doorway, his voice dripping with icy condescension as he tells them that since they started this, they should be well aware that their deaths here will also be treated as natural deaths. Outside, Varan places Alan gently against a rock near the tracks. He stands under the moonlight, looking back at the floating train car with a completely blank, unreadable expression. The train remains suspended in the air, hummed by Deculine's residual mana. Inside, the dust finally settles over a pile of silent, defeated assassins. Deculine slowly sits back down on the velvet couch, blood dripping slightly from his forehead. He admits that holding a train while fighting was significantly more exhausting than he anticipated. He checks his system interface, and his heart nearly stops. His mana bar is practically flashing red, currently sitting at a pathetic 10 points out of 3,600. He is completely dry. Suddenly, a figure leaps back through the shattered window, landing smoothly on the floor. Varan reports that he has safely evacuated all the other passengers. Deculine nods, telling him they should prepare to move as well. But as he speaks, Deculine's sharp eyesight flashes. He notices Varan's gaze is completely different from before. The quiet, submissive knight is gone. Our guy realizes he let his guard down, assuming the kid was just a standard, easily startled side character. And then, the entire cabin turns a deep, bloody crimson as the system interface flares with a terrifying red warning. Villain's fate is active. Baron steps forward, a colossal, suffocating dark red aura erupting from his body, cracking the floorboards beneath his boots. Our guy realizes this absolute monster was hiding his true god-tier attribute from the very beginning, waiting for Deculine to completely drain his mana. Baron slowly draws a brilliant, glowing silver sword, his red eyes burning through his dark hair. He looks at Deculine and softly says, "It is a relief you survived." He raises his blade, pointing it straight at our guy's throat, his voice completely cold as he delivers the final hook. "Because I have to kill you myself." Baran stands in the wrecked, burning train car, his face twisted in pure psychotic rage. He coldly tells Deculine that since the other passengers are safe, it is now his turn to die. Our guy maintains his flawless, noble composure, calmly asking if someone ordered him to do this. He starts to ask if Julie is the one behind it, but Baran instantly snaps, screaming at him to stop. Baran yells that his master is an honorable knight who would never stoop to underhanded tricks, telling Deculine to keep his dirty thoughts to himself. His red eyes glow with pure madness as he declares he is doing this solely for his master's sake. Looking at his wild reaction, Deculine instantly realizes Julie has absolutely no idea this guy is out here playing the hero. But our guy has a much bigger problem. He looks at his system interface and sees he has exactly 10 mana left. Baran doesn't give him a second to think, launching himself forward like a bullet. Deculine barely blocks the initial strike, realizing a straight fight in his current state is a guaranteed ticket to the spawn screen. Baran's blade clashes against his defenses, pushing our guy back. So Deculine does the last thing any sane mage would do. He completely cancels the telekinesis holding the train in the air. The entire train car instantly drops, plummeting down toward the snow-covered mountains below. Meanwhile, on the safe train miles away, Sylvia is quietly sitting in her cabin, eating premium snow ice cream. Her family's guard knight, Sirio, enters to deliver a quick status report. He notes that everyone from the prestigious families has arrived safely, with the sole exceptions of Eucline and Rewind. Sirio asks if she is waiting for someone, and Sylvia coldly tells him no, but her quiet expression suggests she is thinking about something else entirely. Sirio takes his leave, shutting the door behind him and leaving her alone in the quiet cabin. She stares at the window, the name Deculane whispering in her mind. We flash back to a quiet, sunny afternoon in the high society cemetery. Sylvia was walking through the graves, carrying a fresh bouquet of white lilies. She was visiting the tomb of her mother, Isielia von Elemen Illade. It was a normal, quiet day, and she just wanted to sit and talk to her mom's spirit. She was quietly complaining about how harsh Deculane is, giving out massive piles of homework like his class is the only one that matters. But then, a rustling sound in the nearby bushes catches her attention. She peeks through the trees, hiding her presence as she looks toward the next graveyard section, and her golden eyes go completely wide with shock. She spots Deculane kneeling before a simple, quiet tombstone. Even with his back turned, his posture is still perfectly rigid, carrying that signature, irritating noble elegance. Sylvia is utterly baffled, wondering why someone as cold and arrogant as Deculane would be mourning like this. She watches from the shadows as he slowly stands up under the warm afternoon light. And as he turns his face, she sees a single, silent tear rolling down his cheek. She is completely dumbfounded. The man who is famous for being a ruthless, haughty professor is actually weeping. A single tear drops to the stone, shattering her entire perception of him. It was a fascinating, unsettling sight for her. She always viewed him as an annoying obstacle, but seeing that even he had painful memories of a lost loved one changed everything, and she hasn't been able to get those tears out of her head ever since. Remembering her father's warning about the incoming attack on Deculane's train, Sylvia decides she can't just sit here and do nothing. She is too bothered by the mystery of this man. She remembers his practical lecture about elemental creation and decides to test a new theory. She pulls out a high-grade mana stone, using it as a physical medium to channel her energy. Using her primary color magic, she begins to weave her mana together, shaping the raw light into a physical form. And with a quiet breath, she successfully breathes life into her creation. She holds a glowing yellow bird in her hands, gently naming it Swift. The magical bird blinks, its eyes connecting directly to Sylvia's consciousness. She commands it to fly, telling it to go and show her exactly what is happening to Deculane's train. Back on the mountain rails, the wreckage of the train is currently wedged against a steep, snowy cliffside. Deculane pulls himself up through the smoke, groaning in physical pain. By canceling his telekinesis, he managed to let the train drop safely onto the thick snowbanks instead of falling to the bottom of the gorge. He has a few broken bones, but his passive Iron Man trait is already working overtime to stitch his body back together. But he doesn't have time to heal. Baran bursts through the debris, his blade flashing in the dark. The crazy knight swings downward, completely unfazed by the crash. Deculane is forced to defend himself with his wood-steel shurikens, but Baran's speed is absurd. Baran deflects the blades with ease, closing the distance instantly. Our guy notes that Baran is running a high-level defensive key that shrugs off physical damage. The guy is incredibly persistent, his red eyes locked onto his target. Baran unleashes a flurry of strikes, his sword clashing against Deculane's defensive moves. The impact shakes Deculane's arms, and he is forced to admit this kid is a genuine monster in close combat. With his mana empty, Deculane knows he stands zero chance in a battle of raw power. But our guy has one final card to play. He grinds his teeth, refusing to show even a flicker of fear. His rare passive trait, Resolute, triggers automatically, keeping his mind perfectly clear and immune to mental pressure. Baran leaps through the air, bringing his sword down for the final lethal execution. Deculane raises a hand, throwing his last remaining wood-steel blade as a desperate shield. Baran screams, his face twisted in psychotic triumph as his blade cuts through the defense. Deculane watches the steel descend, his blue eyes calm and focused. The blade strikes, a massive impact shattering the surrounding glass, and our guy quietly mutters a single curse under his breath. The sword slashes downward with terrifying force. And in that split second, Woojin wonders if dying here means he will finally wake up back in his cozy modern office. A spray of dark crimson blood splatters across the wreckage. High above the cliffs, Sylvia's magical bird Swift circles the sky, its golden eyes taking in the entire bloody scene. Hashtag Chapter 24. The sword strike cuts through the air, the blood spray painting the snow. Baran stands over Deculane, fully expecting to see his enemy's head roll. But right as the blade connects, Deculane's eyes flash with a dangerous light. He triggers a hidden spatial artifact, expending his absolute last point of mana. The space around them instantly warps, the air bending like a shattered mirror. Baron's eyes go wide as a clean, invisible line of spatial force cuts straight through his wrist. A geyser of blood erupts into the air as the spatial tear takes his hand completely off. His severed hand, still holding the silver sword, drops limply to the floorboards. Baran falls back, clutching his bleeding arm and screaming in absolute agony. Deculine doesn't waste the opening, ignoring his broken bones to launch a brutal physical kick. His boot connects with Baran's chest, sending the knight flying backward. Baran crashes through the broken car, rolling across the snow. The force of the blow sends him tumbling straight out of the shattered train car. Baran slides over the edge of the snowy cliffside, his boots slipping into the abyss. He barely manages to drive a dagger into the rock, his body dangling over the massive gorge. Deculane slowly walks up to the edge, his boots crunching on the snow as he looks down at the traitor. He stands over him like a cold, dominant god, his suit slightly torn but his posture still perfectly elegant. Baran hangs there, looking up at him with a mix of exhaustion and lingering hatred. He weakly asks what kind of spell Deculane just used to warp space. Deculane honestly responds that he doesn't know either, before asking why Baran went to such lengths to murder him. He notes that he doesn't recall ever doing anything to harm him personally. Baron spits out that it isn't about him, it is about the terrible sins Deculine committed against Julie. Deculine stares at him, asking what Julie is to him that he would throw his life away like this. Baran lets out a hollow laugh, his red eyes fading as he mutters that Deculine would never understand. We flash back to a warm, sunny afternoon in the gardens of the Frisia estate. A group of wealthy nobles was thanking Julie, calling her a hero for saving them. In the background, a young, skinny Baran was being dragged away by the estate guards, screaming that he did nothing wrong. An arrogant noblewoman was shrieking at him, demanding they lock up the dirty, feral street rat. Julie stepped in, stopping the guards and demanding to know what the boy actually did. The noblewoman pointed a finger, yelling that the street rat assaulted her child and trespassed on their private grounds. She screamed that the boy deserved to be locked in a dark dungeon for the rest of his life. But Julie looked at the massive gates, then looked at the skinny, malnourished boy. She asked the woman if she was seriously claiming this starved child managed to climb over a 10-foot steel security wall. She noted the boy didn't even have the physical strength to hold a wooden stick, let alone trespass on an estate. She told the noblewoman she would personally take the boy to the guards to investigate the matter. Instead of taking him to a cell, Julie guided him through the peaceful forest, tying his hands gently to keep him from running. Baran was quietly walking behind her, staring at her back with a mix of confusion and awe. Julie told him she knew the Frisia family was famous for lying to commoners, so she believed his side of the story. But she suddenly turned around, yelling that he still shouldn't go around punching people. She stood tall under the evening sky, looking like a literal goddess of justice. She reached out, offering him a place in her order. She promised that if he followed her, she would teach him how to control his wild temper and use his strength for good. Young Baran stared up at her, his dark eyes wide with sudden warmth, and his only response was to ask if she was going to feed him. That was their beginning. After that, Baran joined the Freyheim Knights, training relentlessly to hone his blade skills. But because of his harsh childhood, he remained antisocial, unable to get along with the other recruits. The only person who ever looked out for him, offered him guidance, and showed him genuine kindness was Julie. She would always walk up to him with a warm, bright smile, asking if he was having a hard time. Baran would always tell her everything was fine, realizing that as long as he could stand beside her, nothing else mattered. She was always in front of him, leading the charge against monsters and enemies with absolute bravery. She spent her life helping the weak, refusing to negotiate with injustice or corrupt nobles, and as he watched her, his respect and admiration slowly mutated into a dark, volatile romantic devotion. He knew his obsessive emotions were a burden to her, so he kept them buried. But he swore to eliminate any threat that dared to stand in her path. Back in the present, Baran hangs over the abyss, his grip on the dagger slipping. He tells Deculane that even if he is a burden, he must kill him because Deculane is destined to bring about Julie's ultimate destruction. Deculane looks at him, his expression turning solemn. Our developer MC knows that in the game's original files, Deculane's actions did eventually lead to Julie's tragic end. "You are right," Deculane says quietly, "but you are also wrong. He stares into the snowy valley, remembering his promise to change the narrative. He declares that he will rewrite Deculane's sins and ensure his ending is not one of destruction. He reaches out his hand toward Baran, telling him to hold on. He swears he will never harm Julie, no matter what. Baran looks at his outstretched hand, seeing the absolute unshakable sincerity in Deculane's eyes, but his hand remains frozen. His red eyes flare one last time, his psychotic devotion refusing to let him yield. He grins weakly, spitting blood as he tells Deculane he will never change his mind. He swears that as long as he lives he will try to kill him. Deculane's face goes cold as he slowly pulls his hand back. "You fool," Deculane says, his voice flat. "Your foolish choice today is what will truly torment Julie forever." Baran's grip on the dagger finally fails, and he slips backward, falling into the white abyss. Miles away in the forest, Julie suddenly stops in her tracks, her eyes widening with a terrible, icy intuition. Her second-in-command asks if she is feeling unwell. He asks if she is worried about Varan, reminding her that the boy is talented enough to handle anything. Julie quietly tells him it is nothing, but her eyes remain filled with dread. And we close on Baran falling into the dark valley. His final, silent thoughts, praying for Julie's eternal happiness. High above the snowy peaks of Berkt, Sylvia's magical bird circles the wreckage of the train. Through its golden eyes, Sylvia receives a direct, crystal-clear projection of the crash site. She witnesses the entire aftermath of the battle, confirming that Deculane successfully neutralized the traitorous guard. She notes that the knight attempted to assassinate Deculane first, meaning our guy acted entirely in self-defense. Before she can process the sheer absurdity of the fight, her guard Sirio calls out, telling her they need to head to the assembly hall. Sylvia slowly turns around, but her mind is still completely locked on Deculane, wondering if he will make it in time. Meanwhile, back at the tracks, the Imperial security forces are scrambling around the smashed train cars. Lilia Fremian, the sharp vice chief of the Security Bureau, arrives to take charge of the investigation. She reviews the early reports, noting that while the train was heavily bombed, there are surprisingly 0 civilian casualties. But the officer drops a bombshell, reporting that both the guard Varan and Professor Deculane are currently missing. He points to a nearby rock, telling her a dazed survivor is waiting to explain the details. Lilia looks over at a shivering, terrified passenger clutching his coat. The passenger nervously explains that the train was literally flying through the air for several minutes before finally crashing onto the snow. Lilia is skeptical, but the man pulls out a high-tech camera and shows her an actual, physical photo. Lilia's jaw drops as she stares at the picture of a massive, multi-ton steam train hanging elegantly in the clouds. She is completely speechless, realizing Deculane must have used an absurd, legendary level of telekinetic force to save them. She instantly connects the dots, realizing Varan tried to betray Deculane but was completely dismantled by the professor. Suddenly, she flinches, sensing a weird telepathic signal vibrating through the cold mountain air. The crowd of onlookers murmurs in surprise, pointing toward the snowy tracks. Lilia looks up to see a solitary figure slowly walking out of the thick winter mist. It is Deculane, his face bruised and his premium suit heavily torn, but his eyes are as cold and haughty as ever. Our guy is quietly reflecting on the battle, admitting that if it weren't for that weird, unidentifiable spatial tear, he would have been killed by a mid-level knight. If that mysterious spatial warp hadn't severed Baran's hand at the last second, he would be the one sitting at the bottom of the gorge right now. He realizes his current physical stats are still too weak for future main quests. He narrows his eyes, his pride deeply wounded by his own powerlessness. Lilia approaches him immediately, introducing herself and asking to question him about the incident. But Deculane completely ignores her, coldly asking what the exact time is. She tells him it is 3:30. He calculates the remaining window. He has exactly 6 hours left before the High Council convenes. Lilia tries to ask her formal questions again, asking if this railway is the only path to Bircht. Deculane, deeply annoyed by her pestering, flatly tells her no, pointing out there are mountain roads and sea routes on the other side. She blinks, opening her mouth to ask about the dead guard, but right as she speaks, a massive gust of wind sweeps across the tracks. She looks up, and Deculane is gone. He vanished into thin air, leaving the security officers completely dazed. Lilia stands there, utterly stunned, realizing he just used a high-level accelerate spell to speedrun the rest of the mountain on foot. She wonders how one man can possess such an absurd, bottomless pool of mana. She lets out a sharp, slightly terrified laugh, realizing this man is a complete monster. 6 hours later, we cut to the grand hall of the Birched Assembly. The massive Gothic chamber is filled with the low murmurs of the continent's most powerful mages. Sylvia sits beside her father, who notes that the clock is almost at 9:53, the precise moment the assembly is scheduled to begin. She looks over at the empty grand chair reserved for the Eucline family, her anxiety mounting. The great doors shut, and a deep, oppressive silence falls over the hall. A massive bolt of purple lightning cracks across the ceiling, heralding the arrival of the speaker. Sylvia's breath hitches as she senses the terrifying mana radiating from Great Elder Designedon, a living legend and former Archmage candidate who left secular society decades ago. She realizes she must reach that legendary tier if she ever wants to claim the crown of Archmage. Designedon opens the ledger, calling out the attendance roll. He calls Giltheon of Iliad, who answers, followed by Athenzel of the Braun family. He calls Barun of Veerad and Ihelm of Rewind, both answering with haughty noble pride. Finally, Designedon calls out the final name, Deculine of the Eucline family. He looks at the empty throne. The hall remains completely silent. Sylvia's sweat drops as the Great Elder warns that if a head does not answer before the third call, they will be assumed to have ignored the summons and will be permanently expelled from the High Register. The surrounding mages begin to chuckle, whispering that the Eucline family has been on the register for over 200 years. Ihelm lets out a smug sneer, loudly gossiping that the current head Deculine is a pathetic fraud whose magical talents don't amount to a fraction of his ancestors' legacy. The other nobles join in, laughing about how pathetic it is that Deculine lived his entire life with not a single person in the Empire actually worrying about his safety. Sylvia's golden eyes narrow, her knuckles clenching as the mocking laughter fills the room. It deeply, intensely bothers her. Designedon raises his voice, calling out Deculine's name for the second time, and right before the final call can leave his mouth, a loud, heavy creak echoes through the chamber. Sylvia's head whips around as a blast of freezing winter wind sweeps into the hall. Every single mage in the room freezes, staring toward the back of the chamber. A shadow stands in the open doorway, bathed in a brilliant, cold light. The figure slowly steps forward, his boots clicking heavily on the pristine marble floor. He raises a bloody, gloved hand, running it through his messy, damp, dark hair to slick it back into place. Sylvia's eyes go wide, her heart hammering against her ribs. The man walks down the grand aisle, his clothes torn and covered in dried blood, but his posture is as flawless and majestic as a king returning from war. Deculine von Grahan Eucline is here, he says, his icy voice echoing through the silent, terrified hall. Chapter 26.6. The Birched Assembly begins in a heavy, suffocating silence, proceeding with rapid speed. The first agenda item is called The Sudden Emergence of a High-Level Demon on the Mountain of Darkness. The head of the Brand family, Athensil, suggests dispatching investigative mages to coordinate with the local cathedral, and since no one objects, the first item passes smoothly. The speaker calls for a short recess before moving to the next item. The second the recess is called, Deculine leans forward in his seat, letting out an exhausted breath. He ran like a literal Olympic sprinter across 3 snowy mountain ranges without a single second of rest just to make it to this meeting. He has neither mana nor stamina left, but his passive noble trait is basically a physical chokehold that forces him to maintain a perfect, elegant posture. He quietly curses his own avatar settings, realizing how absurdly persistent Deculine's personality traits are. Suddenly, a familiar, trembling voice calls out from behind his chair. It is Alan, crying tears of absolute joy as he rushes up, asking if his professor is truly all right. The kid apologizes for being late, explaining he wasn't allowed into the main hall during the official roll call. Deculine tells him not to worry. But as our guy looks down at his assistant, his clinical blue eyes go completely cold. After witnessing the sheer absurdity of the train fight, he can no longer look at this timid boy as a simple, innocent helper. He knows Alan is hiding a massive, highly dangerous secret identity, and he is determined to uncover the truth. He remembers a famous movie quote from his original world, looking at the boy's messy brown hair. "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." He tells Alan to stay by his side from now on, planning to keep him under constant clinical observation. The recess bell rings and the mages return to the grand circular table. The speaker calls the second agenda item, and the atmosphere in the room instantly drops to sub-zero temperatures as the topic is revealed, the Mage Tower's response to the fallen clan. Deculine narrows his eyes, knowing this is a highly sensitive topic that won't pass quietly. Right on cue, a loud slam echoes through the hall. Bitan, the loudmouth head of the Bayarad family, stands up, screaming that the fallen clan are like a plague of cockroaches corrupting their society from within. Ethensil immediately counters, asking on what basis he is making such wild aggressive claims, pointing out there is no logical way to distinguish them from normal mages. Bitan yells that they must invent a detection method and unite the mage tower to completely eradicate their bloodline. Deculane watches the bickering, noting that the political division is exactly as bad as the game files suggested. Bitan continues his genocidal rant, screaming that the Fallen are secretly gathering under a hidden leader to plot a massive conspiracy against the Empire. Ethensil slams her hands down, yelling that his claims are nothing but pure, unscientific speculation. But the surrounding conservative mages begin to nod in agreement with Bitan's aggressive stance. Bitan grins like a maniac, screaming that their past softness is the only reason so many mages died in the war 60 years ago. Ethensil grinds her teeth, a heavy, tense silence falling over the table. And then, Giltheon Illade slowly turns his head, a calculating smile on his face. He asks what Deculine thinks, pointing out that the Eucline family has always been at the absolute forefront of demon hunting. Deculine's modern mind is running the numbers. As a game developer, he knows exactly how these historical persecutions end. Blind, unthinking hatred always leads to completely unnecessary tragedies. And more importantly, he needs to delay this conflict as long as possible to prepare for the upcoming main quest. He knows the true common enemy of this world isn't the Fallen Clan at all. He slowly stands up, his towering presence immediately commanding the entire circular table's attention. He calmly states that while the Fallen Clan was indeed an enemy in the past, a clinical examination of their historical records reveals a different story. Bitan sneers, aggressively asking what he means by misunderstandings. Deculane cites the Rodra witch incident from 237 years ago, explaining that an innocent girl was falsely accused of witchcraft, triggering a bloody cycle of persecution and revenge. Then, he turns his icy gaze directly onto Bitan, dropping a massive lore bomb. The war 60 years ago wasn't ideological, it was a purely political resource grab because a high-grade mana stone mine was discovered on Fallen territory. Bitan goes red, screaming that the Fallen carry a bloodline tainted by dark magic, and that a demon hunter like him should know they are evil. Eucline's tradition is hunting demons, Deculane says, his voice cutting through the air like a razor, not slaughtering humans. Bitan's veins bulge on his neck, his jaw clenching with pure, silent fury. Alan looks up at his professor, his eyes wide with absolute anxious worry. Deculane looks down at the circular table, delivering a legendary warning: do not recklessly declare humans to be demons, because the ones who say such things can easily become demons themselves. And with that absolute mic drop, the first session ends without a conclusion, the topic postponed to the following day. The mages disperse to their private lodging quarters. Giltheon pats Sylvia's head, telling her she will be fine alone due to the strict one-person-per-room policy. Sylvia gives him a dry, deadpan look, telling him that teenagers don't share rooms with their dads anyway. Giltheon tearfully bids her goodnight, warning her that the mountain's high mana concentration can trigger weird phenomena at night, telling her to study the hotel guidelines. Sylvia enters her room holding the ancient, encrypted parchment containing the mountain rules. She tosses it onto the bed, dismissing it as simple ghost stories designed to scare children, and prepares to sleep. She turns off the lights, the room falling into a quiet, blue-tinted darkness. She closes her eyes, drifting off to sleep under the quiet northern moon. A few hours later, she wakes up, feeling incredibly thirsty. She gets out of bed and pours herself a cup of water, but as she sips, a weird, unsettling vibration ripples through the floorboards. She looks up, and her golden eyes widen in absolute horror as the walls of her room begin to warp. The bedroom completely vanishes, replaced by a dark, endless, swirling hallway of raw, purple mana. She realizes too late that she must have violated one of the rules. She stands frozen in the shifting corridor, an ominous, cold presence locking onto her from the dark. So Sylvia is currently experiencing a certified horror movie moment. The rulebook for this creepy mountain hotel was very clear. Once you go to sleep, do not get out of bed until morning, or you might wake up in a completely different dimension. And because she didn't take the warning seriously, she's now looking out at a warped, glowing purple city of dense mana, completely separated from reality. She tries to bite her finger to stay calm, but realizing you're stuck in an endless spatial anomaly is a pretty tough pill to swallow. To make things worse, the dark purple fog starts creeping down the corridor and the hallway lights are actively failing. She looks back, and her survival instincts are screaming that something incredibly dangerous is closing in on her. With no other options, she starts sprinting down the warped corridor, her bare feet slapping against the cold, shifting floor. Suddenly, a massive glowing staircase appears right in front of her, which is a major red flag since this hotel is supposed to be a single-story building. She remembers the rules: do not go up or down any random stairs, and whatever you do not look inside any open doors. Her heart is practically beating out of her chest as she desperately searches for any normal door that can take her back to safety. She finds a door and starts pounding on it with all her strength, crying out for anyone to save her from this nightmare. But her screams just echo down the endless, warping hallway as the purple space continues to twist around her. Exhausted and terrified, she collapses onto the cold floor, completely overwhelmed by the crushing fear of being trapped forever. Suddenly, a click echoes through the quiet hall, and a warm, golden light spills across her face. She looks up, and there stands Deculain, looking down at her with his signature, completely unbothered expression. The absolute relief on her face is unreal. She looks like she just saw an angel, even if that angel is the cold and aloof head professor. Deculain calmly tells her to come inside, and she practically scrambles through the doorway to escape the dark. She sits shivering by his fireplace, staring at the flames while quietly apologizing for being so incredibly careless. Deculain doesn't even look up from his book, dryly telling her that Berkt is famous for these magical anomalies and she should have read the lobby's rulebook. Sylvia looks at his side profile, completely amazed by how he remains so perfectly calm and unshakable in a place like this. But the horror movie isn't quite finished yet. A low, menacing growl echoes from the dark corner of the room. A massive, glowing purple demonic skull bursts through the spatial barrier, aiming straight for Sylvia's head. Deculain doesn't even blink or close his book, he just casually tells her to stay exactly where she is. With a simple wave of his hand, sharp blue telekinetic mana blades erupt from the floor at lightning speed. The air splits as the blades slice clean through the ghostly entity before it can even register what's happening. The impact completely tears the skull apart, dissolving the dark energy into harmless purple dust. He casually condenses the remaining mana into a solid, dark crystal floating quietly above her head. Sylvia is absolutely speechless, asking if those terrifying roaming specters were really just deleted with a single casual spell. Deculain tells her there's no reason to be shocked, explaining that specialized killing magic is nothing to be proud of. She stares at him, her entire worldview of arrogant, power-hungry mages completely shattered by his quiet, noble philosophy. To change the subject, he decides to test her skills, letting a wave of orange fire flow elegantly across the carpet. He looks over, signaling for her to show him what she's been practicing during her stay. Sylvia starts showing off, casting a sequence of lightning, metallic lilies, and goblin fire to prove her genius. But Deculain barely even looks at her spells, casually giving her a series of dry, monotone nods of approval. Slightly annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm, she gathers her mana to cast an intricate, glowing light matrix. He watches her hands closely, his expression turning serious as he prepares to deliver his verdict. He points out that there is a slight instability in the air magic circle she embedded into the flames. Sylvia gasps, her eyes wide as she immediately demands to know what her specific weakness is. Deculain just calmly turns the page of his book, telling her she needs to figure that out on her own. When she protests that he told Ephraim her weakness, he coolly replies that Ephraim actually found her own answers. Sylvia stands there looking incredibly dejected, like a proud cat that just got denied its favorite treat. But then he stops, looks her directly in the eyes, and tells her to stop being so incredibly impatient. He explains that as long as she stays dedicated to her craft, time will always be on her side. Then he drops a massive line telling her she is one of only 3 people in the entire world who possess such incredible talent. Sylvia is completely stunned, her hands clenching at her chest as his words echo in her mind. She remembers her childhood, growing up surrounded by empty, insincere compliments from people who only cared about her family's status. But Deculain's praise feels entirely different. It's precise, honest, and earned through actual effort. Outside, the bright full moon shines over the quiet, snow-covered mountains of Berkt. Sylvia falls into a peaceful, worry-free sleep on the bed, while Deculain sits awake at his desk, continuing his endless research. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he senses a strange, powerful, magical resonance drifting from the forest outside. He walks out into the cold, quiet woods, his boots crunching softly against the dirt path. His chi attribute wealthy magnate is flashing wildly, signaling that a highly valuable rare item is hidden nearby. Suddenly, a creepy hooded forest spirit materializes from the shadows, screaming "Boo!" to scare him away. Deculane doesn't even flinch, he keeps walking with his hands in his pockets, completely ignoring the ghost. The spirits start swarming him, shouting in frustration because this human is completely ignoring their horror show. Finally, Deculane stops, standing face to face with the chief annoyer of the forest. He leans in and dryly asks if they've happened to see an item possessing a high concentration of magic around here. The ghost is so thrown off by his complete lack of fear that it panics, chanting a bizarre backward spell before flying away. Deculane just watches it go, sighing at how incredibly weird the local forest inhabitants are. He continues his search and finally spots a massive glowing tree trunk split open by a recent lightning strike. The system's screen pops up, confirming it's an incredibly rare and valuable crafting material. He smiles, realizing that if he uses this highly purified wood to craft a custom wand, he can easily overcome Deculane's mediocre natural talent. This is a massive win for his survival build, giving him a huge power boost right before the main questline begins. The next day, we are back at the high-stakes Berked Assembly, and Baton is back to screaming at the top of his lungs about the fallen clan. Deculane shut him down with a legendary logic check, asking if adding salt to a cup of water makes the entire cup salt. The surrounding mages are whispering in complete disbelief, unable to comprehend why the cold Deculane is defending the Red Sins. Giltheon, Sylvia's father, watches him closely, trying to figure out what kind of complex political scheme Deculane is planning. Sylvia looks at her father and the other mages, realizing they all think Deculane is just acting out of pure selfishness. But as she looks at his calm, steady face, she knows everyone in this room has got him completely wrong. The Great Elder slams his staff down, calling for order to stop the chaotic shouting match. He decides to postpone the Red Sins issue until the next assembly, moving the meeting to the next agenda item. The long, grueling conference finally comes to a close, and Deculane exits the hall with his peak noble stride. As they pass in the corridor, Baton aggressively shoulders past Deculane, unable to hide his petty anger. Deculane's expression doesn't change, but internally he knows that while he managed to avoid a death flag, he made a very dangerous enemy. The next morning, the sun rises over the bustling streets of the Birch Market District. Deculane is currently browsing a local magic shop, looking for high-quality secondary materials to complete his new wand. He examines the glowing crystals in his gloved hands, calculating the perfect magical synergy for his lightning-struck wood. Suddenly, Alan gasps beside him, his eyes wide as he looks toward the front of the shop. He starts calling out to Deculane, pointing toward the street with pure excitement. He happily explains that his savior, the person who helped him reach Berk safely after the train crash, is standing right outside. Deculane turns around, his sharp blue eyes narrowing as he recognizes the woman. It's Lilia Fremion, the vice chief of the security bureau, looking incredibly sharp in her formal military uniform. To show his proper appreciation for her protecting his assistant, Deculane invites her to a high-end restaurant for a meal. Lilia thanks him for the food, but immediately transitions into her professional investigator role. She asks what happened to Baron, the elite escort knight who was assigned to travel with him. The waiter sets down a perfectly cooked steak as Deculane prepares to deliver his reply. He casually takes a bite and says that Baron is dead, killed during the attack on the train, behaving like he's discussing the weather. The scene shifts to the high-security Imperial Security Bureau in the capital city of Imperium. Locke, the notorious wizard killer, is sitting in heavy iron cuffs across from Lilia in a dim interrogation room. Lilia mockingly notes that the legendary killer seems to have his lips completely sealed now that he's in custody. Locke looks up, slightly confused when she suddenly orders him to do something highly unusual. She commands him to activate his magic nullifying ability right here in the room. He lets out a dark, knowing smirk, realizing exactly what she is planning to do. A massive wave of purple energy erupts from his body, filling the entire room with magic-disrupting force. On the wall, the magical surveillance device begins to crackle, its glowing eye warping under the pressure. With a sharp pop, the monitoring feed goes completely dead, leaving them in absolute, unrecorded privacy. The instant the camera fails, Lilia slams her fist onto the desk, her professional composure completely vanishing. "You Fing idiot!" she snaps, her face twisting in pure, unbridled rage. She grabs him by the collar, demanding to know why he did something so incredibly reckless that could ruin their entire clan. Lokok laughs, explaining his plan was to assassinate Deculine because the Eucline family is a massive threat to their survival. Lilia tells him to shut up, pointing out that staying hidden is the only way their people have survived this long. Lokok counters that they were born with demonic talent and that raw power is exactly why the Empire will always try to wipe them out. She demands to know why he specifically went out of his way to target Deculine. Lokok looks away, sweating slightly as she asks if his goal was genuinely just to murder him. He admits they were just watching him, but says if Deculine keeps acting crazy, he will gladly put a blade through his chest. Lilia looks him dead in the eye and tells him to leave Deculine alone, calling him a true noble. Lokok scoffs, claiming he has an entire list of crimes and atrocities Deculine has committed in the past. But Lilia remembers Deculine's speech at the assembly, standing proud and declaring that the Red Sins are humans, not monsters. Lokok points out that Deculine knew he was a member of the Fallen Clan and still chose not to execute him. Lilia leans in close, dropping a massive truth bomb. Deculine didn't actually know his secret identity. She explains that if they murder people based on ancestral bloodlines, they are no better than the ones who call them demons. Lokok asks her how long she thinks she can maintain her high rank in the security bureau before someone exposes her. She calmly answers that she can hide forever, since they look perfectly human and avoiding their taboo foods is incredibly easy. She adds that the emperor's physical condition is rapidly worsening, meaning a new king will soon ascend the throne. Until they see what stance the new ruler takes, she orders him to stay quiet and rot comfortably in his cell. Back at the restaurant, Lilia is angrily stabbing her food, muttering about Deculine's annoying high and mighty attitude. Suddenly, a pair of fancy leather boots stops right beside their dining table. Lilia immediately covers her nose, disgusted by the overwhelming smell of cheap alcohol drifting off the newcomer. Deculine doesn't even look up from his plate, coldly stating that he has absolutely nothing to say to him. It's Ihelm, looking completely wasted and wearing an incredibly smug, mockingly friendly grin. He leans down, whispering that there is a very specific, dark secret he wants to hear Deculine confess. Meanwhile, far away at the grand, snow-covered headquarters of the Freyheim Knights, Julie's face goes completely pale, her eyes widening in absolute horror. A messenger knight bows his head in front of her, delivering the grim news with deep regret. He confirms that Baron was killed during the mission, and Julie clutches her desk as her entire world begins to spin. And back at the restaurant, Ihelm stands over Deculine's table as the ultimate storm of political ruin prepares to break. The high-stakes dinner drama continues, and the tension in the restaurant is currently thick enough to cut with a butter knife. Lilia is staring at this blonde guy with a mix of confusion and intense suspicion, wondering why the head of the Rewind family is suddenly crash-landing their dinner. Ihelm, who has clearly had a few too many drinks, leans in and asks Deculine why he's acting so defensive toward another magic family. His eyes go completely bloodshot, with pure, unadulterated hater energy as he zeroes in on our guy. He demands to know why Deculine is suddenly playing White Knight for the Bloodshrouds. Lilia's eyes widen in shock as Ihelm brings up the receipts, reminding everyone that Deculine literally wrote a paper advocating for their complete eradication. Our guy just sits there in silence, staring down at his plate like the world's most elegant statue. Ihelm takes it a step too far, mockingly asking if Deculine found a Bloodshroud slave to ghostwrite his research, which immediately causes Alan to slam the table in rage. Deculine doesn't even flinch, he just takes his napkin, wipes his mouth, and tells his assistant to sit back down. He casually drops a high-tier verbal nuke, stating that Ihelm's brain is basically rotten cheese, so this level of stupidity is expected. He tells Ihelm to worry about his own trash talk because the final research presentation is only a few months away. Ihelm stumbles off, laughing to cope with the absolute embarrassment of getting verbally dismantled in a public restaurant. Lilia looks down at her hands, her heart beating fast as she tries to process what just happened. She realizes Deculine is actively acting like a target for the entire high society just to keep the spotlight off the Bloodshrouds. She walks back to the pub, her entire perception of this supposed monster completely flipped upside down. The scene shifts to the next day, with the cold mountain sun shining over the streets of Berkt. Before packing his bags, Deculine visits a famous local craftsman to commission his custom lightning-struck wand. And just like that, the system alerts him that a hidden subquest has been completed, rewarding him with a legendary wand and some extra shop currency. With his new weapon secured, the train chugs along the stone bridge, carrying them back to the Empire. Unfortunately, our guy has to share a carriage with Beitan, who is currently radiating a visible, red-hot aura of pure salt. The guy is literally fuming like a cartoon character, but since we are in a safe zone, no actual PvP breaks out. Deculin just turns the page of his book, completely unfazed by the human radiator sitting across from him. The train finally pulls into the snow-covered platform of the Imperial Station. Alan steps off the carriage, stretching his arms and letting out a happy sigh after surviving the train ride from hell. He turns to tell Deculine that they only have one transfer left, but notices his boss has suddenly stopped walking. Standing right there on the snowy platform is a group of knights clad in silver and blue armor. It's Julie, and her face is completely cast in shadow, her expression unreadable. She steps forward, quietly stating that she heard about the train ambush and is relieved that he made it back alive. Deculine thanks her, realizing she must have received some warped version of the news regarding Baran. Behind her, the other Freyheim knights are glaring at him with pure disgust, complaining that only the arrogant noble managed to survive. Julie mentions she read the official report, which claims Deculine worked together with Baran to save the other victims. She bites her lip, her voice trembling as she prepares to ask the most painful question of her life. She looks up at him with tear-filled eyes, asking how Baran was in his final moments. She looks so incredibly fragile here, like a single harsh word could shatter her entire world. Our guy just stares back, his blue eyes calm, but carrying a heavy, uncharacteristic weight. The station goes completely quiet as the crowd moves around them in slow motion. Internally, his developer brain is running a massive simulation, debating whether he should tell her the absolute truth. He could easily tell her that her precious right-hand man was a traitor who tried to murder him, and that they fought a duel to the death. He was fully prepared to drop that truth bomb on her and let the cards fall where they may. But looking at her face right now, he realizes the reality is just too cruel for her to bear. Julie is honorable, but her heart is not made of stone. If she finds out her subordinate tried to commit murder, she will blame herself forever. She would spend the rest of her life in a spiral of guilt, tearing her own soul apart for Baran's sins. So, our guy decides to make a classic protagonist sacrifice, choosing to carry the blame and the hatred of her entire squad. The loud whistle of the conductor breaks the silence, announcing the departure of the next train to the Empire. They stand on the platform, the heavy snow falling between them as the distance between their worlds grows. Deculine turns his head slightly, stating that it is simply difficult to put into words. He tells her that Baran was emotional, choosing to leave the details vague to protect her peace of mind. Julie bows her head in deep gratitude, thanking him before turning to retrieve her subordinate's remaining gear. She walks away into the snow, completely unaware that the man she thinks is a heartless snob just saved her from a lifetime of self-hatred. Deculine watches her leave, feeling a strange, lingering ache in his chest, a residual emotion from the original owner of this body. Alan breaks the mood, complaining about how incredibly rude those knights were to the man who saved them. Our guy tells him to ignore them, but is interrupted by a pair of neat leather boots stopping right in front of him. He looks up and is surprised to see Sylvia standing there, holding onto her school bag with both hands. She ignores his questions and reaches into her bag, pulling something out. She thrusts a beautifully bound antique book into his hands, calling it a gift. Before he can even say a word, she turns around and sprints away down the platform like a startled rabbit. Deculine lets out a long, exhausted sigh, adjusting his coat as the sheer weight of the trip finally catches up to him. He tells Alan they need to make haste, and the train rolls out of the snowy station, heading back to the sunny capital. Meanwhile, back on the snowy cliffs of Birch, the official investigation into the train crash is wrapping up. The inspectors conclude that Baran died heroically during the second ambush while trying to stabilize the situation. The officer hands Julie a small, glowing manosphere containing Baran's residual essence. Julie holds the keepsake, her face pale as her companion stands quietly behind her. She asks if there are any other personal items left, but the officer shakes his head, stating that the abyss claimed everything else. She walks to the very edge of the cliff, staring down into the endless, foggy white chasm. She whispers to the wind, mourning the loss of her reliable right-hand man who died for what she thinks was a noble cause. Tears stream down her face as she calls him a foolish bastard, completely heartbroken by his sudden departure. The scene abruptly cuts to the grand mansion of House Eucline, where a loud scream echoes through the pillars. "Deculane!" Yariel is literally on fire with rage, and poor Roy is desperately trying to hold her back. She slams her ledger on the table, screaming that their financial situation is in shambles and they won't survive another 2 months because of his spending. Our guy looks at her, realizing his custom wand commission was a bit more expensive than he anticipated. He tells her to calm down, stating that he has an immediate plan to secure more funds. He points toward a gallery of luxurious, glowing antiques he bought at the auction just to show off his wealth. Uriel looks at him like he's lost his mind, but Deculane just tells her to speak more ladylike since she is the next head of the family. This only makes her angrier, as she points out that she's only screaming because he literally made them bankrupt. Deculane ignores her tantrum, looking at the glowing antiques with his developer vision. He finally understands why his wealthy magnate cheat flagged these specific items at the auction. They weren't just standard art investments, they were perfect targets for his active crafting skills. He raises his gloved hand, casting a gold-infused wave of his Midas touch over the entire gallery. Uriel looks at him standing there with his hand out, dryly asking if he's a complete moron who has finally lost his mind. He drops his hand, casually telling her to call an appraiser because he's putting all of these items back on the auction block. Uriel goes ballistic, screaming that quick-selling antiques will barely return half of what they originally paid. But our guy just turns to Roy and tells him to transport the items immediately. He looks back at a beautifully painted blue and white porcelain vase standing near the wall. The vase glows with a brilliant golden light as the system interface pops up. Thanks to Midas Touch, the has been upgraded, gaining a passive effect that prevents flowers from wilting and grants mid-class fatigue recovery. Deculine smiles, realizing the vase is now worth a fortune, and tells the servants to handle the upgraded art pieces with extreme care. Uriel continues to scream in the background, but Deculine just checks his watch and notes that it is time for him to head to his day job. We cut to the University Magic Tower, specifically the cozy room of the Magic Exploration Club. Inside, a group of students is gathered around a table, playing a highly competitive game of cards. Ephraim slams her hand on the table with a terrifyingly dark expression, revealing a full house of kings. Her clubmates let out a collective groan as Ephraim celebrates her third consecutive victory, exempting her from cleaning duty for a week. The other students start bickering and throwing excuses, creating a warm, lively atmosphere in the small room. Ephraim lets out a genuine, happy laugh, her face lighting up with pure joy. For her, this moment feels like an absolute dream. Ever since she entered this tower as a poor commoner, she has been met with nothing but hostility from noble students and condescending professors. She was constantly bullied, isolated, and pushed to her absolute physical limits. But as she looks around the room, she realizes she finally has something she never thought possible. A group of genuine friends who treat her like an equal. She smiles, quietly thinking about how much she has come to love this ordinary little club. But because this is a manhwa, the wholesome slice-of-life moment is immediately interrupted by a heavy shadow falling over the room. The door is kicked open with a loud bang, and a furious voice demands to know what the hell they are doing. It's Professor Relin, accompanied by his smug noble colleague, looking down their noses at the commoners. Ephraim's smile immediately vanishes as she recognizes the corrupt professors who have been making their lives miserable. Relin mockingly reads their club sign, laughing at the idea of commoners running an official magic club. Ephraim grits her teeth, her hands clenching as she prepares to handle this situation with absolute dignity. She stands up, stating clearly that they submitted a proper plan and received official permission to form this club. Relin scoffs, demanding to know what idiot professor would ever allow a stupid club like this to exist. Then he points at Ephraim, recognizing her as the low-life student who got punished during the previous audit. Ephraim's eyes go completely cold, her vision narrowing as the word low-life echoes in her ears. Relin continues to mock her, calling her an arrogant brat for daring to glare at her superior. Her friend tries to hold her back, sweating in fear as Ephraim's mana begins to flare up. The other noble professor chuckles in the doorway, thoroughly enjoying the humiliation of the commoner students. Relin barks at them, declaring that no respectable professor would ever sign off on this garbage. Suddenly, a pair of dark leather shoes steps into the frame, their heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway. Relin keeps shouting, completely oblivious to the massive purple-tinted shadow looming directly behind him. A cold, familiar voice rings out from the doorway. "It was me." The temperature in the room drops to absolute zero as Deculane stares down at the trembling professor, asking if he has a complaint. Relin's face goes completely pale with terror, while Ephraim stares at her professor in absolute speechless shock. The atmosphere in the room instantly freezes, and our guy is currently looking down at the corrupt assistant professor like he's a bug that needs to be crushed. Deculane calmly steps into the room, declaring that he is the one who approved the club and asking if Relin has a problem with that. Ephraim and her friends are staring in absolute disbelief, their jaws on the floor as the most terrifying professor in the tower suddenly becomes their shield. Deculane's inner monologue is hilarious. He's just annoyed that his half-sister Yariel has been screaming at him all morning, and now he has to deal with this garbage the second he clocks into work. He steps directly into Relin's personal space, radiating a dark purple aura of pure disgust because the man is actively dripping sweat all over his clean floor. Relin's survival instincts kick in at Mach speed, and he instantly pivots to a pathetic, smiling salesman act, claiming the room is just far too shabby for elite students. He starts sweating like a broken water pipe, nervously laughing and promising to replace all the cheap furniture with top-tier equipment out of his own pocket. Deculine just watches him squirm, dryly agreeing that the room looks incredibly worn and letting the man buy his way out of a beating. As they walk out into the hallway, Beck, who was standing outside waiting to gloat, is startled to see Deculine leading the march. Our guy walks right past him without even making eye contact, casually muttering that lowly cockroaches will always act like cockroaches. He tells them he's heading out, leaving the two corrupt nobles standing in the hallway completely paralyzed by fear. Beck stands there, his fists clenched and his face turning red with absolute humiliation. We cut to the main lecture hall, where the students are whispering about Deculine's long absence and his wild exploits in Birched. Sylvia rests her chin on her hand, listening to the other mages discuss the news report about the train that miraculously floated in midair. The gossiping stops instantly as a heavy, gloved hand slams onto the podium, demanding absolute silence. Deculine stands before them, holding his textbook and casually levitating a piece of chalk with his mind. He announces that today's topic is pure elements and magic interference, looking out over the crowded amphitheater. He defines the concept, explaining that magic interference is when a spell cast by one mage is disrupted by the intervention of another. But before diving into the boring theory, he decides it's time for a little warm-up exercise, signaling for Alan to bring in a metal container. With a simple snap of his fingers, a batch of glowing blue crystals floats out of the box. The magic stones rise into the air, drifting across the classroom and stopping right in front of the students' desks. The mages look at the floating gems in surprise, completely unsure of what the professor is planning. Sylvia and Ephraim both lock eyes with their respective floating crystals, their focus sharpening. Deculine notes that these magic stones are worth a solid 3,000 elm each, which is a pretty hefty sum for a student. He explains the rules, he's going to hold the stones in place with his telekinesis, and if anyone can successfully snatch one from his grip, it's theirs to keep. The moment Ephraim hears 3,000 elm, her eyes literally turn into giant dollar signs as she slams her desk in sheer financial greed. Julia immediately leaps across the table, covering her friend's mouth before she can embarrass the entire commoner class. Deculine ignores the outburst, explaining that for a caster, blocking interference is just as important as performing it, so they should give it their best shot. The students place their hands around the glowing blue spheres, channeling their mana to break his hold. The entire lecture hall lights up with blue circles as 150 mages attempt to override his telekinesis at the exact same time. Internally, Deculine is actually using this as a training montage since he recently memorized basic telekinesis and needs to build up his muscle memory. He's also genuinely curious to see how his custom mana quality holds up against the combined force of 150 opponents. The competitive fire is lit, with Sylvia and Ephraim both gritting their teeth, determined to prove who is the true genius of the class. Ephraim is especially desperate. Her sponsorship money is nearly gone, and she's not about to let 3,000 elms slip through her fingers. Sylvia watches her classmates struggle, her amber eyes reflecting the intense green light of Ephraim's mana. She remembers Deculine's words about Ephraim figuring out her own weakness, and the memory drives her to push her limits even further. Sylvia's hands flare with gold and green energy, her face sweating as she pours every ounce of her mana into the struggle. The rest of the mages are groaning and holding their heads, completely unable to budge Deculine's ironclad telekinetic grip. Alan watches from the side, completely amazed that Deculine isn't leaving a single opening even against 150 elite mages. But Deculine is secretly surprised, too. He didn't expect these supposedly talented kids to end up with bloody noses and completely drained of mana. Suddenly, a sharp ring echoes through the classroom as one of the blue crystals begins to shake violently. Sylvia lets out a heavy breath, her golden mana breaking through his grip as the stone drops safely into her hands. Ephraim looks over in surprise, witnessing her rival's success while she is still locked in a desperate struggle. Sylvia catches her breath, looking up at the professor with a proud, tired smile. Deculine walks over, calmly praising her as the first one to successfully complete the exercise. Sylvia nods, but Deculine's expression remains completely neutral, as he fully expected her natural talent to pull it off. He looks around the silent room, asking if there is anyone else who has the strength to claim a stone. He turns back to the chalkboard, preparing to wrap up the exercise and move on to the actual lecture. But just as he's about to speak, his head snaps back as he senses another wave of mana successfully breaking his circuit. Ephraim stands there, panting heavily with a triumphant, exhausted grin as she holds her hard-earned 3,000 elm. Sylvia turns around, her amber eyes widening with a mix of shock and intense, quiet frustration. The rest of the class is in absolute shambles, with students collapsing onto their desks and groaning in pure exhaustion. Deculine rubs his temples, telling them to stop their pathetic display, take a break, and make sure to clean up the mess they made. Ephraim is literally face down on her desk, her tongue numb as she mutters that she almost died from the mana strain. Julia asks her how on earth she managed to do it, and Ephraim weakly raises her head, claiming she had a sudden epiphany. She explains that when she tried to break through Deculine's magic, she felt a distinct structural barrier and focused all her power on that single point. Sylvia overhears the conversation, her golden eyes narrowing as she tries to process this impossible development. She remembers the rumors about Deculine giving Ephraim private lessons, and a painful wave of jealousy and betrayal washes over her. She watches Ephraim cry tears of joy over her new magic stone, feeling a deep, quiet anger building inside her chest. She turns away, whispering that Ephraim is nothing but an arrogant commoner who got lucky. Deculine stands back at the podium, looking out over his exhausted, defeated classroom as the break ends. He tells them that while they all tried their best, there was actually a much simpler way to bypass his telekinesis. He looks directly at Sylvia and Ephraim, stating that the two who succeeded probably already have a clue. He declares that the secret is a high-level technique known as mana interference. He explains the theory. Unlike standard magic interference, this method requires you to understand the specific circuit of the opponent's spell and disrupt it from the inside. The students whisper in confusion, noting that this technique is incredibly rare because it requires you to memorize hundreds of complex magic circles. Deculine agrees, stating that it's generally not recommended for standard combat since mages usually rely on defensive barriers or counters. But he smiles slightly, telling them that there is no progress without struggle, and they will use this class to master the technique. He explains that the absolute key to mana interference is locating the magic circle's central circuit, which varies depending on the element. He begins drawing a massive, complex purple circle in the air, preparing to show them the blueprint of various spells. He uses a destructive wind-type spell as his first example, showing how the circuit is built to combust from the inside out. The students are writing furiously in their notebooks, trying to keep up with his high-speed masterclass explanation. The warm afternoon sun shines through the large windows of the classroom as 2 hours pass in the blink of an eye. Deculine glances at the grandfather clock ticking quietly in the corner of the room. He abruptly snaps his textbook shut, stating that although there is still content left to cover, their time is officially up. He reminds them that midterms are approaching, and there will be a major open practical exam beforehand, so they must remember today's lesson. He delivers a cold, brief goodbye, leaving the students staring at him in absolute, wide-eyed shock. The classroom erupts into complaints, with one student comparing his abrupt exit to stopping a bathroom break halfway through. Julia stretches her stiff arms while Ephraim holds her notebook, still buzzing with the excitement of her breakthrough. She smiles, thinking about how this lecture finally made her understand the true depth of her father's research. But the peaceful moment is immediately ruined as a shadow falls over her desk, and a condescending voice calls her out. It's Beck, and he's standing there with his arms crossed, looking down at her with a smug, toxic sneer. Julia instantly stands up, angrily asking him why on earth he's trying to start trouble with them again. Beck ignores her, mockingly asking Ephraim how a low-life commoner managed to go from the absolute bottom of the class to second place. Ephraim tries to brush it off with a smile, telling him she wouldn't expect an elitist like him to understand. But Beck's face twists with pure malice, asking if she used some underhanded bribe to secure her score since she has no family or wealth. Ephraim stands up so fast her chair screeches, her face turning dark as she demands to know what he just said. Sylvia watches the confrontation from her desk, her expression neutral but her focus locked on the escalating drama. Beck laughs, mocking her lack of academic background and demanding she explain how she suddenly improved so rapidly. He sneers, claiming Deculane probably just went easy on her because he wanted to hand her that 3,000 Elni stone as a pity gift. He looks down at her with pity, stating that since she has no home or parents, the professor was probably just throwing her a bone. That is the absolute limit. Ephraim's eyes go completely blank as a terrifying, violent wave of green mana erupts from her body. She grabs him by the collar, her voice trembling with murderous rage as she tells him to say one more word. Sylvia's eyes narrow as she watches the green light illuminate the room, her hand clutching her sleeve in tension. Julia grabs Ephraim's arm, desperately begging her to let go of him before things go too far. She reminds her of the consequences, asking what she will do if she gets expelled or punished again. Ephraim freezes, the memory of Deculane's voice about mages always remaining cold echoing in her mind. She slowly lowers her hands, the green mana dissolving as she stands in silence. She turns to Julia with a bright, cheerful laugh, thanking her for keeping her head straight. She loudly states that she must have gone crazy for a second, trying to have a civilized conversation with an absolute idiot. She grabs her bag and happily suggests they go get something delicious to eat, leaving Beck standing there in pure, vein-popping fury. They run out of the classroom giggling, leaving the noble assistant fuming as Sylvia watches them go from the back row. Sylvia stands alone in the quiet lecture hall, her golden hair catching the sunlight as she stares at the empty doorway. Outside, Ephraim is walking down the stone path, her boots clicking softly against the pavement. She's still fuming internally, clutching her strap as she tries to calm her anger toward Beck. She mutters to herself about what she should do to teach that elitist bastard a lesson. But her thoughts are interrupted as a shadow steps out from behind a large stone pillar. She looks up in surprise to see Sylvia standing there, her amber eyes locked onto her as she quietly asks if they can talk. Sylvia corners Ephraim outside the class, suggesting they have a quick talk about what's actually going on. Ephraim is completely caught off guard, wondering why this golden-haired prodigy is suddenly materializing in her path. Sylvia gets straight to the point, crossing her arms and asking if she is secretly being tutored by Deculane. Ephraim's head practically explodes with anger, screaming that they have the absolute worst relationship in history and tutoring makes zero sense. She asks if Sylvia called her over just to talk complete nonsense, her face turning red with frustration. Sylvia keeps her cool, telling her to calm down and dropping a massive truth bomb. She reveals that Deculane hasn't set foot inside a magic research lab for 3 whole years, not once since Ephraim's father Kagan Luna died. Ephraim scoffs, bitterly claiming that of course he hasn't, since Deculane was always a plagiarizing fraud who couldn't do anything without her father's genius. But Sylvia cuts her off, asking if she knows that Deculane has been visiting that same lab every single day for the past 3 months. She explains that he personally cleaned the dust, hired a dedicated assistant, and bought expensive new magical tools. Ephraim freezes, her eyes widening in absolute shock as the puzzle pieces start to align. She immediately suspects that the corrupt professor is trying to steal her father's remaining research papers again. Her fist clenches so hard her glove creaks, her anger reaching a boiling point. She tries to mask her panic, asking Sylvia what Deculane's research lab visits have to do with her. Sylvia just lets out a faint, knowing smile, thoroughly enjoying the impact of her words. She turns and walks away, stating that she just thought Ephraim deserved to know what her sponsor is doing. Ephraim stands alone, her mind spinning as she realizes Deculane is up to something massive. A few days pass, and the morning sun rises over the grand cathedral-like Imperial Magic Tower. A massive crowd of students and spectators has gathered in the open-air arena. Ephraim and Julia are standing in the crowd, wondering why the professor summoned them to this public stage. Suddenly, Beck struts past them, intentionally bumping Ephraim's shoulder with a smug grin. Julia holds her friend back, telling her to be the bigger person and let the petty assistant go. The crowd goes silent as heavy footsteps echo from the wooden stage. Deculane steps forward, declaring that today's class is the final practical exam before their midterms. With a sharp, gloved snap of his fingers, he prepares to show them the exam parameters. Large banners unfurl from the stone arches above the arena. He formally announces that this exam is a public magic combat practical. The students gasp as they look at the thousands of spectators watching from the balconies. Deculine explains that they will demonstrate their magic combat skills in front of the entire tower. He notes that they must utilize at least 3 different elements, and that he will personally evaluate their strengths and weaknesses regardless of who wins. He adds that Professor Relin will be supervising to prevent any life-threatening injuries. He calls the first combatant, telling him to step to the center and choose his opponent. The 2 student mages take their places on the massive dirt field. Deculine watches from the raised balcony, his blue eyes assessing their stances. The matches begin, with fireballs and wind blades lighting up the arena. Sylvia easily dominates her opponent, her golden mana cutting through his defenses effortlessly. Deculine takes notes on his clipboard while Relin watches with a nervous grin. At first, the mages are clumsy and awkward, but they quickly adapt to the high-pressure environment. A massive explosion shakes the center of the field, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Deculine raises his hand, declaring Sylvia the undisputed winner of her match. In the crowd, several elitist noble students laugh, making nasty comments about how commoner bastards belong in the garden. Ephraim glares at them, her eyes burning as she watches the blatant discrimination of the tower. She steps forward, warmly cheering for her commoner classmate who is walking off the field in defeat. Deculine's voice echoes over the arena, calling Beck to the center stage next. Beck struts forward with his arms crossed, his eyes scanning the crowd of students. With a smug, self-satisfied grin, he points his finger directly at Ephraim. Ephraim smiles, her eyes narrowing as she realizes this is the perfect opportunity to shut him up. She walks onto the dusty arena floor, standing face to face with the arrogant assistant. Beck taunts her, mockingly asking if she'll be okay without her secret tutor to hold her hand. Ephraim looks at him like he's trash, asking if talking absolute garbage is a requirement for noble men. She adds a legendary burn, telling him he looks pathetic trying to copy Deculine's style with his cheap suit. Beck's face goes red with fury as Ephraim raises her hand, a massive spiral of green wind erupting around her. She tells him she's about to show him that his magic is just as lame as his outfit. Beck unloads a giant wave of yellow fire, screaming that he's going to send her to meet her dead parents. The impact of the fire explosion tears through the arena, throwing dirt and smoke everywhere. Beck laughs, thinking he won, but his smile immediately fades as a glowing green light pierces the smoke. Ephraim stands completely untouched, her mana forming a massive windshield that absorbed the entire blast. She glares at him through the wind, recalling her experiences in this arrogant magic tower. She declares that a good physical beating is the only language a corrupt noble truly understands. With a massive wave of her hand, a giant green wind fist punches Beck straight into the sky. The arrogant assistant lands flat on his back, crying and groaning in absolute agony. He looks up weakly, tears streaming down his face as a shadow looms over him. Ephraim stands over him triumphantly, looking down at his pathetic face with a wide, satisfied grin. Deculine casually declares Ephraim the winner of the match, while Beck mutters a bitter excuse. Ephraim looks up at the balcony, complaining that the match was too short because her opponent was incredibly weak. She looks directly at Deculine, asking if she can have one more match to properly show her skills. She explains that because Beck was a complete pushover, she only got to use 1 element instead of the required 3. Deculine agrees that her match was cut short and tells her to select any other opponent from the crowd. Ephraim raises her arm, pointing her finger past the mages and straight at the balcony. With a wild, confident grin, she declares that she wants to fight him. The entire arena goes dead silent as Ephraim keeps her finger pointed straight at Deculine. She repeats her challenge, her eyes shining with pure, unyielding determination. Relin instantly loses his mind, screaming that this crazy commoner has finally lost her mind and needs to be thrown out. Sylvia watches from the balcony, her eyes narrowing as she tries to comprehend Ephraim's absolute madness. Ephraim knows everyone is panicking, but she doesn't care about their reactions. She knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gauge the massive gap between herself and the man she has sworn to defeat. A faint, cold smirk plays on Deculine's lips as he looks down at his rebellious student. Relin continues to shout, but Deculine raises his hand and tells him to shut up and compose himself. With supreme noble poise, Deculine announces that he will allow her challenge. He explains that since he gave the students the freedom to choose any opponent, it is only logical that he accepts. But he adds a crucial condition: since a professor cannot fight a student on equal terms, he will not attack, and she wins if she can make him move a single step. He descends to the dusty arena floor, standing completely still with his arms crossed behind his back. Ephraim's heart is pounding like a drum, her green mana swirling around her wrist. She clenches her fist. thinking of her father and how desperately she has wanted this confrontation. Deculane looks at her with absolute indifference, calmly telling her to begin. Instantly, Ephraim leaps into the air, launching a massive barrage of sharp green wind blades. She knows she is outclassed, but she pours every ounce of her raw talent into the assault. The wind pressure slices through the dirt, aiming straight for Deculane's chest. Deculan doesn't even move an inch, letting his passive mana barrier deflect the wind like a gentle breeze. Without wasting a single second, Ephraim transitions to her second element, summoning a massive fire circle. A raging pillar of fire erupts around Deculan, engulfing him in bright orange flames. The heat is intense, but Deculane just stands in the center of the inferno, his posture perfectly relaxed. He lets out a soft, amused murmur, genuinely impressed by the sheer speed of her elemental transition. He stands in the middle of the burning field, his charcoal coat completely untouched by the flames. Ephraim raises her hands, summoning her third element, Earth, to trigger a massive dust explosion. A thick black cloud of dust and debris completely blankets the center of the arena. The crowd gasps as the explosive force tears up the stone floor. Relin and Sylvia watch in absolute suspense, the arena covered in a suffocating haze. Ephraim lands on the ground, panting heavily as her mana circles slowly dissipate. She stares into the smoke, hoping she managed to push him back even a single inch. But as the dust clears, Deculine stands in the exact same spot, his arms still crossed and looking completely pristine. Ephraim grits her teeth in frustration, her hands trembling from the immense magical strain. She unleashes a rapid sequence of wind projectiles, trying to find any opening in his defense. Deculane watches her movements, pointing out that she has a very bad habit of making her magic circles too large. He explains that her giant movements make her magic completely predictable for an experienced caster. Ephraim tries to cast her next spell, pushing her mana to the absolute limit, but suddenly, her magic circles completely shatter into pieces, her mana instantly fizzling out. She looks down at her hands in panic, realizing her magical flow has been completely blocked. Deculan has used high-level magic interference to lock her mana circuits, completely disabling her spellcasting. But Ephraim refuses to lose. She sprints forward, intending to use physical combat instead. She clenches her fist, launching a powerful punch straight toward his face. But before her fist can connect, Deculane casually raises his gloved hand. With a simple flick of his wrist, he deflects her momentum, launching her flying backward across the field. Ephraim crashes hard onto the dusty ground, a cloud of dirt rising around her. Deculane stands over her, his expression cold as he watches his students struggle to sit up. Internally, he is actually highly impressed, noting her incredible tactical sense in combining wind, fire, and earth for that dust explosion. He knows that executing such a complex multi-element spell is practically impossible for any normal debutante. He realizes that this incredible feat is only possible because of Ephraim's hidden talent, Vessel. As long as she wears her father's green jade bracelet, she has the rare ability to master all elements. Deculine smiles internally, realizing that nurturing a legendary talent like hers is the ultimate reward for a teacher. He steps forward, looking down at his defeated student, and states that the outcome of their battle is clear. But then he drops a rare, historic line, quietly telling her that the fight wasn't bad at all. Ephraim stares up at him in absolute awe, her chest tightening as she hears the first genuine praise from her fated enemy. Deculan turns around, formally announcing the end of the public practical and telling the students to focus on their midterms. The crowd of mages begins to murmur, completely shocked that the strict Deculan actually gave a commoner a compliment. Beck stands in the corner looking like a complete joke, his ego thoroughly shattered by Ephraim's legendary showing. Ephraim sits on the dirt, a proud, happy smile spreading across her face. Her friends run onto the field, hugging her and celebrating her incredible duel. The scene cuts away to a busy imperial harbor, with a massive sailing ship pulling into the docks. A young boy jumps off the ship's gangplank, landing on the stone harbor floor. S-rank adventurer Ganesha stands on the docks, warmly welcoming her crew back to the capital. A beautiful young girl with long, dark hair steps off the ship, letting out a soft, playful giggle. The system screen pops up with a massive revelation. This is Yuria, the island girl who has been possessed by Yu Ara, Deculane's real-world ex-girlfriend and the game's designer. This is about to get incredibly chaotic. We start right at the bustling Imperial Harbor where Ganesha is currently giving a massive back-breaking hug to her newest recruit. Meet Yuria, or should I say, Yu Ara, the literal game developer who helped build this entire fantasy nightmare in the first place. She still remembers her final moments in Seoul. The blinding glare of car headlights, the sudden, absolute silence as her old life was wiped off the map, and then, waking up under a massive tree in a forest she only recognized from concept art. She had immediately run into Ganesha's party, who were loudly debating whether they should cancel a contract with Deculane. Looking at Ganesha's iconic pirate hat and the knocked-out thug on the grass, the puzzle pieces clicked. She was actually stuck inside her own video game, and the character she possessed was Yuria, a traveler designed to navigate the underworld. Which brings us back to the docks. The kids are running around, and Ganesha is shouting directions like a proud captain. Ara knows Ganesha is literally one of the strongest S-tier physical powerhouses in this entire world, so her strategy is simple: stay glued to Ganesha's side if she wants to survive the upcoming plot arcs. She needs to keep her head down, stay alive, and figure out a way back to the real world. But while Ara is planning her survival route, we shift back to the grand architecture of the Eucline estate. Our guy Deculane is currently unboxing a delivery. The package he has been waiting for has finally arrived. It is Localock's custom-crafted wand radiating a gorgeous, deep purple magical energy. Deculane's aesthetic sense trait immediately activates, giving him a massive surge of quiet satisfaction. And when we look at the item specs, this thing is an absolute beast. It is built from high-grade iron wood, the absolute peak of wood materials. It features an automatic learning trait that helps the caster understand complex magical flows on the fly, and as a neat little cosmic bonus, the wand literally changes its color scheme to match whatever outfit Deculane is wearing. Talk about premium fashion utility. Deculane examines the detailed engravings with absolute focus. The wand has perfect synergy with his Eucline bloodline, making the 9 million eln he spent feel like a total bargain. His butler Roy knocks on the door, announcing that a massive dinner is waiting for him downstairs. And when Deculane walks into the dining room, he is greeted by an absolute mountain of luxury seafood. Our guide just stands there, looking at the feast with a deeply suspicious expression. He asks Yariel why they are eating like royal kings when their bank accounts were literally crying last week. Yariel proudly tells him they need the energy to overcome their troubles. Roy steps in, sweating bullets, but looking incredibly proud. He explains that the upgraded antiques Deculane told them to sell caused a literal bidding war at the auction house. The profit margins were so insane that Yariel and Roy were crying tears of joy behind the curtains, realizing the estate is set for the next several years. Roy hands Deculane a heavy pouch of profits as a token of Yariel's deep appreciation, and for a split second, a very rare genuine smirk appears on Deculane's face. "It's good," he says, which is basically the highest form of praise this emotionally locked noble can offer. Yariel is happily eating her food, completely satisfied with herself, but of course, Deculane immediately ruins the wholesome family moment by pointing out that her knife grip is completely unrefined. Classic sibling behavior. Later that night, we head to Deculane's massive private office at the Magic Tower. He has piles of ancient documents and administrative paperwork stacked on his desk. Our guy looks at the sheets and sighs. The administrative state of this department is a complete disaster. He mutters about how uncouth his predecessor actually was. The upcoming midterm exams are approaching, and Deculane is determined to write the questions himself. To get some baseline inspiration, he starts reviewing the test templates left behind by the original Deculane, and what he finds makes his blood boil. The questions are so ridiculously unfairly difficult that they are practically designed to make students fail. The old Deculane was basically using these exams to show off his own intellectual superiority and laugh at the despair of young mages. Our guy holds his head in sheer exhaustion. The original villain's personality was truly top-tier trash. He mistook torturing students with impossible math for personal genius. But Kim Woo-jin is a proper developer. He actually cares about game balance and student progression. A truly great exam question shouldn't just break the student's spirit. It needs to challenge them, offer a clear path of discovery, and spark a moment of pure enlightenment. He reaches into the very last storage box, wondering if there is anything useful left. He pulls out a dust-covered sheet of draft paper. His blue eyes widen in sudden, absolute shock. The structure of this specific draft is completely different from all the other arrogant templates. The logic is incredibly advanced, but instead of being frustrating, the questions are so beautifully designed that they are practically mesmerizing. He immediately activates his comprehension cheat to analyze the underlying magical code. He infuses his own mana solution directly into the specialized test purpose paper, and the second his mana touches the sheet, the room erupts into a spectacular display of primary elemental lights. Vivid streams of red, green, and blue energy swirl around the office like a private light show. The mana begins to condense, forming the glowing silhouette of a hand and then a face. A ghostly, breathtaking illustration of a beautiful woman with cascading white hair appears right in front of him. Deculin leans back in his chair, completely mesmerized. The exam paper is designed so that when a student inputs the correct magical formulas, a stunning elemental illustration is painted in real time. The different colors represent the elements, and harmonizing them correctly brings the artwork to life. This is the absolute pinnacle of pure elemental magic design. It is brilliant. But as he stares at the glowing figure, a sudden, sharp pain hits Deculane's chest. The residual soul of the original Deculane is feeling a wave of intense, bitter jealousy. He realizes why the old Deculane hid this draft away. Because the old Deculane lacked the talent to create something this perfect, and he couldn't stand the reminder of his own limitations. But who on earth was the woman in the drawing? Meanwhile, we cut over to the elegant administration wings of the Magic Tower. A thick stack of documents regarding the controversial Bloodshroud race is sitting on a polished desk, and reading through them is Chairwoman Heroine herself. She notes that the Assembly's decision on the Bloodshrouds took a very unexpected turn. She tosses the papers aside with a highly amused, chaotic smile. She looks down at the documents, specifically focusing on Deculane's name. She looks at the other high-ranking professors gathered in her parlor, clearly plotting some premium drama. As the most promising Archmage candidate in the entire empire, Heroine is a walking cheat code of raw magical power, but her personality is basically that of a playful, chaotic gremlin who lives for high society gossip. She is currently eavesdropping on two mages who are whispering about the legendary fights between Deculane and Julie. She is actually half fairy, which is the secret source of her massive mana pool and her incredibly eccentric attitude. And she has been waiting for a day like today to spice things up. She addresses the professors, noting how interesting it is that the cold, arrogant Deculane actually defended the Bloodshrouds at Birched. And as usual, Deculane is the only professor who didn't bother showing up to her monthly tea meeting. Classic noble behavior. Heroine sips her tea, looking highly amused. Suddenly, a professor drops a massive lore bomb. Lord Luina is returning to the Empire to attend the upcoming Mage Conference. Now, Luina is Deculane's absolute arch-rival, the one who competed with him for the head professor's seat and was politically ruined by Deculane's underhanded schemes years ago. The professors laugh nervously, predicting that Luina will jump at the chance to reclaim their old position. They agree that having a genius like Luina back in the tower would be a massive win, especially compared to Deculane, who has been acting incredibly bizarre lately with his political moves. Heroine is practically vibrating with excitement. A high-stakes clash between sworn rivals is her absolute favorite kind of entertainment. She abruptly ends the meeting, cheerfully telling the professors to make sure they submit their midterm questions on time. Once they leave, Heroine looks at her cup, her playful smile turning into a sharp, analytical expression. She has already reviewed Deculane's submitted midterm questions, and they are simply too brilliant to believe he wrote them himself, and if his sworn enemy Luina shows up to challenge his academic authority, she squeals with pure delight. The upcoming semester is going to be an absolute circus. A few days later, the dreaded midterm exam day finally arrives at the Imperial Magic Tower. The Grand Lecture Hall is packed with hundreds of mages who are whispering in complete confusion. Our timid assistant Alan stands on the stage, trying his best to calm the chaotic crowd. He announces the rules. The midterm for pure elemental magic will run for 10 full days. Each student will be locked in an assigned private room. They are allowed to sleep, eat, and even take other exams, but removing the test paper from the room is strictly forbidden. It is a brutal, open-book marathon. Down in the seats, Ephraim and Julia are sweating bullets. A 10-day exam is basically psychological warfare. But then, Alan delivers the hook. Deculane has promised that anyone who achieves a perfect score will receive a recommendation letter under the chief professor's name. The entire room goes dead silent. The students immediately erupt into a frenzy of excitement. A chief professor's recommendation is a legendary cheat code. In this world, ascending the strict ranks of magic from debutante to archmage is an absolute nightmare. It requires passing grueling, dangerous promotion tests that break most mages. Many spend their entire lives drowning in research papers and still fail to advance. But a recommendation from a monarch-class mage like Deculane is a literal golden ticket that guarantees instant promotion. Ephraim looks highly annoyed, muttering about how she hates the thought of being associated with her father's enemy. But then, her cartoonish imagination takes over. She visualizes herself getting a perfect score and forcing the arrogant Deculane to bow down and beg for her mercy. A deeply villainous giggle escapes her lips. She is absolutely determined to claim that recommendation. Julia looks at Ephraim, who is currently laughing like a deranged gremlin in the middle of the quiet hall, and slowly backs away. Fast forward to day 4 of the exam. Inside her private room, Ephraim is currently clutching her hair, screaming in pure internal agony. The difficulty of the questions spikes exponentially with every single page. She has spent hours running endless calculations, and her desk is piled high with scrap paper. But as she writes, she has to admit something that kills her pride: the problems are absolutely brilliant. The process of solving them is pure, unadulterated suffering, but reaching the solution gives a feeling of magical enlightenment that is almost addictive. She begins to wonder if Deculane actually wrote these himself. With a pen clamped in her mouth, her eyes are wide with the thrill of discovery. She is completely absorbed in the challenge. She clenches her fist, refusing to let the exam beat her. But she eventually hits a massive, immovable wall on a highly complex elemental formula. Realizing she needs fresh air to clear her brain, she decides to step out of her stuffy study room. Over in the lush academy gardens, a familiar blonde prodigy is sitting on a stone bench under the sunlight. Sylvia sighs, stretching her neck. She has just spent 30 agonizing hours solving a single question. She looks back at the tower, thinking about Deculane's recommendation offer. Unlike the other desperate students, Sylvia doesn't care about the recommendation. She knows anyone capable of acing this test is already elite enough to pass any promotion exam easily, but her immense pride as a genius demands a perfect score. She recognizes that these beautiful questions are keys designed to unlock her true potential as a mage. She wants to conquer them for herself, to prove her own growth. Sylvia hears footsteps approaching on the gravel path. Ephraim walks right up to her, looking slightly exhausted but trying to maintain her cool. Sylvia immediately narrows her golden eyes, wondering how far her rival has managed to get. Ephraim crosses her arms, acting smug. "So, which question are you currently working on?" A thick, dramatic silence falls over the garden as the two rivals lock eyes. Sylvia calmly answers, "I'm on number 8. Ephraim's jaw practically hits the floor. "Number 8 already? That is an insanely fast pace." Panicking, Ephraim scratches her cheek and lies through her teeth. "Oh, that's decent. I got stuck on question 7, so I'm right behind you." Sylvia stares at her with a deeply suspicious, unreadable expression, instantly sensing that Ephraim is capping. Realizing she is losing the race, Ephraim immediately turns on her heel to sprint back to her study room. She runs away at mock speed, leaving a very deadpan, sweat-dropping Sylvia sitting alone on the bench. Night falls over the grand spires of the magic tower, but the lights in the study rooms are still burning bright. While the students are busy fighting for their lives on the exam, Deculane sits in his dark office, holding a highly classified intelligence report. He stares at the document, realizing a massive political storm is about to engulf the entire continent. Emperor Krabame is officially in critical condition, and the battle for the throne is about to begin. The political landscape of the empire is officially entering the endgame. Emperor Krabame is on his deathbed, which is a massive problem for literally everyone. The old ruler was a gentle, mild-mannered guy who kept a perfect balance between divine and imperial power. The real issue is the figure who is about to take the crown after him. And in the original game settings, this next ruler is the single most important and the single most problematic character in the entire storyline. Sofian Yekatere, August von Gebrein, a literal walking cheat code wrapped in a crown. The second she takes the throne, this world is going to change in some incredibly violent ways. But while the halls of power are sweating, the magic tower is facing its own battlefield. It is the final day of Deculane's legendary marathon exam. Dozens of students have already raised the white flag and dropped out. It is a classic separation of the wheat from the chaff. Yet, funny enough, the mages who actually survived the 10-day torture are bragging about it like they just won a Medal of Honor in a battle pass. Instead of partying, they are actually sitting in cafes discussing the complex theories they learned. The exam is such a massive hit that even the lazy, ancient tower professors are begging to get a copy of the questions, and right now, only 2 actual monsters are left fighting the final boss. Question number 8. Heroine and Sylvia. Heroine is locked in her private study room, staring at the formula sheet like it personally insulted her ancestors. She has consumed enough caffeine to give a small horse a heart attack, and she refuses to let this paper win. She rubs her tired eyes, trying to force her brain to make sense of the final magical circuit. Over in the main office, Alan rushes up to Deculane with wide, panicked eyes to deliver the news. Someone has officially cracked the 8th question. Deculane's expression doesn't even change. He already knew who it was. He walks down the quiet corridor and places his hand on the brass doorknob. He pushes the door open, stepping into a room that is literally glowing with a soft, ethereal light. He closes the heavy wooden door behind him with a gentle click. He looks at the young blonde girl standing in the center of the room. "I knew you would solve it," he says. "Congratulations, Sylvia." And as she completes the final circuit, the room completely erupts into a spectacular display of magical stardust. Golden sparks and deep blue starlight dance across the walls, creating a perfect harmony of hot and cold elemental magic. It is a breathtaking, absolute masterpiece of magical engineering. Deculane stares at the swirling lights. Even though he was the one who compiled these questions, the original Deculane lacked the pure, uncorrupted talent to ever witness this stardust himself. But our guy, Kim Woo-jin, can see his own soul inside this very magic. Back in Korea, he was a failed artist who desperately wanted to make people feel genuine emotion through his art, but lacked the technical skills. By fusing his game dev design with the original Deculane's obsessive aesthetic sense, he has finally created the perfect artwork. The failed artist and the arrogant noble are both quietly comforted by the beauty in front of them. He looks at Sylvia and says, "Well done, and thank you." Sylvia's eyes go wide in absolute shock. The cold, unyielding Deculane just thanked her? Before she can process it, he turns and exits. She stands alone in the quiet room as the remaining stardust slowly floats down around her. She clenches her hands, her heart beating fast. She realizes that she actually wanted to thank him too. She raises her finger, letting a tiny gold spark dance on her fingertip. For her entire life, her family and her tutors have screamed that she must become a cold, powerful archmage to secure their legacy. They treated her talent like a political weapon. But standing in this room, Sylvia realizes they were all wrong. Magic isn't a weapon or a chore, it is, in itself, something plenty beautiful. Meanwhile, the clock hits midnight, and Alan slides open Ephraim's door. "Debutante Ephraim, time is up." Ephraim lets out a long sigh, dropping her pencil. "Ah, I see. What a shame." Alan smiles gently, telling her she did an incredible job. Out of hundreds of students, only 2 had the guts to even attempt the final question until the very last second. Ephraim immediately asks if Sylvia managed to solve the entire paper. When Alan nods, Ephraim collapses back in her chair with a dramatic groan. "Ha! She's a complete monster. I'm so jealous." But as she looks down at her unfinished exam sheet, her expression completely softens. She realizes that somewhere along the line, her petty thoughts of getting a recommendation letter and making Deculane kneel had completely vanished. The only thing that remained in her chest was her genuine passion as a mage and an absolute burning desire for pure knowledge. She didn't want the grades. She just wanted to answer everything because she fell in love with the magic. She packs up her things but keeps the test paper. Well, the exam is finished. But the question is still here. She looks at Alan with a highly determined grin. "I'm going to solve this question, no matter how long it takes." She lets out a proud, goofy laugh. Ephraim's growth from a bitter, vengeful assassin into a true seeker of magic is honestly a massive W. Alan just smiles back at her, his expression warm and supportive. "Good luck," he says. "I'll be cheering for you." Ephraim nods happily as she leaves the tower under the evening sky. She drags her exhausted feet across the stone path of the campus, her energy completely spent. She mutters about how tired she is after the 10-day marathon. If she had solved the 8th question, she would at least have a sense of accomplishment to carry her home. Instead, she is walking back with empty hands. And the only thing waiting for her at her shabby dorm room is a cold bed and a wooden door that is probably still covered in hateful graffiti from noble bullies. She stops in her tracks as she spots a group of shadows standing right in front of her door in the dark. She tenses up, ready for a fight. "Effie!" a voice calls out. Julia and her classmates jump out of the shadows with massive smiles. "Ta-da!" Julia opens her arms wide, telling her it is standard protocol for the crew to unwind together after a brutal exam. "Let's go eat something yummy!" Epherine's eyes immediately well up with giant, cartoonish tears of absolute joy. Her lonely world just got a lot brighter. Julia giggles, teasing her for looking incredibly silly. Was the test really that hard? She then drops the absolute betrayal of the century, telling the group that since Epherine made them wait so late, she will be the one buying the food. Epherine screams in panic as they drag her away. We skip ahead a few days later to find Epherine standing in her room. She finally inputs the correct formula, and a gorgeous sphere of glowing stardust explodes above her bed. "Beautiful," she whispers. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts her. It is Julia, shouting to ask if she is ready yet. Epherine quickly deactivates the magic and runs to the door. The two girls are sitting at a sunny cafe patio, enjoying their rare days of freedom before the upcoming membership training camp. Epherine sips her tea, thinking about the exam. She is so glad she didn't give up. It was without a doubt the single best magical experience of her life. Julia leans forward, her eyes wide with gossip. "Effie, did you hear the massive news?" She explains that Deculine's midterm exam has caused an absolute unprecedented stir in the magical community. The exam was so brilliant that Deculine has been officially summoned to give a lecture, and of all places, he was invited to the floating island. The floating island, an absolute masterpiece of magical engineering suspended eternally 1,500 meters in the sky. It is an autonomous district completely beyond the reach of ground systems, housing the most elite, obsessive mages on the continent. Naturally, these eccentric geniuses fell in love with the elegant design of Deculine's 8th question, and it quickly became the hottest topic in the sky. So they officially sent him a high-class scroll inviting him to deliver a special lecture explaining his formulas. And now, we see Deculine standing at the grand podium of the floating island's lecture hall. A system panel pops up in his vision. Event quest. Lecture on the floating island reward, mana plus 30. On top of that, the lecture fee is equivalent to about 1 billion won. Our guy is quietly celebrating this absolute financial and magical jackpot. He places his gloved hand elegantly on his lecture notes. He looks out at the massive hall, which is packed to the brim with some of the most powerful, arrogant mages in the world. "Nice to meet you," he says calmly. He introduces himself as the head professor of the Imperial Tower and a Monarch-class elemental master. He states that the lecture will run for exactly 2 hours. And before they dive into the formulas, he will start with a brief, systematic breakdown of his pure elemental theories. Up in the audience seats, we see heroine sitting next to a green-haired woman with sharp wire glasses. The woman is glaring at Deculine, muttering that the exam is a complete plagiarism sham and that there is no way he wrote it. This is Rowena von Schlott-McQueen, Deculine's bitter academic rival. But Deculine doesn't even blink. He starts his lecture, smoothly utilizing basic concepts to ease the crowd into the advanced math. The elite mages are immediately captivated by his incredibly clear, highly novel explanations. The room is dead silent. He gestures to the blackboard, transitioning the presentation to the analysis of question 6. Right on cue, a loud voice cuts through the hall. "Question! I have a question!" Deculine's eyes narrow slightly. It is heroine, standing up with a highly mischievous grin while Rowena sits next to her with crossed arms. Heroine raises her finger, manifesting a golden spark. She asks a highly complex, deceptive question about combining elements in question 6 to achieve the maximum destructive output. She projects a giant, intricate magical circle above her head to show off her own calculations. She looks down at Deculine, challenging him to solve it. The crowd holds its breath. Our guy just lets out a quiet internal laugh. He knows exactly what is happening. Heroine is playing a little game to test if he actually wrote these questions himself, suspecting ghostwriting. The old Deculine would have probably choked under this pressure or reacted with explosive defensive anger. But our guy has complete comprehension and a game dev's back-end knowledge. He decides to play along with her little test. He raises his gloved hand, and with a single elegant sweep of his finger, he projects a massive, incredibly complex blue magic circle on the blackboard. He calmly explains that she simply needs to add a core circuit in a linear form to perfectly balance the reaction. Heroine's jaw completely drops. Huh? Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. She immediately launches into a rapid barrage of follow-up questions, but Deculane handles each one smoothly, breaking down her complex traps with clinical, effortless ease. The other mages in the hall start casting heavy, murderous glares at Heroine for being an annoying, disruptive student, forcing her to sit down, sweating and defeated. Deculane checks the grandfather clock. Only 10 minutes are left. Because of the Q&A, he decides to skip the review of the final question. But just as he prepares to pack up, a gloved hand rises from the front row. Just one final question. The green-haired Rowena stands up, looking incredibly cold and stern. Did you personally come up with question 8? She stands tall, her heavy coat draped over her shoulders, her yellow-green eyes boring into him behind her glasses. Deculane's gaze turns ice cold. Rowena, he says. Please clarify what you mean by that. Rowena doesn't back down. She directly accuses him, asking if he truly thought of and designed the magical masterpiece of Question 8 by his own hand. The entire lecture hall immediately erupts into shocked whispers. An official plagiarism accusation at a floating island lecture is a massive scandal. Deculane remains completely unbothered. He calmly states that drawing inspiration from previous works is a common practice among mages. However, he raises his hand and his blue eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous light. With a sudden snap of his fingers, a massive, breathtaking torrent of vibrant yellow and green stardust magic erupts, swirling elegantly across the entire ceiling of the grand hall. It is a completely improvised, customized variation of Question 8's stardust, manifested in real time right before their eyes. The mages gasp in absolute awe, completely spellbound by the sheer beauty. Deculane looks down at Rowena's pale, shocked face with an unbothered, majestic gaze. Was that a sufficient answer, Professor Rowena? Rowena clenches her teeth, utterly humiliated and unable to say a single word. Our guy closes his notebook. That concludes the lecture. A neat system notification pops up. Event quest complete. Mana plus 30. He walks down the grand corridor with absolute, unhurried, noble dignity. He thinks about the game's settings, recalling that Deculane and Rowena are supposed to be on terrible terms. The day passed without any violent incidents, but he knows something is bound to happen soon. He slides open the heavy double doors of the corridor, preparing to exit. But as he steps out, he stops in his tracks, his eyes locking onto a dark figure standing by the tall windows. He stares at her, a sudden wave of alarm hitting his game developer memory. Who on earth is that? She looks incredibly familiar, even to him. The dark-haired girl turns her head, glaring back at him with an intensely sour, hostile expression that practically radiates danger. Our guy just stands there, sweat dropping down his cheek as he looks at her furious face. Who is this mysterious girl, and why does she look like she wants to personally tear him apart? We are left with a massive, terrifying, open question as the political gears of the Empire keep turning. So, we pick up directly from that heavy corridor standoff. Deculane is looking down at the dark-haired warrior staring back at him. His game dev memory bank immediately clicks into place. This is Charlotte. She was Deculane's old college classmate, and he decides to test the waters. Charlotte is cold, immediately crossing her arms and snapping back that they aren't close enough to use first names. Deculane bypasses the fake pleasantries and drops a highly sensitive question about Princess Manhwa. Charlotte's eyes go completely wide. Our guy doesn't care about their old college drama. The only thing that matters is the girl Charlotte is currently guarding. Emperor Kerbame is about to take his final breath, and in the game's timeline, this death is the absolute catalyst for the mid-game story arc. Tons of characters are fated to die here, and the one key figure who absolutely has to survive to keep the world from falling apart is Manhwa. She is third in line to the Kingdom of Ryok and second in line to the Yurin Duchy, making her a political nightmare. Currently, she is hiding out in the Empire under the pretense of studying abroad, but the second the Emperor dies, assassins will swarm her. Charlotte clenches her teeth, complaining that Deculane is still a complete master at provoking people. Instead of arguing, Deculane casually reaches into his coat and tosses a heavy silver communication crystal toward her. He tells her he is simply offering a lifeline to an old classmate who chose a death trap. Charlotte just catches the crystal, staring down at it in silence. Our guy explains it is a private line. If she makes up her mind to survive the upcoming purge, she can use it to contact him. Charlotte's pride flares up. She yells that she would never beg for help from an arrogant bastard like him. Deculane doesn't even look back. He tells her there is no time. He looks over his shoulder, his blue eyes deadpan and icy. He tells her that if she still doesn't want it, she can do as she pleases. He walks away, his heavy boots echoing down the marble hall. Charlotte lets out a frustrated sigh, her hand trembling as she grips the crystal. Suddenly, a gentle voice breaks her train of thought. Meet Princess Maho. Wavy jade green hair, gentle eyes, and a complete saint of a character. Charlotte quickly hides the crystal, claiming everything is fine. Maho steps closer, her expression turning somber. She knows exactly what is happening in the shadows. She admits that her brother's retainers are already moving to either capture her or eliminate her to secure their succession rights. She puts on a brave, sad smile, admitting that the situation is incredibly nerve-wracking. She fled to the Empire hoping to find a peaceful life, and she fell in love with how safe and quiet the Magic Tower felt. But she knows the next emperor will not let her stay. She needs to pack her things and leave immediately. Maho looks at her loyal knight with deep, sincere affection. She places a heavy leather suitcase on the bed, offering all the money she has saved. Charlotte is stunned, protesting that Maho should keep her funds. Maho steps back, telling her not to carry the weight of their survival entirely on her own shoulders. The money is meant to protect their entire group, so spending it on a safe return is not a waste at all. Charlotte looks at her gentle princess, her chest aching with a deep sense of responsibility. She bows her head, accepting the suitcase so she can hire elite mercenaries for their journey. Later that night, Charlotte stands by the window, swearing to protect her princess no matter what. Suddenly, her combat senses tingle. She throws the window open, yelling into the dark, "Who's there?" A cloaked figure immediately leaps down from the roof and sprints away into the dark streets. Charlotte clenches her fists, sweat dropping down her face. The enemy spies are already actively tracking them. She realizes that without serious help, they are completely cooked. She looks down at Deculine's communication crystal. Meanwhile, we cut back to the majestic Eucline Manor. Deculine is sitting in his grand study, peacefully reading through a thick stack of ancient magic books. Uriel walks in, teasing him about how much reading he has been doing lately when he used to hate studying. Our guy doesn't even look up, giving her a quiet, clinical confirmation. Uriel walks closer, mentioning that she heard about his massive paycheck from the floating island lecture. Deculine turns his cold gaze toward her. "Don't expect any crumbs to fall your way, Uriel." Uriel gasps, hilariously defensive. She coughs to clear her throat, presenting an official request from the academy. The freshman debutants want to hold their membership training at Heidekeen. Deculine's face immediately goes dark. In his mind, he has a horrific flashback of real-world college kids drinking cheap alcohol and vomiting literal rainbows on the carpets. He says no. Membership trainings are unsanitary. He absolutely won't allow it. Uriel is exasperated, telling him to actually look at the offer. They are paying a hefty premium, and it is a massive opportunity to show off their territory's prestige. Deculine raises his gloved hand, cutting her off instantly. "That's enough. Leave now, Uriel." "Go," he commands, his blue eyes flashing with an icy authority. Uriel is completely intimidated, her lip pouting in defeat. She tells him she gets it. She stomps out of the room, grumbling under her breath like a highly annoyed sibling. Once she leaves, Deculine sits in the quiet room. Suddenly, the silver communication crystal in his desk drawer begins to vibrate and glow. He picks it up. "Speak, my old classmate," he says smoothly. On the other side of the line, Charlotte is sitting on her bed, her breathing heavy and desperate. She tells him there is no time left. She swallows her immense pride. "Help me, Deculine," our guy smirks. "Very well. Will you follow my plan?" He spreads a detailed map of the continent across his desk, pointing to a single escape route. Charlotte asks where they should go. "The Crevasse Ravine," Deculine answers. Charlotte is completely shocked, calling it a treacherous land overflowing with demonic miasma. Deculine's voice remains calm and unwavering. "Did you really think you could escape certain death by taking a normal path?" He grips the crystal, his voice filled with absolute commanding confidence. "Trust me, Charlotte. We'll cross the Crevasse Ravine." Crevasse Ravine, a massive, snow-peaked mountain pass known as a literal den of high-ranking demons. But Deculine explains that this unclaimed, dangerous territory is the single path that their enemies won't expect, leading straight to safety. Charlotte admits she thought of this route too, but crossing it with a small escort party is a literal suicide run. Deculine tells her not to worry. He will personally guide them through the ravine. Charlotte is stunned. "You? Personally?" "Correct," our guy replies. Charlotte's eyes narrow in deep suspicion. "What's the reason you're going this far, Eucline? This shouldn't be of any interest to you." Deculine leans back in his chair, delivering a classic, arrogant, noble deflection. I am a politically sound individual, Charlotte, and my discernment is far superior to yours. I only wish for the princess to survive so she can bring massive benefits to my house in the future. This is a trade, not a charity. Talk about a flawless cover story. Charlotte accepts the terms. Where should we meet? In 3 days at the entrance to Krivas, and if you can't even make it there on your own, I'll deem you unworthy of survival. Talk about extreme tough love. Charlotte smirks back. Sure, I hope your skills are as capable as that mouth of yours. A system notification pops up. Manual quest, journey accepted reward, store currency +4, and bonus achievements. 3 days later, we see the Academy's freshman debutants arriving at the grand entrance of Heidekeen, gasping at the beautiful European-style architecture. Uriel managed to convince Deculine to host the MT after all. Why? Because Heidekeen is geographically right next to the Kravas Ravine, giving him a perfect natural excuse to be in the area. The meeting spot is only a 3-hour horse ride away, allowing him to slip away from the students without raising any suspicion. He asks Uriel about the students' accommodations. She happily reports that she reserved an entire floor at the premium Heidekeen Romance Hotel. Later, Deculine stands on the grand stage of the hotel theater addressing the gathered mages. He tells them that since they are guests in his territory, they are free to enjoy their vacation without any academic restrictions. However, his expression turns terrifyingly dark. He warns them that if they dirty the hotel or the territory, they will not smile again for the rest of their studies. Ephraim and Julie literally sweat in terror. Once the students are dismissed, Deculine spends his afternoon visiting his territory's local magic tower. He utilizes his discerning eye and wealthy magnate cheats, looking at the local mages. The truly talented ones radiate a warm golden starlight in his vision. With cold, calculated efficiency, he points his finger. Raise the salaries of these 2 geniuses, and fire that lazy mage immediately. Talk about absolute boss behavior. Using his time efficiently, evening arrives before he knows it. The students gather around a giant bonfire in the forest. The professor set up a practical exam. Students must craft magic fireworks. Sylvia steps up, launching a pristine, towering column of white energy. It explodes into a spectacular, multicolored celestial display across the night sky. The old professors cheer in absolute awe, instantly grading her a perfect 10 points. Ephraim is standing nearby, holding her group's firework and complaining that the professors always find ways to assign homework even during trips. She looks down, looking slightly nervous but determined. Alan calls her group up next. Ephraim, Julia, and their teammates step forward. Ephraim starts explaining the complex magical theory behind their firework. We incorporated destruction and harmony magic. An old professor rudely cuts her off. Stop! Enough with the boring talk. Just fire it! Ephraim sighs, lighting the fuse. The rocket shoots up into the sky with a loud hiss. It explodes into a giant, sparkling dome of purple and pink starlight. It is honestly really impressive. The other students watch in awe, agreeing that Ephraim's group did an incredible job. But the old, noble professors are incredibly biased and lazy. The first one gives them a mediocre 6 points because the firework was too loud. The second snobbish professor barely looks at her slate, writing down a pathetic 4 points. Julie is furious, stepping forward to defend them, but Ephraim gently holds her back, murmuring that it's fine. Suddenly, a cold, majestic voice cuts through the forest. 10 points! The old professors gasp in absolute shock, turning to look at Deculine. Our guy explains with perfect, objective logic that they achieved a flawless balance between destructive and harmonious elemental magic. Ephraim's eyes go wide, completely stunned by his objective praise. Late that night, under the bright full moon, the forest falls silent. Deculine sneaks out to the stables, preparing his horse so he can depart for his secret meeting with Charlotte. Suddenly, a voice echoes behind him in the dark woods. Was it your guilty conscience? Deculine turns around, his face unbothered. Ephraim, what are you doing here alone? Go back! Ephraim steps closer, her voice trembling but filled with intense emotion. She asks why he keeps helping her during her punishment, her club, and now today. Is it because of my father? Deculine swings himself onto his warhorse, looking down at her with a cold, aristocratic gaze. Figure that out on your own. You're not a child who needs hand-holding. He kicks the horse, galloping away into the dark forest trail. Ephraim chases after his retreating figure, shouting into the night with absolute determination. I will join your tutelage, Professor! I'll figure out what happened on my own! About why my father killed himself. I will definitely surpass you, Professor, and become greater than you. Now that is a legendary declaration of war. She stands alone in the quiet forest path, her chest heaving as the sound of horse hooves fades away. Heroine wipes her face, her eyes filled with a new burning fire. Riding through the dark woods, Deculain reflects on her words. He is glad his villain's fate death flags didn't activate when she declared her mentorship. But internally, Woojin is slightly stressed. The original game's database didn't actually contain the exact detailed truth of what the old Deculain did to Kagan Luna. He wonders what he should do if the truth turns out to be something truly unforgivable. He stops his horse at the edge of a foggy, blue-tinted forest valley, telling the beast to return to the stables. He stands alone in the demonic miasma of the ravine. Would Charlotte be here already? He thinks. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the dark trees. Deculain. Charlotte steps into the moonlight, her armor covered in blood, her face bruised, holding a battered guard and a terrified, dirty Princess Maho. Good work getting all the way here, our guy says. The real survival battle is about to begin. The foggy, suffocating depths of the Kravus ravine. Our guy stands face to face with Charlotte, Princess Maho, and their remaining mercenary guide. They look like they've been dragged through a blender 3 times over, covered in blood and grime, while Deculain stands there looking like he's about to shoot a luxury winter coat commercial. He gives them a stiff, perfectly measured bow, introducing himself with his typical, cold, noble dignity. He calmly tells the terrified princess that her escape route is secured under his guidance, and she looks up at him like he's an actual angel sent from above. Then, he glances at Charlotte and the mercenary and dryly remarks that they look absolutely terrible, pointing out that their journey must have been a bit bumpy. Charlotte doesn't even have the energy to argue with his attitude. Instead, she tosses him a folded paper she managed to snag from a group of friendly adventurers. Deculain opens it, his eyes narrowing as he scans the text. He crumples the paper in his gloved hand, muttering about how nauseating it is when lowlifes don't know their place. Charlotte nervously asks if he's going to be okay. He tells her that of course he will be fine, instructing her to stay close and follow his lead. He turns around, his dark trench coat billowing in the wind as he prepares to lead them into the dark. The group moves silently under the pale moonlight, navigating the narrow rock paths of the ravine. Maho pulls down her mask slightly, whispering to Charlotte to ask what exactly was written on that crumpled note. She mentions that Professor Deculain looked incredibly displeased after reading it. Charlotte keeps her eyes forward, her expression turning dead serious behind her mask. She explains that the note warned them about their pursuers, specifically 37 elite assassins and a creature known as a Deonant. A Deonant is a highly forbidden hybrid of a ghost and a demon, meaning standard physical attacks and basic magic will pass right through it like air. Maho's eyes widen in sheer terror under her hood. Charlotte adds that the worst part is how this creature is summoned in the first place. It requires illegal, dark magic, utilizing human corpses and demon horns to forge a contract. Charlotte grinds her teeth in sheer disgust. Whoever is trying to steal the throne is willing to use the vile methods of the Ashes' dark cult just to hunt them down. But then she looks up at Deculain's back, a small glint of hope returning to her eyes. She reminds the princess that they have a member of the Ukline family with them, a bloodline historically renowned for turning demonic forces into pure mincemeat. Deculain takes a deep breath of the misty ravine air. The demonic energy here is so hyperdense that ordinary people would feel their lungs burning just trying to breathe. But for our guy, this is basically a giant glowing home field buff. A system window flashes before him showing his mana quality rising to rank 4. This is a massive deal because in the magical world, even a single rank difference in mana quality creates an absolute canyon of power. Let's break down how this world's ranking actually works. Ranks 9 and 10 are basically normal citizens who can barely light a candle. Rank 7 is where you find your standard working class mages and knights. Rank 5 is rare, and ranks 3 to 4 are reserved for the absolute named legends of the continent, including elite geniuses like Sylvia and Julie. Rank 2 is a legendary realm where only 4 living monsters exist, like Chairwoman Adrienne and Archmage Demican, while Rank 1 is reserved strictly for literal gods. With his mana temporarily boosted to Rank 4 by the ravine's ambient corruption, Deculain realizes that taking down a Deonant is highly achievable. Charlotte, still stressed out of her mind, asks Deculain if they can speed up their walking pace. Deculain doesn't even turn around, telling her to stop letting her impatience cloud her judgment. If they run, the rapid breathing will just poison them with demonic miasma. Maho gently places a hand on Charlotte's shoulder, softly telling her that everything will be okay and not to worry. Charlotte looks at the princess's exhausted, smiling face. She feels a surge of emotional warmth, realizing how incredibly kind the princess is. Maho is clearly the most terrified and fragile one here, yet she is actively trying to act strong to keep her guard spirits up. Charlotte swears to herself that she will put her entire life on the line to ensure not a single hair on the princess's head is harmed. Suddenly, Maho shrieks, pointing frantically toward the rocky ceiling of the ravine. A massive, swirling vortex of purple light erupts, spitting out a massive swarm of demonic bats. Charlotte's hand immediately flies to her sword hilt, realizing the ambush has officially begun. But before she can even step forward, Deculine raises his hand and calmly tells them he's got this handled. He lifts his chin, and several of his signature wood steel daggers begin to slide out from beneath his cuffs, levitating in the air. His eyes glow with a cold, piercing blue light as his mana locks onto the targets. With a sudden sweep of his hands, he directs his telekinetic force forward. The air itself seems to warp and howl as the blue mana currents ignite. The floating wood steel daggers transform into a blinding hurricane of metal, slicing through the darkness. The bat swarm is utterly shredded in a split second, the impact echoing through the narrow canyon. A rain of lifeless demonic beasts pours down onto the rocky path. Deculine casually brushes off his shoulder, turning his head back slightly to tell them to keep moving. The mercenary guide stares at his back with his jaw practically hitting the floor, whispering about how insanely powerful the professor is. But the peace doesn't last long as another wave of dark energy ripples through the mist. A massive, mutated demonic monkey lunges from the rock face, baring its fangs with a screech. Deculine's blades pierce right through its skull before it can even land. The mercenary guide mutters that while these minor monsters keep coming, at least the big bad threat hasn't appeared yet. Our guys scoff at the mercenary's words, stating that some people are simply incapable of behaving with dignity. A chilling wind sweeps through the canyon as Deculine speaks directly into the darkness, warning whoever is hiding that if they step closer, they will be torn apart on the spot. Charlotte and Maho freeze, realizing Deculine has sensed something they completely missed. Our guy stands perfectly still, his cold eyes scanning the shadows ahead. A heavy boot steps out from the fog, planting itself firmly on the dirt. A masked assassin emerges from the shadows, laughing mockingly and calling Deculine exceptionally observant for a dead man. The assassin tilts his head, a sinister, red gleam in his eyes. He tells Deculine that if he's so smart, he should already know exactly how this night is going to end for them as dozens of dark silhouettes materialize on the cliffs above. The trap is fully sprung. Dozens of armed assassins look down from the rocks, swords drawn and ready to plunge the ravine into a bloodbath. Deculine doesn't even blink. He calmly instructs Charlotte to take the princess and make a run for the Urin Principality border immediately. Charlotte is completely taken aback, asking if he's crazy, but Deculine shuts her down instantly, calling her concern a pointless, annoying waste of time. He casually points his custom Lokelock wand toward the cliffs. A massive, thunderous explosion of frost and telekinetic force detonates right in the middle of the assassin ranks, sending rocks and bodies flying. The raw impact sends blood spraying as the front line is instantly neutralized. A brilliant blue barrier of force slams into the remaining pursuers on the high ground, keeping them completely pinned. Our guy lowers his wand slightly, asking Charlotte if she has enough confidence to run now. Charlotte realizes she can't waste this opening. She grabs Maho's hand and screams for them to run, but the princess suddenly stops, pointing back with a look of pure horror. A thick, suffocating purple miasma begins to billow out from the dark caverns behind them, casting a massive, terrifying shadow. Out of the darkness rises a towering humanoid shape of absolute pitch-black flame, its hollow face burning with a malevolent purple glare. Charlotte's heart drops as she recognizes the forbidden creature. It's the Dianont. Deculine remains completely unbothered, turning back to reiterate his command for them to head for the border. The mercenary guide nervously offers to stay and help fight, but Deculine tells him to get lost, declaring he will take care of this beast himself. Charlotte hesitates, her fingers trembling around her sword grip. Deculine tells her this is no time for pathetic hesitation. If she wants to repay him, she can do it by supporting the Eucline house once the princess takes her rightful throne. With a wave of his hand, he sends 3 of his floating wood steel daggers to hover around Charlotte and Maho, forming an automated defense shield. Charlotte bites her lip, realizing his logic is flawless, and she has to prioritize the princess. She turns and sprints toward the exit, shouting that she will see him at Urin, while Maho looks back in desperate worry. A group of assassins attempts to leap down and pursue them, their leader laughing that no matter where they run, there is no escape. But our guy steps directly into their path, telling them they should probably worry about their own lives first. The towering Deanant looks down at Deculane, its voice echoing with a hollow, grating hiss, mocking him for thinking his basic metal blades and magic can touch a spiritual entity. The dark spirit demon unleashes a wave of oppressive energy, expecting our guy to crumble. Deculane's internal thoughts remain perfectly analytical. He knows the demon is technically right. Ordinary steel and standard elemental magic would indeed dissipate under this density of corruption. But the demon made one critical mistake. It assumed our guy is a normal mage. Deculane has spent his free time on this journey stacking countless layers of his custom attribute, Hand of Midas, onto his wood steel blades. The Deanant slowly glides forward, confident in its absolute immunity to physical harm. Our guy extends his gloved hand, calling forth a single gleaming shard of upgraded wood steel. The blade shoots forward like a railgun, tearing through the air. It slices clean through the Deinon's shadow arm, leaving a massive burning tear in its spiritual body. Deculane smirks, noting that his conceptual physical upgrades can bypass its immunity perfectly. He slams his hand down, and a massive pillar of telekinetic force crushes the beast into the rocky ground. The demon's glowing purple eyes flicker with sudden, chaotic panic. It struggles to stand, thrashing its dark tendrils as it tries to comprehend how a physical weapon is actively tearing its soul apart. The mercenary guide screams in absolute confusion, pointing out that slashing a spiritual ghost shouldn't be working. Our guy looks at him like he's an idiot and delivers a line of peak gaming logic. He simply needs to stab it until it dies. Deculane raises his wand, and dozens of glowing wood steel daggers materialize in the air above him like a metallic crown. He points his finger forward, his gaze colder than ice. The daggers rain down like a targeted artillery strike, tearing through the darkness. The blades repeatedly pierce and slash the Deinont from every conceivable angle, carving it into absolute ribbons. The towering demon unleashes one final agonizing shriek before its physical form completely disintegrates into harmless purple sparks. The remaining dark energy disperses into the wind, leaving the path completely clear. The sword of the last standing assassin clatters to the ground, covered in dark residue. Meanwhile, at the sunny, peaceful exit of the ravine, Charlotte finally collapses onto her knees, gasping for air. Maho falls beside her, coughing up a bit of dark liquid from the miasma sickness, as Charlotte frantically asks if she's all right. The princess gives a weak but relieved smile, saying she's just a bit nauseous, while Charlotte warns her it's the standard symptoms of demonic poisoning. Suddenly, a warm, familiar voice calls out Maho's name from the tree line. An elegant noble with styled brown hair and a neat beard steps forward. It's Durand, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Uran Principality and Maho's granduncle. He embraces his niece, praising her for enduring such a horrific ordeal and apologizing for only being able to wait at the border. Durand then turns his gaze to Charlotte, thanking her profusely for escorting the princess all by herself. Charlotte looks down, softly explaining that she didn't do it alone, and that there were others who risked everything to protect them. She looks back toward the dark, ominous ravine, her heart heavy with worry. She asks the minister if they can wait here a little longer for their companions to arrive, and Durand agrees. The hours tick by as the sky slowly paints itself in deep shades of orange and purple. Charlotte stands at the edge of the road, her eyes glued to the dark path as the sun begins to set. Maho stands beside her, quietly asking if she thinks the professor is going to be all right. Charlotte remains silent, her mind racing with worst-case scenarios. She feels a surge of guilt, remembering how Deculane threw himself directly into the path of danger while she ran away to save herself. Durand gently places a hand on Maho's shoulder, telling her it's getting late and they need to head back inside the safety of the fortress. The royal guards begin to guide them through the massive stone gates of the principality. Suddenly, Charlotte freezes, her amber eyes widening in shock as she whips her head back toward the path. Standing under the golden sunset is a tall, shadow-casting silhouette. Deculane calmly walks out of the forest, his dark coat perfectly pristine, with the exhausted mercenary guide waving cheerfully behind him. Charlotte and Maho's faces light up with absolute tearful relief. Our guy has officially cleared the gauntlet, but with the political gears of the Uran Principality spinning, his true test is only just beginning. With the demon-slaying work completed, our guy dusts off his coat and casually announces he's heading back to his territory. Charlotte tries to stop him, pointing out that he desperately needs rest after fighting a literal horde of monsters. Deculain shut her down instantly, telling her he doesn't need it and that she can get the remaining mission details from the mercenary guide. He turns his back on them without another word, walking away with the absolute, untouchable energy of a player who just skipped the post-battle dialogue to queue for the next match. Charlotte stands there staring after him, completely speechless as his previous interactions flash through her mind. She remembers how he stood before her with that floating sphere, and how he literally threw himself into the path of a terrifying spirit demon just to keep them safe. She realizes that despite his freezing personality, this man genuinely risked his life to protect her and the princess. She runs after him, calling out his name. She catches up and extends her hand, giving him a genuine, heartfelt thank you with the softest smile she's shown all day. Our guy looks down at her hand, looks at the dried demon blood and mud covering her clothes, and dryly declines to shake it because she hasn't even washed yet. Charlotte's face turns bright red as she instantly goes full Chibi-Raj, looking like she wants to use his head as a punching bag. She watches him walk away under the golden sunset, completely flustered and utterly defeated by his lack of social skills. She screams his name after him while Deculain internally sighs about what an absolute bother this entire interaction is. Princess Manhwa waves cheerfully beside her, yelling for him to stay safe and promising that they will definitely find a way to repay this massive debt. Deculain doesn't look back, his cold blue eyes scanning the path ahead as his coat bills in the wind. He continues his solitary walk back to the estate, his long shadow stretching across the dirt road. Charlotte stands there for a quiet moment, staring at his retreating figure with a look that is a mix of frustration and profound respect. A blue system window flashes before our guy, confirming the independent quest is complete and rewarding him with 4 shop currency points and a permanent 30-point boost to his mana. Later that night, inside the luxurious mansion of the Urin Principality, Charlotte knocks on the door to Minister Geron's private office. She steps inside and delivers a formal, respectful bow, her shoulders tense with exhaustion. Geron welcomes her warmly, telling her to take a seat on the elegant sofa across from his desk. Charlotte sits down, her mind racing with anxiety as she wonders if the Duchy of Urin is going to turn them away, or if they are walking into a political trap. She quickly shakes the thought, reminding herself that if the minister meant to harm them, he had plenty of opportunities when they first met at the border. Geron folds his hands over his chest, his expression turning incredibly serious. He tells her that what he's about to say next is highly confidential, warning her not to be too shocked by the news. He drops a massive political bombshell announcing that the Grand Duke intends to name Princess Manhwa as his official successor to the entire duchy. Charlotte's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, her brain struggling to process the information. She asks him if he's serious, questioning how a powerless, exiled princess with absolutely nothing to her name could suddenly inherit a sovereign territory. Geron explains that the Grand Duke had this plan in motion long before the princess even sent her letter, mostly because his own grandson is a completely untrustworthy clown. He warns her that this remains a strict secret known only to the Grand Duke, himself, and now her. Charlotte stares blankly at the wall, her mind reeling as she wonders if this is actually happening. Just a few hours ago, they were literally running through a demonic ravine, terrified that Manhwa would be executed in a brutal succession dispute. And now, simply by taking refuge in this territory, she is set to inherit one of the most powerful positions on the continent. Suddenly, Charlotte's breath hitches as a chilling realization strikes her. She remembers Deculain's arrogant voice boasting about how he is a political mastermind who surpasses her in every aspect of intellect and insight. She shivers, realizing the professor didn't just save them, he calculated this exact political outcome from the very beginning. She looks back on his majestic departure, realizing he is an absolute monster who plays 3D chess with people's lives. A soft, beautiful smile spreads across her face as she wonders if he made it back to his estate safely. The scene shifts to the massive, ornate mansion of House Eucline as the morning light begins to break. Inside his pristine, dark purple master bedroom, Deculain lies perfectly still on his bed, his eyes slowly cracking open. He sits up, running a hand through his hair and realizing he only managed to sleep for about 2 hours. He glances out the window, noting that the sun hasn't even fully cleared the mountain horizon yet. This is all thanks to his passive iron body trait, which melts away physical and mental fatigue with the efficiency of a high-end cheat code. Even after navigating a demonic ravine and tearing a contract beast to shreds, a quick power nap is all his body needs to fully reset. He stands up, his muscles completely refreshed as his previous battles flash through his mind. His hyper-efficient body literally forces him out of bed, leaving him with nothing to do but start his daily telekinesis training. He floats several large mana crystals around his room, thinking about how jealous modern office workers would be of this stamina. He looks down at his hands, his expression turning quiet and contemplative. He lets out a heavy, weary sigh, muttering that he wishes he had lived his original life with this level of relentless drive. We see a montage of his daily grind, waking up at the crack of dawn to do intensive physical exercises, reading complex spellbooks, and refining his mana until his back is dripping with sweat. Without taking a single day off, he is constantly analyzing his weaknesses, fixing his mistakes, and pushing his magical limits to survive the death flags surrounding him. But he knows this isn't just about his game attributes. It's Deculane's innate habits, unyielding willpower, and absolute competitiveness that make this extreme routine possible. He stares into the mirror, a bitter, nostalgic expression crossing his face as he thinks about his past. Suddenly, we flash back to his original life as Kim Woojin. A woman with long, elegant brown hair is standing in the doorway of his messy apartment, looking at him with a cold, distant expression. She quietly tells him she's leaving, while Woojin, looking like a tired, disheveled developer, scratches his neck and offers a pathetic, quiet response. The door clicks shut, leaving him standing completely alone in his dark apartment. We see her walking away down a cold, neon-lit street. Woojin realizes that if he had possessed this level of discipline and drive back when he was a human, she never would have abandoned him. Back in the present, Deculine grumbles about how his iron body is actually a massive nuisance. When you are trapped inside a dangerous fantasy game, having 22 hours of wakefulness every single day makes the time feel unbearably long. Meanwhile, a massive steam train rolls into the bustling Hydecane station, releasing a heavy cloud of white smoke. The platform is packed with tourists and mages who are chatting excitedly about their recent academy retreat. A group of children runs past Ganesha, who is standing in a dark alley wearing her signature pirate hat. Yuria stands behind her, crossing her arms and asking Ganesha why exactly they are hiding in a dark corner like sketchy NPCs. Ganesha laughs nervously, sweating as she claims they are just trying to stay out of the crowd's way, but Yuria is clearly not buying her terrible acting. Ganesha peeks around the stone pillar, her purple eyes filled with genuine anxiety. She knows Deculine is currently standing right in the middle of the platform, and she absolutely does not want to get spotted due to their previous shady commission. She mutters that even if the rumors say the professor has changed, hanging around him is still a massive risk. But then her eyes go soft as she continues to stare through the gap. A hilarious chibi Ganesha squeals in her mind because our guy is simply too insanely handsome to not secretly peek at. Yuria gets fed up with the crowding and decides she's stepping out of the alley, ignoring Ganesha's panic. Ganesha reaches out to stop her, but it's too late as Yuria walks directly into the open station. Deculane turns his head, sensing a presence. Their eyes lock across the busy platform as the world seems to slow down around them. Ganesha gasps in horror behind the pillar, realizing they've been spotted. She calls out to her, but Yuria stands completely frozen in place, her eyes trembling as she stares at the professor. She whispers his name, her heart hammering against her ribs as a flood of impossible memories rushes into her mind. Suddenly, she sees a vivid memory of Kim Woojin sitting in an office, laughing softly as she rests her head on his shoulder. She remembers him standing by the water cooler in his crumpled white shirt and tie, looking back at her. She remembers her own tears as she walked away from him in the past. She remembers the warmth of holding his hand as they lay together on his bed. She remembers his bright, genuine smile, the smile of the man she loved. She tries to tell herself that the man standing before her is just a fictional game character named Deculine. But as she looks at his face, a wave of profound grief washes over her as she realizes how desperately she misses him. She stares at Deculane's cold, symmetrical features, realizing he looks absolutely identical to her deceased ex-boyfriend. The memory of her warm, smiling past self stands in stark contrast to the cold reality before her. They stand on opposite sides of the grand station, a massive unbridgeable chasm of memories and secrets separating them under the morning light. The silence between them persists as the train passengers move past like blurry shadows. They continue their intense silent standoff, their gazes locked in a complex wave of recognition and confusion. Yuria suddenly flinches, her breath catching as Deculine's piercing blue eyes narrow. Deculane internally scolds himself, realizing he's letting his real-world developer memories distract him over a mere game character. Yuria forcefully shakes her head, telling herself to get a grip because the man standing there is just the cold, arrogant Deculane. She turns on her heel and walks back into the alley, while Ganesha quickly grabs her hand to pull her away. Ganesha sweats profusely as they retreat, wondering if the notorious professor actually saw them and why he didn't say a single word. A few days later, a luxurious black and silver magic-infused carriage rolls smoothly down the grand streets of the capital. Inside the carriage, Yariel is vibrating so hard she looks like a wet dog, while Deculane sits across from her, completely calm as he tells her to stop shaking. Yariel snaps back, pointing out that they are literally on their way to meet the new emperor and that he's the weird one for not being nervous. Deculane dryly responds that all they have to do is bow their heads, so there is zero reason to make a fuss. He reaches into his coat and slides a thick handwritten scroll toward her. Yariel blinks, asking what it is. 12 days ago, Emperor Krabaim finally passed away, signaling that the main story quest is about to accelerate into extreme territory. Deculane has compiled a highly detailed strategy document predicting the new emperor's tendencies and future events to help her manage their house safely. Yariel looks at the document and half-mockingly asks if he's become some kind of prophet, telling him to stop pretending to be a genius, while Deculane simply tells her he will be watching to make sure she follows his guidelines. The carriage arrives at the Imperial Palace grounds, where a squad of fully armored royal guards directs them toward the designated seating for the Eucline clan. The outdoor courtyard is absolutely packed with high nobles who are whispering about the impending coronation. Suddenly, Deculane's eyes narrow as a familiar figure walks into his line of sight. It's Julie, wearing a sharp blue and white military uniform with her long silver-white hair tied in her signature high ponytail. She stops and delivers a polite, stiff bow, her eyes cold and distant as she acknowledges him. Our guy closes his eyes, wondering if her family is still struggling to deal with the political fallout from Baron's treason and disappearance. Before he can think further, a thunderous roll of drums echoes through the open sky, silencing the entire crowd. A magnificent, gold-embellished imperial carriage halts on the red carpet as flower petals rain down from above. Every single noble in the courtyard, including Deculane and Yariel, immediately drops to one knee and bows their heads. A slender, pale foot wearing an elegant golden sandal steps out of the carriage onto the red carpet. A long, flowing red dress sweeps across the floor as the new ruler walks toward the platform. Deculane keeps his head lowered as she passes by, catching a glimpse of her dark corset and fur-lined royal cape. Her long, vibrant crimson hair cascades down her back as she ascends the grand marble staircase toward the throne. She stands before the high priest, who holds a massive, glittering golden crown in his hands. With absolute solemnity, the priest lowers the heavy, jewel-encrusted crown onto her red hair. The imperial drums roar once more as the crowd of commoners and nobles erupts into deafening cheers for their new ruler. And thus, the new emperor of the empire is officially born. Her official name is Sophian Acator August von Gifrain. She sits on her massive golden throne, letting out a giant unbothered yawn right in front of everyone. Yariel nervously whispers that the emperor is literally yawning, while Deculane watches her in silence. Sophian is an absolute anomaly. Despite holding the highest position in the world, she is plagued by chronic, bone-deep boredom. She possesses the single greatest talent in the entire game world. If she trained as a knight, she would easily become a legendary guardian knight, and if she studied magic, she would become a god-tier archmage. But because everything is too easy, nothing interests her. But as Deculane looks at her, he knows there is an even bigger, darker reason for her chronic apathy. Suddenly, a sharp, suffocating pressure washes over him. He feels an intense, crushing gaze locking onto his position. He keeps his head bowed, his mind racing as he tries to identify who is scanning him with such heavy pressure. A drop of sweat trickles down his cheek as he realizes the gaze is coming directly from the throne. He slowly lifts his eyes, looking up the grand staircase. Sophian is leaning on her hand, her red eyes locked onto him. Yariel nervously whispers that the emperor has been staring in their direction for a suspiciously long time. Our guy confirms that she is indeed staring right at him, but he is deeply unsettled by the strange, calculating expression on her face. She looks down at him from her throne like a predator evaluating an interesting new toy. Later, inside her private sunlit study, Sophian lazily spins a chess piece in her hand, complaining to her guard that the entire ceremony was a boring waste of time. She notes that she was at least expecting a bomb or a fun assassination attempt to spice things up. Charon, her personal guardian knight, stands stoically by her side, remaining completely silent. Sophian smiles, admitting that there was at least one interesting fellow in the crowd today. She pulls out a piece of paper, the magical midterm stardust test that Deculane created, and recalls how it caused a massive public uproar despite being a simple test. She mentions that she finally managed to lay eyes on its brilliant creator today. She explains that she decided to test him by directing her full imperial pressure toward him. Charon remarks that everyone knows Her Majesty, suggesting it's normal for him to look back, but Sophian shakes her head. She explains that this man was entirely different from the other terrified nobles. Even under her crushing royal aura, his posture remained perfectly calm, his eyes completely steady as he knelt. She chuckles, stating that his unwavering gaze thoroughly amused her, making her feel like she had finally met someone of her own caliber after a very long time. She slides off her throne, her crimson gown trailing behind her. She decides that now that she is officially the emperor, she might as well carry out one of her long-standing imperial duties. A beautiful, highly dangerous smirk plays on her lips. She decides she will begin with the ancient unwritten rule of the throne, the imperial tutoring. The scene cuts back to the grand hallways of the Imperial Magic Tower. Deculane is walking with a steady pace, while assistant Alan struggles to carry a massive box of documents beside him. Deculane grumbles that even with a new academic term, the sheer stupidity of the student body remains completely unchanged. Alan nervously laughs, assuring him that the new mages will adapt over time. As they turn the corner, they notice a massive crowd of students murmuring in the corridor. Alan blinks, asking why on earth there are so many people gathered outside the professor's private office. Deculane remains silent, his expression turning cold and alert. He pushes the heavy wooden doors open, stepping inside his office. Standing inside is Charon, flanked by several heavily armored Imperial Knights holding a massive white banner. Deculane immediately recognizes the red Imperial crest on the armor, wondering why the Imperial court is seeking him out. Charon steps forward, holding a golden scroll, and commands Deculane to receive a direct letter from the Imperial court with proper respect. Deculane and Alan immediately drop to one knee, lowering their heads to receive the imperial decree. Charon opens the scroll and reads aloud, announcing that the imperial court is granting Deculane the supreme honor of conversing with His Majesty on magical knowledge. He reveals that Deculane has been officially selected as a candidate to become the emperor's personal tutoring mage, but first he must solve an impossible magical problem prepared by court mage Jorg to prove his worth. Our guy looks up, a drop of cold sweat forming on his brow as he realizes the main quest has officially locked onto him. The Emperor wants him, and in this game, getting the attention of a bored god-tier genius is the fastest way to get absolutely cooked. In the Empire, there is an ancient, slightly exhausting tradition. For the first year after coronation, the Emperor must learn about the outside world through tests. And right now, our guy is kneeling in his office while the Imperial Guard explains he's been nominated as a candidate for the royal tutor position. Deculane internally scratches his head because he has zero recollection of this event happening in the original game path. Normally, he wouldn't care, but Imperial Court quests in this game carry absurdly high-tier rewards that you simply do not skip, and besides, this is his best chance to figure out why the bored red-haired emperor was staring at him like a predator during her coronation. He accepts the challenge. Charon hands over the golden scroll containing the puzzle, his face a complete mask of duty. He coldly announces that is all, turning on his heel to leave with his armored squad. The heavy doors click shut, leaving our guy alone in his office with the mysterious runic document. As Charon walks down the corridor, he recalls the creator of the puzzle, Court Mage Jorg, boasting that this runic test would take an elite scholar at least 3 days to solve. Suddenly, a massive surge of brilliant blue mana detonates inside Deculane's office, sending shockwaves through the entire floor. Charon whips around in sheer shock as the blue magical currents spiral out from under the door. Inside, the runic puzzle is glowing as the phantom projection of Court Mage Jorg appears, claiming that solving this in under 24 hours is considered high-tier genius. Charon sprints back into the office, his eyes practically popping out of his head as Deculane casually holds up the completed scroll. Deculane doesn't even look up, casually lying that he's just been studying runic languages lately and got incredibly lucky. Charon is completely speechless, his mind struggling to process how the infamous black-hearted noble just speedran a legendary magical trial. But here is the absolute peak meta-comedy of the situation. Kim Woojin is looking at this runic script and internally laughing. Why? Because back in his developer days, he was the literal graphic designer who manually created and refined this exact runic font for the game's UI. Combined with his active comprehension cheat, solving this puzzle was basically like asking a software engineer to solve a CAPTCHA they wrote themselves. Charon has no choice but to officially hand over the Imperial invitation, confirming our guy has been selected. Deculine accepts the scroll with his signature, pristine, noble bow. Cut to the Emperor's private study, where Sophian is staring at Charon with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. She asks him if he seriously said Deculane solved Jorg's ultimate puzzle in 5 minutes flat. Charon confirms the news, suggesting they might want to observe him a bit longer, but Sophian slams her hand on the desk, declaring she has seen enough. She looks down, her crimson eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. She mockingly points out that Charon always preferred the support mage Rowena, but that woman took a whole 4 hours to solve the exact same puzzle. Charon tries to defend Rowena, arguing that 4 hours is still an exceptionally elite score. He adds that Deculane carries far too many toxic rumors and scandals, making a more pristine scholar much better suited for the palace. Sophian's gaze turns sharp and dangerous, telling him to shut up about rumors because she only trusts what she witnesses with her own eyes. She officially declares Deculane as her royal tutor, ending the debate. She lets out another massive yawn, casually asking about the current progress of the tutoring knight selection. Charon explains that the test has stalled completely because the designated examiner, Vice Commander Isaac, is currently out on medical leave. Sophian taps her chin, a mischievous, highly chaotic idea forming in her brilliant mind. She tells Charon she has a spectacular plan and orders him to execute it immediately. Meanwhile, at the snow-covered training grounds of the Frenheim Night Order, the cold air is split by a fierce training routine. Julie is swinging her heavy broadsword with terrifying intensity, her breath forming thick clouds of frost. Her fellow knights watch her from the sidelines, whispering that she's pushing herself far too hard. They note that she's still emotionally devastated over the betrayal and sudden disappearance of Baran on that fateful train. Suddenly, a scout sprints across the courtyard, his boots kicking up snow as he runs toward them. He yells for the commander to halt her training, gasping for air. He presents an official golden imperial scroll to a bewildered Julie. He announces that she has been nominated as a candidate for the prestigious tutoring knight position. She must travel to the snowy mountain peak immediately to pass the official selection trial. Julie's eyes ignite with a fierce, burning resolve as she accepts the imperial summons. Later that night, a heavy blizzard howls across the desolate mountain cliffs. A figure wrapped in a thick, fur-lined cloak pushes through the heavy snow, reaching a warm, isolated wooden cabin. Julie steps inside, shaking the snow off her silver-white hair, and finds 3 other elite knight candidates already gathered around the fireplace. She bows politely to her seniors, while a golden-haired knight welcomes her warmly, telling her to make herself comfortable. The blonde knight banters about how this ridiculous gathering feels exactly like a terrible college group project. Gwen, the Knight of the Sacred Star, crosses her arms and sharply warns them that she won't be holding back for anyone. Raphel, the Knight of Might, grunts in agreement, his massive frame dominating the wooden bench. The room falls into a quiet, tense silence as they wait for their proctor. They look at the empty wooden chair by the fire, wondering who is going to oversee the test now that Isaac is injured. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic knock echoes from the wooden front door. The door slowly creaks open, letting in a gust of freezing wind and swirling snow. Julie's breath hitches as she senses a highly familiar, incredibly oppressive mana entering the room. A pair of pristine, polished leather shoes steps onto the wooden floorboards. Her eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated horror as the visitor steps into the firelight. The man tips his dark hat, a long purple scarf draped over his immaculate gray coat. Our guy calmly introduces himself as Deculine, the official acting examiner for their selection test. He glides past them, his cold, symmetrical features completely unbothered by their shock. Julie's mind goes into absolute overdrive as she stares at him, screaming in her mind to know what a mage is doing proctoring a physical night exam and wondering what toxic plot he is cooking up this time. The atmosphere in the cozy cabin instantly turns colder than the blizzard outside. Rafel slams his hand down and leaps to his feet, roaring in anger about how a mere mage who knows nothing of physical swordsmanship dare act as their proctor. Deculine gracefully sits down in the examiner's chair, completely ignoring his outburst, and dryly states he will be conducting this evaluation strictly by the imperial guidelines. He fixes them with a freezing, arrogant glare, pointing out that since the emperor already appointed him as her royal tutor, his qualifications are absolute. Rafel grinds his teeth, completely powerless against the emperor's name. Gwen lets out a cynical sigh, mockingly warning him that he better not play favorites during this exam. Julie remains completely silent, her head lowered as she clenches her fists in her lap. Our guy announces that the official test begins tomorrow morning, instructing everyone to get some sleep. The knights mutter to themselves as they head upstairs, complaining about his absolute lack of fairness. Deculine stares into the crackling fire, his expression turning incredibly solemn. His internal monologue drops a massive, chilling truth bomb. They are completely right about the lack of fairness. He is not here to run a fair test. He is here to ensure that Julie fails the selection by any means necessary. Later that night, the sound of steel clashing echoes through the snowy woods outside the cabin. Deculine stands by the second-floor window, looking down at the clearing. Down below, the elite knights are already sparring in the snow to keep their bodies warm and their reflexes sharp. Julie unleashes a powerful overhead slash, her movements incredibly sharp despite the freezing temperatures. Deculine watches her in silence, his eyes analytical. Why is he doing this? Why is a mage gatekeeping a swordsmanship exam? Because of a dark, horrific secret buried deep within the imperial palace. In the palace basement hides that monster connected to the mirror, which represents the Freyden family's dark abyss and Deculine's ultimate fated death flag. If Julie or Yariel enters the palace now, it will trigger the endgame route where everyone gets absolutely slaughtered. Until he finds a way to shatter that mirror, he must keep them as far away from the capital as humanly possible. The next morning, Deculine gathers the candidates and announces the details of the first trial. It is a test designed to evaluate their observation skills and persistence. He explains that this snowy mountain is home to several rare, magically active botanical specimens. He assigns a specific target item to each knight, showing them illustrations of glittering crystals, crimson gems, and transparent ice roses. But here is the absolute catch. The retrieved item must be completely pristine, without a single scratch or defect. Furthermore, our guy announces he will not move a single step from his comfortable chair by the fireplace. He asks if anyone has any objections, and the knights reluctantly nod in agreement. He officially starts the 24-hour timer as the heavy wooden door opens. Julie treks out into the roaring blizzard, her target being the legendary ice flower, a crystalline rose that only blooms on the sheerest sub-zero mountain cliffs. As she pushes through the deep snow, she wonders if Deculine really came all this way just to torture her under the Emperor's orders. Suddenly, her eyes light up with pure joy as she spots a glittering light on the rock face. Perched high on the icy cliff is a flawless, glowing ice rose. She carefully scales the rock, harvests the flower, and runs back to the cabin, celebrating her incredibly fast victory. She steps inside and proudly presents the glittering flower to Deculine. Our guy takes the rose, holds it up to the firelight, and inspects it with a clinical, cold gaze. He hands it back and flatly declares it defective, pointing out that his rules clearly demanded a pristine item. Julie is completely stunned, stammering in disbelief. He points to a tiny, microscopic fracture line running along the edge of the crystal petal. Julie curses her own carelessness, assuming she must have nicked it while harvesting. She tells him she will go back out and retrieve another one immediately. She climbs the mountain again, fighting against the worsening wind, and finds another perfect specimen. But on her way back down, her boot slips on the treacherous ice. She barely manages to shield the flower with her gloved hand, sighing in relief. She returns to the cabin, exhausted and shivering, and hands it over. Deculine doesn't even hesitate, hitting her with another cold, defective verdict, showing her a tiny crack on the stem. Rafel and Gwen watch her from the table, while Julie's stomach lets out a loud, embarrassing growl. Rafel is casually stuffing his face with a warm plate of stew, the delicious scent filling the cabin. Julie stands there, her face red from embarrassment and hunger. Deculine coldly announces that absolutely no meals will be provided to the candidates during the test. He tells her that food is only served once the task is successfully completed, asking her directly if she wants to forfeit. She looks him dead in the eye and fires back with a resolute no, declaring she will go back out. The blizzard turns into a howling monster outside, the freezing temperatures pushing her physical stamina to the absolute limit. She spots another glittering flower high on the frozen peak. She climbs up, her fingers completely numb as she gently pulls the rose from the ice. She cradles it against her chest, wrapping her thick cloak around it to shield it from the wind as she sprints back. She bursts through the cabin door, gasping for breath and covered in frost. She places it on Deculane's table, only for our guy to immediately deliver his third consecutive defective verdict. This time, Julie goes absolutely ballistic, screaming that it was 100% flawless when she was outside on the mountain. Deculane tilts the rose, showing her a tiny scratch that is slowly expanding right before her eyes. Julie stares at it, her mind racing as she tries to figure out how a perfect flower keeps getting damaged the second she brings it inside. Suddenly, a tiny, high-pitched cracking sound echoes through the quiet room. She looks down at the flower, then looks behind Deculane's chair. She stares at the blazing, roaring fireplace, and the pieces of the puzzle instantly click together in her brilliant mind. It's a physics trap. The extreme, sudden temperature change from the sub-zero mountain peak to the high heat of the fireplace causes rapid thermal expansion, instantly cracking the fragile crystal petals. She realizes the true mechanic of the test, declaring she will be back one last time. She turns and storms back into the howling storm with a burning determination. Deculane watches the door close, his expression completely unreadable. His internal thoughts drop one final ominous cliffhanger. Even if she figured out the secret of thermal expansion, she still won't be passing this test, because he has already designed the final stage to be an absolute, impossible dead end. The freezing winds howl outside the mountain cabin as the sunset paints the sky in a deep, bloody orange. Inside, the remaining knight candidates sit by the fireplace, quietly murmuring about whether Julie will actually make it back before the timer expires. Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors are kicked open as Julie's voice echoes through the room, declaring she has brought the flower. The knights jump in surprise, while Deculane, without turning around, calmly tells her to bring it in. But Julie yells for him to step outside instead, confidently declaring that this time, her flower will not be defective. Our guy steps out onto the snowy porch to find Julie shivering violently, her silver hair covered in frost as she holds the glowing blue rose. She internally notes that she was incredibly foolish before, but she finally realized that the heat of the cabin fireplace was what was cracking the petals. She takes a step forward, but Deculane coldly halts her with a single, sharp word. He reminds her of his exact rule from yesterday. He clearly stated he would not move a single step from his spot. Julie's face turns pale as she grinds her teeth, realizing he set a deliberate, impossible paradox to ensure she would fail from the very beginning. Deculane remains completely indifferent, telling her it is her own fault for not observing the parameters of the test more carefully before accepting. Julie lowers her head, admitting that her lack of observation is indeed her own failure. But then, her eyes snap open with an unyielding, terrifying glare as she declares she is not giving up here. She takes a deep breath. Planting her boots firmly in the thick snow, she unleashes a massive, blinding explosion of icy sword mana, channeling her energy directly into the earth. Deculane's eyes widen in genuine shock as the knights inside the cabin leap from their seats in absolute panic. Julie grunts in pain, forcing her mana to expand in a massive sweeping wave. The entire wooden cabin begins to creak and groan as thick sheets of solid ice rapidly crawl up the stone walls. She has wrapped the entire lodge in her freezing mana, instantly extinguishing the warmth inside to match the sub-zero temperature of the peaks. She holds up the pristine ice flower, her breath forming heavy clouds as she pantingly declares it should be fine now. She steps onto the porch, extending her trembling gloved hand to offer him the perfect, unblemished rose. Deculane looks at it for a fraction of a second and flatly declares it defective. Julie gasps in absolute horror as Deculane explains that the ice flower is highly reactive to mana itself. By wrapping the cabin in her sword energy, she cracked the petals anyway. Julie's eyes lose their light, her knees buckling beneath her as her physical limits are finally reached. Our guy stands over her fainted form as the ice sheets begin to shatter, calmly declaring her officially disqualified. Later, Julie lies tucked under the blankets on a bed upstairs, completely unconscious. The golden-haired knight tells Deculane she fainted from severe hypothermia. Gwen grumbles in the corner, muttering that this level of unfairness feels incredibly dirty. But Deculine is barely listening, his mind completely focused on what his sharp eyesight trait visualized when Julie unleashed her mana. A system warning screen flashes in his mind, Nel Neil. This indicates a severe, chronic wound deep within her dantian, the core where a knight refines and stores their mana. This is a fatal condition that should make active combat impossible, and Deculine is deeply unsettled because this plot setting was never mentioned in his developer notes. Downstairs, the remaining knights mutter that Deculine's test was practically an execution, and that nobody could have passed it. Rayful looks at the other candidates, mentioning that as Deculine's former academy classmates, they might know how she got injured. The blonde knight turns to Deculine with a bitter glare, angrily stating that he has no conscience because that wound happened solely because of him. He yells, asking if Deculine seriously forgot about their old escort mission in Merrick. Our guy's eyes narrow as he realizes this is lore from before the game's actual timeline started, meaning the original Deculine has some serious skeletons in his closet. Rayful adds that during their spars, he noticed Julie was consciously limiting her mana, using basic sword aura but never releasing a full explosive burst. The blonde knight asks Deculine if his brutal gatekeeping was actually a twisted way of protecting the injured Julie from destroying her own core. Deculine remains silent, his expression an unreadable mask of stone as he orders them to return to their rooms. The next morning, the blizzard finally clears, leaving a quiet, snowy expanse around the cabin. Julie stands on the porch, taking a deep breath of the crisp air when she hears Deculine's footsteps behind her. He calls her departure regrettable, but Julie quietly shakes her head, admitting that her failure to observe the parameters was her own mistake. Before she steps off the porch, Deculine stops her, stating there is something he needs to ask. Julie asks if he's speaking as her examiner, or our guy cuts her off, asking her to tell him about the promise he broke in the past, wanting to hear it from her own lips. Julie looks at him, her eyes wide, with a mixture of shock and lingering pain. Deculine knows that in the game's lore, their political engagement has long been shattered, and that Julie genuinely hates his guts. He internally questions why his body forced him to stop her, wondering if it's the original Deculine's lingering soul desperately trying to keep her before his eyes. Or perhaps it is because he has already transmigrated so deeply into this character that he is starting to feel the weight of his tragic past. Julie takes a quiet breath, stating that it has already been half a year since their falling out. She recalls that back then she received a desperate letter from the Luna family, specifically from Ephraim's mother, detailing how Deculine plagiarized Kagan's research and drove him to suicide. When she confronted him, wanting him to deny the horrific rumors, Deculine simply grabbed the letter and burned it to ashes right in front of her face. When she threatened to break the engagement, the original Deculine went into a desperate panic, begging for her forgiveness and promising he would eventually reveal the truth and apologize to the Luna family. Julie asks him why on earth he is bringing up this painful, broken promise after all this time. Deculine quietly admits that the plagiarism and subsequent tragedy were entirely his fault. He openly takes the blame, shocking her to her absolute core. He explains that he has continued Kagan's research, and once it is published, Kagan will be credited as a co-author, his family will receive all the profits, and his honor will be fully restored. Julie's voice trembles as she screams, asking him why he didn't just say that back then, because if he had, their entire relationship wouldn't have shattered. Our guy looks at her with a gentle, incredibly sad expression, softly stating that the man standing before her now is simply different from the man he was back then. Julie stares at him, her breath catching in her throat as she sees a profound, quiet sincerity in his eyes that she has never witnessed before. She turns and slowly walks down the snowy steps, her mind completely shattered by his confession. As she walks away, a tragic system narrative box pops up. Certain Julie freezes on the path, her eyes wide with shock as the weight of his words lands. Deculine stands on the porch, telling her that they must each walk their separate paths now, and that he will actively change his own heart so she no longer carries the burden of his affection. He tells her that someday she will be completely free of him, while Julie whispers his name in disbelief. He bids her a quiet farewell, turning his back and stepping inside the warm cabin. Julie walks through the snow, her heart heavy as the tragic resolution echoes in her mind. A soft, bitter smile touches her lips as she heads down the mountain. Our guy watches her retreating figure from the window, his internal thoughts noting that even with Deculane's incredibly powerful noble will, his deep, tragic feelings for Julie simply cannot be erased. 3 days later, the scene transitions to the Imperial Palace as the selection evaluations officially conclude. Deculine reviews the final document, noting that after struggling to select only Rayful, the Imperial Committee ended up choosing all 4 candidates, including Julie. As for the tutoring mages, the Imperial decree is finalized. Deculane's eyes narrow as he reads the second name on the list. He lets out a thoughtful grunt, sitting at his grand desk in the Magic Tower. Cut to the grand, golden hallways of the Imperial Palace under a massive crystal chandelier. Our guy walks down the red carpet with his typical majestic stride, his dark coat flowing behind him. He approaches the throne where Sophian is sitting, letting out her signature, chronically bored yawn. And stepping up beside him is his bitter academic rival, Rowena von Schlott McQueen, her green hair tied in a long braid. Deculane internally notes that of all the elite mages in the world, he had to be appointed alongside her. Rowena is someone who is physically incapable of holding anything but absolute murderous hatred toward Deculane. She glares at him through her wire-rimmed glasses, her yellow-green eyes filled with a freezing, dark intensity. We flash back to several years ago during the prestigious head professor promotion evaluation. Rowena was the golden child of the academy, surrounded by a massive crowd of supportive professors who praised her character and research. She smiled warmly, thanking her colleagues and fully expecting to secure the promotion. At that time, the only 2 candidates in the final running were her and Deculane. While she was far ahead in terms of pure research achievements and popularity, Deculine possessed massive wealth and the backing of the supreme Eucline house. Rowena was absolutely confident that the head professor title of the Magic Tower would be hers, but she vastly underestimated the sheer demonic malice of the original Deculane. We see a shot of her family's elegant noble estate under a bright blue sky. Suddenly, a servant runs through the hallways, screaming that an urgent crisis has struck. Rowena stops him, asking why everyone is in such a frantic rush. The servant delivers a series of devastating, world-shattering updates. Her father, the lord of the McQueen family, was mysteriously attacked and gravely injured, losing his entire mana pool. Then, their business partners systematically cut their contracts, their territory was invaded by bandits, and their estate was pushed to the absolute verge of collapse. Rowena didn't need to be a genius to figure out who was behind this systematic, ruthless destruction of her entire life. She grinds her teeth in absolute tearful rage as the shadow of Deculine looms over her family's ruin. She swore to herself that she would never submit to his evil, believing her family would eventually rise and overcome. But a few months later, under a heavy, pouring rain, the situation reached a breaking point. Her ruined, broken father sat in their dark parlor, crying as he held his head in his hands. He begged Rowena to give up her academic dreams, pointing out that their family simply had no strength left to survive Deculane's crushing grasp. Rowena stood there, a single tear running down her face as her world completely collapsed. She had no choice but to surrender. She walked through the pouring rain to the Grand Eucline estate. She was stopped at the gates by armored guards, who aggressively told her she was not allowed inside and ordered her to leave. She screamed into the darkness, begging Deculine to hear her out just once. Our guy stepped out into the rain, his personal butler holding a black umbrella over his head as he coldly asked why she was causing a scene at his gates. Rowena fell to her knees in the wet dirt, clenching her fists as she screamed that she would give up the promotion. She begged him to stop destroying her family, her voice cracking with humiliation. Deculane stood there, looking down at her like she was a piece of garbage. A cruel, mocking smile played on his lips as he whispered the word stop. He claimed he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. He told her that since she came to his estate suddenly, he expected a proper, submissive apology, but apparently, she lacked manners. He stepped closer, telling her that her family has long survived thanks to Eucline's support, yet she behaved like an ungrateful, rabid dog. Rowena stared up at him, her eyes wide with shock as he delivered the ultimate verbal humiliation. She bit her lips so hard it bled, the rain mixing with her tears. Her inner soul screamed in absolute burning fury at his sheer demonic cruelty. It was a nightmare she could never have imagined. Deculane didn't just steal her dream, he demanded she apologize for letting him destroy her. She trembled on the ground as the guards watched in silence. She slammed her knees into the wet pavement, submitting completely to her tormentor. She choked out a desperate, tearful apology, begging for his mercy. No matter how crushing the humiliation was, she had to protect her dying family. Deculin stood over her, his expression a cold mask of absolute superiority. He called her a pathetic, lowly creature who dared to climb out of her place. He raised his boot, violently kicking her directly in her kneeling leg, sending her face first into the wet pavement. He spat that she was a wretched worm from a family with no roots and no history. Ruina's face was smeared with mud and blood, her eyes burning with a dark, eternal hatred. Deculine turned away, coldly telling her to get lost and warning her to never show her damn face before him again if she wanted her family to survive. We see a shot of her bruised, blood-stained knees as she struggled to stand in the pouring rain. She wept under the dark sky, her soul forever scarred by his absolute malice. Back in the present, Ruina sits beside him in the grand imperial hall, her eyes burning with that exact same dark intensity. She grinds her teeth, swearing to herself that this time she will repay every single ounce of that horrific humiliation many times over. The next day, a massive wave of panic sweeps through the corridors of the Imperial Magic Tower. A group of students, including a pink-haired girl, are whispering in a corner, their faces pale with worry. Deculin walks past, his sharp eyes catching their frantic murmurs as they discuss a sudden, highly alarming event. The pink-haired girl whispers the shocking news. Professor Ruina has suddenly and completely gone missing without a single trace. Deculine's eyes narrow as he realizes a highly dangerous, unseen player has officially made their first move. We start with a quick reminder that this world is not a safe sandbox. Magic here is not just flashy lights, it is a literal force of nature that can turn a city into a smoking crater if the wrong guy gets hold of the steering wheel. And speaking of bad situations, Deculine is currently standing in his office feeling like the entire room is staring at him with X-ray vision. The rumor mill is working overtime because Rowena McQueen has vanished, and naturally, everyone thinks our guy is the prime suspect. He tries to tell himself that this is fine and it has nothing to do with him, but his internal stress levels are hitting maximum capacity. The very next morning, the plot armor has to put in some serious work because the local authorities are already knocking on the front door. It is Deputy Director Lilia Primian from the Public Security Bureau, and she does not look like she came here to offer him tea. She is straight to the point, asking Deculine what he knows about Rowena's sudden disappearance. She notes that he was the last person seen with her, which is basically detective speak for, I am looking at my prime suspect. Our guy maintains his flawless, icy poker face and gives her a flat, dry no when asked if he has any leads. Lilia leaves, but you can practically hear the suspicious detective music playing in her head as she walks away. Back inside, Deculine has to take a minute to process the absolute mess he has currently inherited. Getting audited by the medieval FBI is definitely not on his bucket list for the week, and the worst part is, he knows the original Deculine was absolutely toxic enough to kidnap a rival just for complaining too loud. Suddenly, the air in his study splits open as a massive, glowing blue magical circle starts manifesting right in the middle of the room. It is a direct message left in his private mana feed, asking if he has abandoned them and claiming they are still following his orders. Deculine is sweating bullets internally, trying to figure out who left this incredibly incriminating voicemail in his living room. It does not take a genius to realize this is a direct line to the original Deculine's dark underground criminal network. The timing is absolutely atrocious, and he is starting to get a very bad feeling about where Rowena actually is. He hears a soft rustle from the shadows behind him, the kind of sound that usually means you are about to get assassinated. He turns slowly, keeping his hands visible and his posture looking like $1 million despite his soul screaming in terror. A hooded figure cloaked in blue illusion magic kneels before him, calling him master like they are ready to do some crimes. Deculine realizes this is high-grade illusion magic, meaning whoever this is, they are highly skilled and highly illegal. He keeps his voice cold, steady, and commands the figure to lead the way before his house gets raided by the police. They travel deep into Auckland, which is basically the Gotham City of this empire. It is dirty, rundown, and filled with people who look like they have not seen a decent meal since the previous patch update. It is a stark contrast to the pristine noble halls our guy usually frequents, showing the true, gritty underbelly of this world. If the high-class district is the light, then Auckland is the deep, dark shadow where illegal transactions happen on a daily basis. The guide stops outside a heavy, ominous stone building and gestures for him to go inside. The illusion magic dissolves into the damp air, leaving Deculine standing alone in the sunset looking like a very lost supermodel. He walks down a spiral stone staircase that looks like it belongs in a budget horror movie. At the bottom of the stairs, two massive, hooded mercenaries are waiting for him. They drop to one knee, greeting him as their master with absolute, terrifying reverence. Deculine is currently running a massive diagnostic on his life choices, asking them to explain exactly what his orders were. The mercenary deadpans that the order was simple: if Rowena set foot in the capital, they were to show her no mercy. Our guy is screaming internally because the original Deculine really was a petty, vindictive villain with zero impulse control. Fortunately, his cheat eyesight does not detect any active death flags pointing at him from these two yet, but they definitely do not look like they are working for him out of genuine love and respect, meaning this is a strictly business transaction. He tells them to take him to where they are keeping Rowena before things get even more complicated. They open a cell door, and there she is, Rowena, tied to a wooden chair with a literal sack over her head like a cartoon hostage. The mercenary proudly announces that they injected her with an anti-mana toxin, leaving her completely powerless for the next 3 days. Deculine looks at her and realizes he is currently standing on a giant, ticking social bomb. Rowena is unconscious right now, but the system is flashing red warning signs because she is 100% convinced Deculine planned this whole thing. He needs to find a way to clear this massive misunderstanding before she wakes up and decides to make his execution her life's mission. Before he can formulate a plan, the mercenary hands him a thick, dusty ledger from the desk. Deculine opens it, expecting some boring financial reports or tax documents. Instead, his eyes go completely wide as he realizes what he is actually holding. He stares at the pages in absolute horrified silence. He closes the ledger, his voice barely a whisper as he tells the mercenary that his thoughts are finally clear. He orders the two mercenaries to step outside for a moment so he can have a private chat with their captive. They look at each other, slightly confused by his sudden shift in tone, but they are not about to argue with their employer. They bow and exit the room, leaving our guy alone with his worst nightmare. Deculine stands over Rowena, his mind racing through every possible dialogue option to find the one that does not end in his death. Rowena begins to stir, groaning as the consciousness slowly returns to her body. He uses elementary telekinesis to gently slide the sack off her head, revealing her messy green hair and glasses. She blinks against the dim light, her eyes focusing on the silhouette standing right in front of her. The second she recognizes his face, her expression shifts from confusion to pure, unadulterated venom. She starts screaming at him, demanding to know if he thinks he can actually get away with kidnapping an Imperial instructor. Deculine keeps his voice deadpan and cold, reminding her that she is currently tied to a chair with zero magic at her disposal. Rowena is practically vibrating with rage, her teeth clenched so hard you can almost hear them cracking. She looks like she wants to jump through the screen and bite his nose off, which is completely fair given the circumstances. She asks if this is still about their past rivalry, accusing him of wanting to ruin her life all over again just for his own ego. And then, Deculine drops the ultimate conversational flashbang: "You take the senior professor position, Rowena." She completely freezes, her brain stalling as she tries to process a sentence that makes absolutely zero logical sense to her. But Deculine is not doing this out of the goodness of his heart, he is doing this because it is the only way to delete her death flag from his system. ###, Chapter 50. Rowena stares at him like he just started speaking in ancient runes, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. She asks why on earth he would have her kidnapped just to offer her the very promotion he stole from her years ago. And Deculine is just standing there looking like a cold, calculating mastermind even though his internal organs are doing backflips. To understand why he is doing this, we have to flash back to a few minutes ago when he was reading that massive ledger. The ledger was a literal diary of every toxic, illegal, and downright monstrous deed the original Deculine ever committed. It was a history of pure evil, and reading it made Wu Jin realize that a peaceful apology was never going to work here. You cannot just say my bad after bankrupting someone's family and kicking them in the face in the rain. Ruina's hatred is deeply rooted in her very soul, and no amount of sweet-talking is going to make that resentment disappear. But he cannot just let her die either, because his meta-knowledge says she is a crucial piece for the main story quest line later on. So, if he cannot be a hero, and he cannot kill her, he has no choice but to use the original Deculane's leverage to force her cooperation. He leans fully into his villain persona, asking her why she dared to set foot in the capital after he explicitly banned her from it. Ruina spits back that she repaid every single cent of her family's debt to the Euclid clan, so he has no hold over her anymore. Deculane lets out a dry, mocking chuckle, telling her that she is being incredibly irresponsible with her math. He walks over and leans down, getting right in her face to deliver the absolute worst news of her entire life. He reminds her that 15 years ago, his family lent hers 100 million elm at a 20% annual interest rate, and since they did not pay it off under the correct terms, the current balance she owes him is over 1.5 billion elm. Ruina looks like she just got hit by a truck, screaming that this is a ridiculous, illegal scam of a contract, and she is completely right, it is a total scam. The original Deculane used a highly toxic compound interest clause that calculated the debt monthly. Woojin hates doing this, but right now, playing the ruthless loan shark is the only shield he has to keep them both alive. He tells her that despite her massive financial ruin, there is a very simple way to settle the entire bill. He offers to completely forgive her multi-billion elm debt if she agrees to help him become the chairman of the Magic Tower. As a senior professor with massive political backing, her endorsement is the exact leverage he needs to secure the seat. Ruina is completely silent, her mind frantically weighing the option of absolute financial slavery against working with her worst enemy. But Deculane is not taking her word for it. He pulls out a glowing magical contract scroll to make it official. He drops the paper onto her lap, his leather-gloved hand looking extremely menacing in the dim basement light. The terms are brutal. She must never speak of today's kidnapping, and she must serve as his loyal political puppet for the next 5 years. She reads down to the penalty clause and gasps as she realizes that breaking this contract will literally explode her mana core. But then, Deculane plays his absolute trump card to seal the deal once and for all. He promises that if she keeps her end of the bargain, he will return the McQueen family's secret magic book to her. This is the legendary family heirloom that the original Deculane stole from her household when he bankrupted them years ago. It is the core of her entire family's legacy, and the one thing she wants more than anything else in the world. He tells her to think about it carefully, turning his back on her to make a dramatic exit from the cell. The heavy wooden door slams shut, leaving Ruina alone in the dark with her thoughts and a highly illegal magical contract. As Deculane walks up the stairs, his cool facade instantly crumbles into a highly stressed internal panic. He is terrified that his bluff won't work and that she will choose death over working with him. But then, a glorious system notification pops up in his vision, along with a nice little reward of 2 shop currency points. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, his internal monologue celebrating like he just won a round of championship-ranked match. He steps out of the building where the 2 hooded mercenaries are waiting for him in the foggy evening air. They look at him, waiting to see if he is going to pay them or order them to bury the body in the woods. Deculane stops and tells them they did a good job, preparing to walk away and leave them in the slums. But the female sibling is not having it, stepping forward and demanding that he keep his original promise to them. She is screaming that they did not risk their lives just for a casual pat on the back. She claims he promised them their freedom and enough wealth to leave this garbage district forever. Before she can finish her sentence, her brother suddenly delivers a massive physical strike to her chest, sending her flying across the dirt floor. She looks up at him in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she asks why her own brother just attacked her. The brother keeps his head bowed, apologizing to Deculane for her outburst and telling her to shut her mouth. He slowly confirms that Deculane did indeed promise them their freedom and wealth, but he knows they are in no position to demand it. Deculane looks at them, his cheat eyesight instantly scanning their stats and potential. He notes that while they clearly harbor resentment toward his avatar, their baseline loyalty and combat stats are incredibly high. His wealthy magnate attribute starts glowing, highlighting them in a bright golden light that indicates they are top-tier talent. He decides right then and there to scrap the original Deculane's illegal contracts and put them on his official payroll. He tells them that from today on, they are officially hired, and yes, that includes the massive payout they were promised. They completely freeze, their brains stalling before they drop to their knees to thank him with tears in their eyes. The female sibling looks up at him, her previous hostility completely replaced by absolute worshipful gratitude. He commands them that all their previous illegal orders are officially void, and they will only do legitimate work from now on. He tells them to report to his mansion tomorrow morning and walks away, leaving them completely speechless in the alleyway. Our guy is absolutely exhausted from playing the 4D chess villain all day, but at least the immediate threats are handled. Meanwhile, we cut back to the Mage Tower dormitory where the high-stress student life is in full swing. Heroine and her friend are walking down the corridor, crying about how expensive their magical materials are this semester. Heroine stops, her sharp eyes noticing a strange, faint red light emanating from one of the hallway walls. She points it out, wondering what kind of weird magic circle is drawn on the masonry. Her friend notes that it is the exact same spot where an unidentified magic circle was found and supposedly erased weeks ago. A random student walks up to touch the wall, and suddenly, the entire corridor erupts into a violent storm of dark red lightning. The red magic circle goes completely nuclear, unleashing a massive, destructive blast of energy that tears through the building. The entire dormitory is engulfed in a terrifying crimson glow as the structural pillars begin to shatter, signaling the start of a massive terrorist attack. We start with a clean drive through the capital's high-end district. Our guy is sitting in his luxury car, checking in on his newly reformed staff. Ren is at the wheel, looking like a highly polished professional instead of a back-alley hitman. The Shadow siblings, Ren and Enin, have officially traded their illegal black cloaks for pristine mansion uniforms. They did not trust Deculine at first, but money talks, and our guy pays them extremely well. Meanwhile, Jeff, the former carriage driver, is crying tears of absolute joy because he just got a massive promotion to head admin staff. The car pulls up to the academy gates, and the luxurious ride comes to a smooth halt. Deculine steps out of the vehicle looking like he is about to walk a runway, but the high society aesthetic is immediately ruined by a giant spike of dark red lightning. And there is the system, dropping a massive prompt, the main scenario quest is officially beginning. Inside, the commoner dormitory is covered in a giant crackling dome of pure demonic corruption. Efferin is yelling at the nearby professors to do something, but they are already packing their bags. Professor CR literally claims his body is too weak for heroism, proving that noble titles do not buy courage. Efferine is disgusted but not surprised by this absolute display of side character cowardice. She hands her travel bag to her friend, determined to break inside and save the trapped commoners herself. But a cold, familiar voice tells her to stop before she does something stupid. It is Sylvia, standing there with her arms crossed, looking completely unbothered by the emergency. Efferine snaps, telling her she has no time for classic noble arrogance. She is tired of these smug elites who panic and run the second things get difficult. They act so proud during lectures, but they do absolutely nothing when lives are on the line. She prepares to cast her wind magic, but Sylvia steps directly in front of her. Sylvia looks at her like she is an annoying bug, stating she is not interested in picking on her today. She tells Efferin to stand back and watch how actual magic is performed. Sylvia casts a brilliant multicolored stream of pure elemental light, but the dome instantly devours it. The golden prodigy grunts as her spell scatters, realizing the barrier is laced with demonic corruption. She tells Efferine that this is not a playground game a mere debutante can solve. Efferine grishes her teeth, hate watching Sylvia's failure, but unable to do any better. Suddenly, the crimson sky flashes with a strange, high-density blue light. The students gasp as the oppressive heat of the demonic barrier begins to cool. The crowd parts as Deculine walks forward, carrying his custom metal case. He notes that this noisy commotion has gone on long enough. He stands before the pulsing red dome, his eyes analyzing the structure with cold precision. The students watch him, holding their breath to see what the legendary professor will do. His cheat system reports that analyzing the barrier directly has too low efficiency. So he reaches into his case and pulls out Rockaloc's Eucline staff. Since the barrier is powered by demonic energy, his ancestral bloodline attribute automatically sparks. The cowardly noble professors scream as a wave of purified mana sweeps the courtyard. The sheer pressure of his aura forces the onlookers to take a step back. And then, Deculine calmly walks straight through the crackling crimson barrier on foot. He passes through the energy field like he is walking through a beaded curtain. The crowd is stunned as the terrifying red dome simply parts to let him through. Inside, the commoner dormitory is dark, quiet, and filled with a thick, choking fog. A red rift opens in the center of the hall, crackling with unstable energy. Deculin runs forward, his dark noble coat fluttering behind him. He finds a group of terrified students huddled around the red-haired dorm supervisor. He asks if this is the entire group, and the supervisor tells him a few more are trapped upstairs. She warns him that the upper floors are crawling with dark energy, but he tells her he has a way. He snaps his fingers, and floating shards of his custom wooden steel fly out of his briefcase. The silver blades fan out across the lobby, glowing with bright blue mana. He promises the students that he will find everyone shortly. We see a quick memory of his intense solitary training sessions in the estate basement. He spent weeks refining his psychokinesis and embedding metal reinforcement magic into his physical body. He endured the excruciating pain of the circular mana veins in his arms, and as a reward, his dedication triggered a massive system bonus. His floating daggers are no longer just weapons, they are a literal extension of his mind. They possess a highly advanced detection function that maps out the entire structure in his brain. His high-grade understanding of the elements has unlocked a second sensory organ that goes beyond space. Within seconds, his blades locate the remaining students and guide them safely back downstairs. But our guy knows the real problem is just starting. Because commoner mages cannot survive long in demonic fog. He stops, his sharp eyes scanning the faces of the rescued students. He reasons that a complex barrier like this requires a physical caster nearby to pull the trigger, someone who is currently hiding among the victims to avoid detection. Suddenly, his wooden steel blades spin and shoot straight toward the crowd of students. The girls scream as the silver blades split the air right next to their ears. Deculine's eyes glow with a terrifying, icy blue light. He quietly announces that the rat has officially been found. Chapter 52. The students are trembling, completely terrified that their savior has suddenly turned his weapons on them. But Deculine is not looking at the students, his eyes are locked on a single person in the center. He commands his wooden steel to strike at extreme, blinding speed. The blade slices through the thick fog, a silver flash of pure kinetic force. It cuts right past a pink-haired girl, making her scream in terror. A single thick lock of dark red hair falls to the stone floor. Our guy smirks, his icy composure returning in full force. He points his staff straight at the red-haired dorm supervisor, identifying her as the caster. She gasps, her fake mask of administrative concern instantly shattering. She tries to stutter an excuse, but Deculane tells her to save her breath. His sharp eyesight has already detected the illegal origin engraving running through her hair. He calls her out as a dark mage from the infamous Ashes faction. The supervisor's face goes completely cold, her eyes narrowing behind her red glasses. We get a quick explanation that the Ashes are one of the 4 ancient pillars, but widely hated as a den of illegal dark mages. They are basically the dark web of the magical world, utilizing forbidden arts that normal society rejects. She scoffs, telling Deculane that he has made a massive mistake by cornering her. She raises her hand, a sickening green light crackling across her fingers. She warns him that those from the Ashes do not show mercy to people who look down on them. She unleashes a massive shockwave of gravity magic, launching all the rescued students away. They fly through the air, screaming as they crash against the stone walls. She lunges at Deculane, her hands engulfed in dark, roaring green flames. She screams at him to die as she hurls the fire directly at his face. Deculine does not even blink, his blue eyes reflecting the incoming blaze. The green fire strikes his defensive shield, dispersing into harmless sparks with a light sizzle. He calmly notes that for someone talking so much trash, her fire is pathetic. Enraged, she screams that the first strike was just a polite noble greeting. She throws a barrage of sharp, ice-like crystal spears at his chest. Deculin simply sweeps his staff, dismantling her physical projectiles into dust. She lunges again, throwing a massive purple void spell to swallow him whole. The dark purple pillar of energy shoots up to the high ceiling, but Deculine walks right through it, his mana canceling her spell before it can even touch his coat. She is losing her absolute mind, screaming about how this level of magic defense is even possible. She has no idea who she is playing against. Our guy is a literal game developer with back-end knowledge. Plus, because the air is thick with demonic corruption, his ancestral Euclean purifier is working at max power. It turns all her dark mana into pure high-grade fuel, giving him endless energy. He tells her that she has picked the worst possible opponent for this specific matchup. He unleashes a swift counter-barrage of his wood-steel daggers, shredding her defensive field. She falls to her knees, panting heavily as her dark mana begins to run dry. And then, Deculine delivers a verbal execution that is almost meaner than his magic. He calls her a vermin rejected by polite society whose only talent is wriggling in the dirt. He tells her that her dirty origin has absolutely zero hope of salvation. She grins back like a psychopath, pointing out that if he kills her, the barrier will lock and trap the kids inside forever. Deculine lets out a soft, mocking laugh, calling her a half-witted amateur. He levitates all his wooden steel shards toward the structural support pillars of the building. The silver blades pierce deep into the stone, cracking the foundation. He explains very slowly that because she is stupid, she anchored the barrier to the building instead of the coordinates, which means if the building stops existing, the barrier simply turns off automatically. She screams that he is a complete lunatic for trying to collapse a 3-story building on top of them. Deculine leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper that freezes her blood. He tells her he knows she is operating a high-level magic puppet body and that her main body is safely elsewhere. She gasps, her eyes wide with horror as she realizes he has completely figured out her cheat code. Before she can sever the connection, Deculine raises his gloved hand. A massive, supersonic wood-steel shard slices straight through her neck. Her head flies off, her dying scream cut short as her body goes limp. The corpse crumbles into dust, leaving behind a blank wooden mannequin on the floor. Deculine does not even look at the mannequin, turning immediately to the survivors. He commands everyone to gather around him and hold on tight. The structural daggers detonate, destroying the primary foundation of the dormitory. The stone walls buckle, and the entire ceiling begins to collapse in a shower of heavy bricks. The commoner students scream, but Deculine's defensive barrier wraps around them like a steel vault. The building violently shakes as the support pillars snap like dry twigs. Heroine is running through the courtyard outside, watching the entire building fold in on itself. The 3-story stone dormitory crashes down in a massive, thunderous explosion of dust and rubble. Remember how we left our guy last chapter? Yes, collapsing a whole 3-story dormitory on top of himself to break a barrier. Heroine's red-haired friend is currently pointing at the smoking pile of massive rubble, yelling that someone is coming out. And out walks Deculine, looking like he just finished a casual stroll in the park while leading a squad of completely unharmed students. Heroine does not even hesitate, running full speed toward her friends to make sure everyone is still alive. She tackles her classmate in a giant emotional hug, crying tears of absolute relief. Her friend explains that they were completely cooked until Deculine showed up and dismantled the dark mage like a boss. Sylvia is standing in the back, silently watching our guy while her entire worldview of him gets a major upgrade. The system drops a massive success banner officially confirming the completion of the main quest's opening stage. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we see a shady conversation happening near the ruins. Alos, the master puppet sculptor, is standing in the shadows looking gorgeous and deeply annoyed. A robed dark mage from the ashes is complaining that their master plan got completely wrecked by a noble flower. Alos tells him to shut up, holding up a glowing pink flask of harvested student mana and stating they still got what they came for. They did not manage to fill the container completely, but it is more than enough for their next dark project. The robed cultist gloats that they will just pin the entire dormitory collapse on random demons to throw off the police. He rambles on about how the vitality of elite academy mages makes the absolute best raw material for building their puppets. Alos sighs deeply, her eyes cold as she listens to his dramatic villain speech. The robed fanatic goes on a massive rant about reviving their dead god, showing a creepy red eyeball in the dark. Alos just stares at him, her expression saying everything you need to know about her working relationship with these guys. The moment his back is turned, she internally calls them a bunch of pathetic, delusional idiots who cannot accept their god is dead. She does not care about their weird religious cult, she is just using them to get high-grade materials for her own doll-making hobby. It is a classic bad guy alliance where everyone is planning to stab everyone else in the back the second they get the chance. Cut to the very next day, and Deculane is standing at the lecture podium looking like nothing happened. He addresses the elephant in the room, noting that everyone has been gossiping about the destroyed dormitory ruins. He explains that the investigators uncovered a bizarre, ancient spell circle in the rubble that looks completely different from normal tower magic. He projects a glowing replica of the array, demonstrating how the formula behaves when you feed it active mana. A dark purple message manifests in the air, spelling out an ominous threat about the upcoming punishment of Ash. Deculane calls it a direct declaration of war, warning them that the true enemy of the Empire has finally shown its fangs. But then he tells them that this is senior professor business, so they need to stop worrying and focus on their homework. The students are muttering, completely panicked about getting caught in the middle of a literal magical war. To make things even worse, he announces a mandatory practical assignment ordered directly by the palace, Dark Mountain Training. We cut to Ephraim walking into the dark, foggy forest looking like she is currently regretting all her life choices. She is grumbling about how the mountain was supposed to be closed after that massive demon incident from the earlier chapters, but the new emperor wants her mages to actually learn how to fight, so the debutants are being forced into a mandatory training arc. The syllabus is brutal. They have to gather rare materials, witness a mana phenomenon, and defeat a magical beast to pass. Ephraim sighs, hoping she can just find some magical plants and go home before something terrifying eats her. She hears a loud rustle in the bushes behind her and instantly goes into defensive mode. She clenches her fist, yelling at whatever is hiding to come out before she smashes it to absolute pieces. The forest goes dead quiet for a second, the tension building nicely. And then, Sylvia calmly steps out of the leaves, looking at her with a completely deadpan expression. Sylvia calls her stupid, asking if she is seriously planning to punch a magical beast with her bare hands. Ephraim's face goes completely red from embarrassment, annoyed that her rival is always showing up to witness her dumb moments. Sylvia casually mentions that she has already completed her mana phenomenon observation assignment. She complains that the time flow on this mountain is completely warped, claiming she has been wandering around for over 20 hours. Ephraim is baffled because class literally ended less than 4 hours ago, meaning the math is definitely not mathing. But then she looks closely at Sylvia's dirty, travel-worn clothes and realizes she is actually telling the truth. Before they can figure it out, a deep, ancient voice from the shadows states that the time warp is probably his fault. The girls spin around, their eyes wide as they look into the dark trees. Meanwhile, back at the academy, a squad of royal knights runs up to Deculane in a massive panic. They demand his immediate cooperation, claiming they just received a red alert report from the intelligence bureau. The lead knight explains that a high-profile target has officially breached the secure perimeter of the Dark Mountain. He drops the name, Rohakan. Our guy's face goes completely pale as he recognizes the continent's most wanted monster. He realizes the entire freshman class is currently on that mountain, and running into this guy means instant death. And right on cue, the system drops a mid-boss alert, offering a sweet item catalog and shop currency if he survives. Deculane is sweating internally, realizing the plot is moving way faster than his current power level can handle. He keeps his noble poise intact, commanding the knights to lead him to the mountain entrance immediately. Back on the dark peak, we see a mysterious old man with a massive white beard sitting calmly in the middle of a clearing. Ephraim and Sylvia are standing frozen before him, unable to move under the sheer weight of his presence. The old man smiles warmly, apologizing for dragging them into his personal time-warping barrier. Ephraim cautiously steps forward, pointing a shaking finger and asking him who on earth he is. The old man chuckles, introducing himself as Mercon with a completely innocent smile. We flash to Deculane running through the forest while the knights explain that the target is using a fake alias. He easily shook off the intelligence agents and is currently hiding somewhere in the deep woods. Deculane pushes his mana to the limit, leaping across the rugged mountain terrain at high speed. Back in the clearing, Sylvia's golden eyes go wide as she analyzes the absolute ocean of mana radiating from the old man. The old man says he was drawn here by their exceptionally pure talents, smiling with a dark hidden look. He tells them he has a small favor to ask, promising to give them something amazing if they agree to help him. Hashtag chapter 54. The old man stands before them, while behind his back lies a literal pile of bloodied, knocked out intelligence agents. Ephraim's eyes turn into literal dollar signs, completely ignoring the danger because she heard the words something good. The old man laughs at her greed, raising his glowing hand as a massive swirl of elemental energy manifests. He casually summons 2 highest-grade spirits of light, looking like cute little glowing fairies. He pushes the spirits forward, and they merge directly into Heroine and Sylvia's chests in a flash of gold light. Both girls stumble back, gasping as the massive influx of elemental power floods their mana circuits. The old man tells them to stay calm, take a deep breath, and let the spiritual contracts settle. Heroine exhales deeply, her body shivering as her elemental affinity gets a permanent boost. A torrent of rainbow-colored mana swirls around the clearing, lighting up the entire dark forest. Sylvia is clutching her chest, completely dumbfounded by what just happened to her body. The old man explains that these spirits will guide their growth, noting only true geniuses could survive hosting them. Sylvia is sweating, realizing this guy just casually manifested 2 legendary-grade spirits with a literal flick of his wrist. The old man pulls out a sealed wax letter, asking them if they can deliver it to his family for him. Heroine happily takes it, joking that while it is not cold hard cash, the spiritual upgrade was definitely worth the mail delivery. But before they can leave, the cold wind carries the sound of heavy, immaculate footsteps. Deculine steps out of the dark trees, his glowing blue daggers hovering around him like a protective swarm. He looks down at the old man, his voice deadpan and icy as he greets him by his real name. He calls him Rohakan, and the sheer pressure in the air instantly drops by 10 degrees. The narrative reveals that Rohakan is one of the greatest archmages on the continent and simultaneously the most wanted criminal of the century. He is a member of the legendary Black Beast's criminal group, infamous for murdering the previous empress in broad daylight. The system drops a massive main quest prompt, ordering Deculine to secure an item from this monster to survive. Our guy looks at the old man, knowing this is a major named character who cannot be defeated by raw force. Sylvia and Heroine are frozen, realizing the friendly old man who just gave them gifts is a literal SS rank mass murderer. Rohakan looks at Deculine, smiling as he notes that his former student has somehow climbed all the way to senior professor. He mocks Deculine's baseline talent, stating that the original noble he taught was far too weak to ever reach such high heights. He asks if Deculine had to ruin someone else's life to steal that seat, referring to his toxic history. Deculine fires back, pointing out that some things do change, like how he bypassed Rohakan's time-warping barrier with 0 effort. He turns to Heroine and Sylvia, commanding them to pack their bags and leave the mountain immediately. Rohakan tells them not to worry about the spirits, winking as he reminds Heroine to keep her promise about the letter. Heroine nods nervously, while Deculine's expression remains completely unreadable. He gestures toward the forest path, telling them to move before things get messy. He warns them that if they linger around this clearing for even 1 more second, they will both end up dead. He sends a single floating metal dagger to guide them through the dark woods so they do not get lost. Sylvia looks back at him with a deeply worried expression, quietly telling him not to lose before she runs off. Deculine stands alone with the Archmage, his hand resting on his custom staff as the forest goes completely quiet. Rohakan lets out a massive wave of dark purple mana, the trees around him literally bending from the pressure. He casually reports that there are currently over 150 knights and agents surrounding the mountain. He asks if Deculine is trying to stall for time, warning him that no amount of reinforcements can save him from an Archmage. But Deculine just looks at him, stating that he never had any intention of losing in the first place. Rohakan's eyes flash red with killing intent, preparing to blast our guy into molecular dust. But then Deculine drops a massive bomb, because I'm not going to fight. Rohakan completely freezes. Deculine looks at him and quietly tells him to go northwest, because the Imperial security there is still weak. The legendary wanted criminal is dumbfounded, staring at him and noting that he has somehow changed completely. Deculine tells him that this is the absolute last time he will ever let him walk away alive. Rohakan asks if he is doing this out of old sentimental feelings, but Deculine cold shoulders him, stating he has no love for an empress killer. The old man looks at him, a complex, heavy look in his red eyes as he processes Deculine's massive change in personality. Our guy tells him to stop wasting time with small talk and leave before the knights lock down the northwest corridor. Rohakan turns to leave, but stops to ask him one final question. Do you believe in a god, Deculine? Deculine smiles, knowing this highly specific question is directly tied to the secrets of the main storyline. He looks the old man dead in the eye and replies, I believe only in myself. Rohakan lets out a warm, genuine laugh, calling it a perfect answer that fits him beautifully. He tosses a heavy, leather-bound magical book through the air toward Deculane. He tells him to read it sometime, explaining it is an exploration record detailing the behavior of the world's most dangerous religious cults. The system screen pops up, identifying the book as a special grade artifact containing Rohakan's personal notes. And there is the Quest Complete banner, rewarding Deculine with a valuable item catalog and an active shop currency point. Rohakan vanishes into the dark brush, leaving Deculine alone under the moonlit sky. Our guy looks at the book, knowing that Rohakan is not actually an evil monster, but a vital pillar of the continent's survival. He realizes the old man only came here because he was curious about Ephraim and Sylvia's massive elemental talent. Suddenly, a massive green magical explosion goes off on the other side of the mountain, shaking the entire forest. Deculane smiles, realizing the crafty old archmage just set off a decoy spell to cover his escape path. He decides to play along, planning to pretend he fought a massive bloody battle to explain why Rohakan got away. We see a quick montage of the Imperial police and knights searching the Dark Mountain for 3 solid days with 0 success. We cut to the Grand Imperial Palace Hall, where the crimson-haired Emperor Sophian is sitting on her throne looking intensely bored. The Lead Knight bows his head in deep shame, apologizing for letting the Empress's assassins slip through their fingers again. Sophian sighs, muttering that their boring reports are always the same, but her eyes light up when she hears a specific rumor. She leans forward, asking if it is true that Deculine fought a massive, legendary-tiered duel against Rohakan on the mountain. The knight confirms that they found Rohakan's fresh blood splattered across the trees in the clearing, indicating Deculine actually made him bleed. Sophian lets out a dark, highly amused smile, her boredom completely vanishing for the first time in chapters. She ponders the top powerhouses of the continent, noting that Rohakan is considered an absolute god among wanted criminals. She smiles with dark anticipation, stating she is suddenly very much looking forward to her next private magic lesson with Professor Deculane. We open on the pristine exterior of the magic tower on a bright, sunny day. Inside the hall, Ephraim is walking slowly, looking like a student who has not slept since the last semester. She is currently overthinking Deculane's warning about keeping their meeting with Rohakan an absolute secret. Our guy told her to keep her promise to the Archmage, looking incredibly noble and serious while doing it. But Ephraim's brain is currently short-circuiting, trying to figure out why a prestigious tower professor is telling her to do favors for the Empire's most wanted criminal. She walks up to the door of Class A1, her hand resting on the brass handle. She internally reasons that maybe it makes perfect sense, because Deculane is shady enough to hang out with dark criminals anyway. She decides to clear her mind and focus on the lecture, bracing herself for whatever twisted curriculum Deculane has cooked up today. She opens the heavy wooden door, expecting a boring lecture hall with chalkboards. Instead, a blinding flash of white light hits her, and she suddenly finds herself standing in a massive, open-air university courtyard. Our guy literally used high-end spatial distortion to turn a single classroom into a massive, highly detailed replica of the campus. She looks back, and the door she just walked through simply dissolves into the sunny sky. Suddenly, Deculine's booming voice echoes across the entire area, announcing that class has officially started at 3 o'clock sharp. He coldly notes that anyone who was late has been automatically disqualified, and today's topic is real combat response. He explains that the entire student body is currently trapped inside a highly advanced virtual reality barrier. The objective is simple: escape the dome within 3 hours while surviving a horde of simulated magical beasts. He wishes them good luck before his voice cuts out, leaving the freshman class to fend for themselves. Ephraim is sweating, realizing Deculine has essentially designed a fantasy battle royale for their midterm. A blood-curdling scream echoes from across the courtyard, confirming that the simulation has officially started spawning monsters. Outside the dome, Deculine is watching the live feed with his crystal, looking completely calm and detached. But internally, Woojin knows that to prepare his students for the upcoming Dark Magic Wars, he has to force them to grow right now. He wonders if his 2-star pupils actually have what it takes to reach his level of combat mastery. He opens his text, waiting at the finish line to see if they can survive his brutal gauntlet. Back in the simulation, Ephraim is hiding behind a low stone wall when she spots something weird on the ground. She creeps forward, poking a strange patchwork stuffed animal wearing a tiny school uniform. She realizes that the second a student takes lethal damage, the system instantly turns them into a pathetic little plush toy. She shivers, realizing the stakes are incredibly embarrassing if she loses. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl echoes from the shadow of the doorway behind her. A giant white magical wolf leaps out of the darkness, its jaws wide and ready to turn her into a stuffed bunny. Heroine does not even flinch, activating her wind magic to summon a massive fist of green thorns that slams the beast straight into the stone pavement. She looks down at the defeated wolf with a smug, savage expression, calling it a little punk. But her victory lap is cut short when she hears a chorus of loud snarling coming from a giant pit nearby. Suddenly, 3 massive wolves are launched out of the pit, crashing onto the stone floor with swirly, cartoonish, dizzy eyes. Sylvia is standing on the stairs, her hands glowing with elemental light as she easily coordinates her newly acquired light spirits. The nearby noble students are clapping, completely amazed by her effortless crowd control. A male student nervously approaches her, asking if she wants to form a party so they can escape together. Sylvia does not even look at him, slowly shaking her head no before walking away as the boys slide down the wall in depression. She internally notes that there is absolutely no point in partying up with dead weight that will just slow her down. But as she walks through the narrow alley, a towering shadow looms over the roof behind her. A massive, ancient stone golem rises above the chapel, and Sylvia's stoic face finally cracks into a sweat. We cut to a different hallway where Heroine is carefully looking around a corner. She is peeking through the window, muttering that Deculaine really went all out with the budget for this exam. Suddenly, Sylvia walks up right behind her, noting that she is surprisingly still alive. Heroine jumps 10 feet into the air, screaming like she just saw a ghost and telling Sylvia to stop sneaking up on people. Sylvia ignores her drama, pointing out that 2 of their 3 hours have already passed and they still have no idea where the barrier's core is located. Heroine looks at her, slowly putting 2 and 2 together as a smug grin spreads across her face. She covers her mouth, mockingly asking if the legendary golden prodigy of House Iliad is actually begging a commoner to carry her. Sylvia's face goes completely red with tsundere rage, crossing her arms and stammering that she is simply offering to help because Heroine looks pathetic. Heroine giggles at her obvious denial, while Sylvia's forehead pop-up tick marks indicate she is about to blow her lid. Sylvia quickly changes the subject to the mechanics of the dome, stating that the central core must be hidden in the main building. She explains that this A-class room is built with hundreds of high-grade mana stones, which is why it can easily simulate entire cities. But she sighs, admitting that finding the exact center is nearly impossible with all the golems patrolling the streets. Heroine points out the window, asking Sylvia why those weird black bats are circling the spires in a perfect pattern. Sylvia looks up, her amber eyes narrowing as she analyzes the sky. Heroine notes that the bats have been flying in the exact same loop for hours without ever launching an attack on the students. Sylvia closes her eyes, summoning her elemental pathfinder to track the coordinates of the bat's flight. The glowing lines of mana trace the sky, mapping out the precise layout of the simulated campus in her mind. She lists the coordinates out loud. Building A, the cafeteria, and the first night hall. She opens her eyes, realizing that the bats are not monsters, they are literally simulated scouts tracking student locations. Heroine smiles brightly, deducing that the point where all their flight paths intersect must be the central command center, the gymnasium. She looks at Sylvia, proud of her own big brain moment. Sylvia lets out a soft, rare smile, teasing Heroine that she is surprisingly not as stupid as usual today. They run toward the destination, knowing the final boss fight of their midterm is waiting inside. And sure enough, inside the virtual gymnasium, Deculaine is standing beside a massive, glowing crystal core, calmly reading his book and waiting for them to arrive.